Yo, who is that? Give me a sec. I can't see chat. It's really small. I could see it like pop up on the screen for a sec, but I don't know where the chat window actually is. What the shit? Docs. Chat. There it goes. But it's like oddly bugged out. I gotta go to chat history. Give me a sec. What's up, Killikata? Good to see ya. The PP Jedi. Dude, I haven't seen that emote in forever. Oh wait, I'm not switched scenes yet. I am on the struggle bus today, chat. What's up, dude? How are you? How are the streams been? Well, playing Fortnite racing the other night. Are you still enjoying that, man? I thought that was gonna be like a fad, like a game mode that people would play for a little while and then it would go away. But nah, it's been going strong. How you doing? Great to see you, bro. Guys, please check out my friend Killikano 2, one of the top Fortnite streamers out there. Does those crazy winner chicken dinners, as well as the Fortnite rocket racing, I think it's called, or something like that. Bro, I love your mic. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is not a cheap mic. I used to have a whole thing that said, does it still say this?
My controls or something. I'm all over the place.
No, I used to have commands that said what all my stuff was, but that doesn't exist anymore. I gotta update that. It's a Warm Audio 47 Junior. One of my good friends who is a jazz musician suggested it for me. It's not just a streaming mic, it's also for recording vocals when I find time to do that. Yeah, you're welcome, bro. I love your streams. Dude, I was watching, I watched a little bit. I did have to go to sleep, but I had to go to dinner, was with my parents. I didn't get to go to sleep until like 4 hours. Dude, we were literally at Max and Irma's for like 3.5 hours. I hate that. Like, don't get me wrong, I love my parents, but I hate being that table, you know? Especially as someone who used to work back of house. I'm just thankful it wasn't busy. I would have been mad if it were busy, because then I would have been like, bro, this waiter hates us right now, because he could have had like 4 tables in the time that we've been here. But dude, your racing was like top tier. I saw you got 4th because you ran into a tree. That feels bad, man. But like, honestly, I was doing good when that first came out. I got like a couple firsts here and there, I think, but that was like, watching you just like know all the tracks, where to go, everything, that was the top tier Fortnite racing. I probably would have been last if I were in that race, in that lobby. That was solid, bro. That was cool to watch. I'm trying to watch some videos. This one we might watch later. I got pizza to eat, and then we'll get into some games. I'm torn on which game. That's like one of my favorite songs ever. I'm torn on which game to play right now. Okay, so are there 2 Philip DeFrancos or just one? We always watch the Philip DeFranco and commentate on that first. Yeah, there's 2. Shit. Alright. That's gonna be like an hour of commentary. Let's wait. That's a big undertaking, and I'm just like kind of getting into it for the day. I kind of want to see this. We'll do like guilty pleasure videos first. The one I really want to see though, where'd the Atozi video go? This one. So apparently someone stole Jack Doherty's $300,000 chain. I love Atozi so much. He's my favorite YouTube commentator. I love the fact that Jack Doherty's getting clowned on too. Why? Oh, I know what the problem is. I have the wrong chat. I have the wrong chat window, guys. I know what I need to do. I think I know what I need to do. Isn't there a way to pop this out? Maybe they got rid of that? Or is something with Restream not working? I'm just drooling on myself. That's how hungry I am. I haven't eaten anything today. Well, that's not true. I had a donut. My parents got me donuts when they came up yesterday. I don't know how, whatever. Yeah, I'm glad you enjoy it. It looks a lot of fun. All right, we're just going to post it in the YouTube chat. I think the bot should copy it to Kick anyways. Yeah, it did. Fair enough. Not the YouTube chat, the Twitch chat. I guess I still need this chat window. Because it's not going to work without that. Alright. So apparently Jack Doherty got robbed by my favorite commentary YouTuber decided to commentate on it. So let's see what happened. I'm gonna stuff my face. Appreciate you all being here.
$1,000 chain, as he was just robbed, as it seems like no one cares, which is actually kind of shocking because when a creator this size gets robbed, especially for the amount he was robbed for, I would expect to see a lot more coverage of this and maybe some sympathy towards him. But instead, most people are just dropping the Michael Jordan kissing his champion trophy gifts. So Jack Doherty really needs to be studied on how unlikable he is.
Yeah, I don't think anyone actually cares about this guy. I don't know how this guy even still exists as a creator, especially because it's basically come out that almost all of his money is from like manipulating young girls into signing OnlyFans contract under dubious scenarios. Basically, he gets them drunk on their 17th birthday. Well, he gets them drunk when they're 17 and then has them sign the moment they turn 18. I don't know if like the whole drunk thing is true. This is speculation. Allegedly, Jack Doherty gets them drunk on the night of their 18th birthday and then has them sign over their OnlyFans rights and make an OnlyFans as soon as they turn 18, which is fucking insane. And that's where the vast majority of his money comes from. And he's apparently broke now because his girlfriend, who's like his biggest OnlyFans earner, left him. And he's just crashing out like crazy. Not only that, but like the plan, it's not sustainable. So he's been like crypto scamming fans and stuff. This guy, I don't know how he even exists at this point.
But to make things extremely clear, I am in no way happy to see this, nor do I want to see this happen to anyone. It should be very obvious that no one wants to live in a society where people get robbed. Although, there are plenty of things that Jack could have done here.
But I think he deserves it.
Like not wearing $300,000 worth of diamonds around your neck in Los Angeles, a city where, you know, seemingly a new jewelry store is broken into every week at this point. But I mean, even considering the location, I don't think it's ever smart to put the value of a small family house around your neck. So what happened? Well, Jack was in LA, and the only thing I knew that Jack did was he went to a no jumper interview, and then the day after he decided to extend his stay in LA, and then he went to Rodeo Drive to, I guess, shop. And this is where the disaster struck him.
Guys, I just got robbed. I just got robbed on Rodeo Drive.
You know, no jumpers falling off too when they have to invite Jack Doherty on there. Adam 22's been getting hit by shit from the fan as well. Wild stuff, dude. Oh, for sure.
Drive, 4 armed guys hopped out of their car, ripped both my chains off my neck.
I mean, this situation is already very similar to the McLaren incident because as soon as the disaster happens, he instantly goes live. He goes live before he even notifies his family.
I think that was a setup, bro. So how many? That was a setup. So how many people?
I'm eating supreme. It's got black olives, pepperonis, sausage, I think red, yellow, and green peppers, and some chopped onion on it. I get it from Aldi. Aldi makes these pre-made pizzas that aren't frozen, and they're way better than like frozen like DiGiorno. Like, don't get me wrong, I've eaten a lot of DiGiorno in my lifetime. DiGiorno has some pretty good ones. They have like a bacon ranch stuffed crust that I really like. But this is way better than any frozen pizza. It's like almost as good as pizza straight made from a pizza place. Aldi's is amazing. Yeah, I've had Aldi's pizza, pretty good. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is my favorite Aldi's pizza too. I like their buffalo chicken one as well, but that's like a thinner crust, so I always end up eating the entire thing, and then I feel really fat. This pizza, I get 2 meals out of it, so I generally get this one. Also, it's like the same price, if not cheaper, than a frozen pizza for like twice the food. It's like $7 for one of these Aldi's pizzas, and the frozen pizzas are like 8 or 10, and it's twice as big around. I get 2 meals out of this for $7, whereas the regular one, it's like $10, and you got to eat the whole pizza to feel full.
Can we just hold off on this because we got some more way.
Dave, I don't even know what the happened. Like, help me talk, bro. I'm in shock. Nah, they're with me.
The police officers got those jobs.
Sir, they're with me.
He can't even just have a normal conversation with the police about what happened.
I mean,
What is
even
wrong with
after
this
he's
kid?
robbed, he's taking pictures with people. I mean, dude's probably having the worst day of his life, but still forcing a smile for a photo.
It was too dire to change like $300,000.
I wonder if that was one of the guys that robbed him. He was like, "Oh look, there he is. I'm gonna get a trophy photo." Like, "Oh, it's the dude we just robbed. Let's go get a photo with him so we can brag."
even
No, that guy
after
was with
he's
his girl.
robbed, he's
Never
taking
mind. I
pictures
saw
with
his girl
people.
standing there
dude's
waiting.
probably having the worst day of his life, but still forcing a smile for a photo.
It was too dire to change like $300,000.
Did they touch you?
Yes. Believe it.
Did you get fired?
Sure. What's that? That's not long for radio.
Alright, just make sure nobody touch you. We're gonna have crime left and let us lobby. What's the value of the diamond necklace?
One was 100K, one was 200K.
It's like 300K?
Yeah.
I mean, $300,000 just to go shopping? Why are you peacocking like that? Why do you feel the need to do that? Like, I can
Because he's
somewhat understand the
compensating for
expensive
something.
watch for the right place and the right time, but I don't think it's ever a good idea to be roaming around LA with a 6-figure watch and a $300,000 diamond necklace. That's just terrible situational awareness. Bank robbers, on average, they get away with about $5,000, which I was actually surprised of that stat. I thought it would be way larger than that. But you have guys risking that much for $5 grand, and you know for sure a bank is way harder to rob than Jack Doherty here on Rodeo Drive. Because let's be real, the only thing to
You have
Jack here
dudes-
is an out-of-shape bodyguard.
You have dudes that will literally kill you over a pack of cigarettes. And that's like $10, depending on where you are, taxes and things like that, and what quality of cigarettes you're getting. I think it's $10. It's been many, many years since I smoked cigarettes, and I'm just guessing what they cost now. But the only way you should ever be wearing chains like that at all is if you're like rolling deep with a gang. Like, watch someone try to take a chain off Tech 9 or one of his guys or something like that. It's not going to happen. It doesn't necessarily need to be like a gang, although he's got that history. But like the whole Strange Music crew rolling up trying to take one of those Strange chains, that would be a bad day for you.
Because the last bodyguard he had got him into legal trouble. So I guess he got a new one, and this new one is probably already fed up with it because Who wouldn't be? Also, let's be real. I don't think he signed up for that. He signed up to defend Jack when he eggs someone on the street or something like that, and then, you know, has to back them off. Or some TikTok person harassing him. That's essentially what I would assume they sign up for. Not 4-armed gunmen blitzkrieging Jack. I feel like that's a little bit much for one bodyguard who's not even armed to handle. So overall, just terrible risk assessment on Jack.
When you're
Doherty.
there protecting a guy, just flaunting money like that in a evil city like that, what do you expect to happen?
Kind of blaming his security guard. He's like, why would you let that happen? It's like, dude, what is he gonna do? Apparently he tackled one, but there's 3 others with guns. Like, dude, you broadcasted one large game of capture the flag with $300,000 worth of diamonds around your neck as a reward to any criminal in LA, and you live stream your current location. Then on top of that, they can clearly see that you only have one bodyguard here. And again,
It's pin the tail on the pony, and Jack Doherty's the pony.
I never want to see anyone get robbed, but this is just ridiculously reckless on his part. And then on top of that, I wouldn't be surprised if the dudes who robbed him get less time than Vitaly in the Philippines when their crimes aren't even comparable. But
I'm
he
sure.
starts explaining what happens here.
It's LA. They don't even put criminals in jail in LA. That's why there's so much crime there. You like knock over a gas station and they put you out on bail, so you just knock over another gas station.
And what, you ran? Yeah, give us a play-by-play. What happened? Yeah. Bro, that was a setup for sure, bro. It's too perfect. I walk out and they're right there, bro. Like, they walk out and they immediately hop out their car.
Quite possibly it's a setup. First of all, he's a really fucked up individual, and fucked up individuals attract fucked up individuals that fly around them. It's like the way shit attracts flies, you know? And many crimes are perpetrated by someone you know, because they're who knows what you have. They get jealous of what you have, and they want it for themselves. The fact that he's like fallen off too right now, it's just all those vultures that have been flying around and picking off the droppings that he's left around. They're circling now, you know? They're like, oh shit, we should get him while he's still got money before he ceases to be relevant.
What even happened? Like, I didn't even see what happened. It all happened so fast. Did they just pin me against the wall?
Can I speak to you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna separate you from everyone just like to get your information and everything. I understand.
That is a complete nightmare scenario, but apparently he didn't remember what the people robbed him looked like. How would you not be able to remember what they look like? Okay, so I guess everyone's trauma responses or just like fear responses work differently. I had a scary moment where I was in a CVS, and
It's entirely possible, you know? People fixate on different things when their fight or flight response hits. He might have just been staring at the gun the whole time. So, like, he might be able to describe the gun in perfect detail, but have no idea what the guys looked like.
and it got robbed. They had guns. I was there with my family, and I was like only probably 4 feet away from one of the robbers at the time. And I saw behind the robber was my family. So I just kind of froze up and slowly started walking, because he clearly was not there to rob people. He was just trying to get whatever you can get from the CVS. So I just kind of walked, grabbed my family, and I've been to the store plenty of times, so I knew where the back door was. So we just walked into the back door, and then I closed the back door, and then I stood behind that metal door, and then we called 911. But I can also list from head to toe exactly what that person was wearing, his height, yeah, everything about that person.
That's because you're a badass, Atozy. Like, most people would have not had the wherewithal to do all of that when someone's robbing a store. Like, that takes a certain type of hardcore person to be able to keep their chill like that and focus on that. And I'm sure, especially since your plan was to call 911, you made a focus attempt to pay attention to what the guy looked like. Whereas Jack Doherty's a pussy who was freaking out because the thing he cares most about is his money and his appearance. And all he realized is that this is going to cost him a lot of money and it's going to hurt his image. That's all he could think about the entire time, I'm sure.
So Not to randomly trauma dump on you guys. Not that it actually was trauma. Obviously, it was scary at the time, but thankfully nothing happened. So it was nothing really to worry about. Damn, okay. Well, that just reminded me of that. Okay. Anyway, moving on.
All of them were the old ones in clinic. Is there one that you remember like vividly? It's okay if you don't remember all of them.
I don't really remember it. I don't have to say that.
But you just remember way back
So after the questioning, he continues where he left off by telling the story.
Dude, he was chasing me around the road trying to get my watch off. Like, that's yeah, it's like, and I don't know which way to go, bro.
Pizza looks delicious. Thank you, Snow Ninja. It is delicious. It's leftovers from the other day, so it's not perfect like it is when it comes out of the oven. I haven't figured out the best way to heat it up yet. I want to try with the air fryer and the toaster oven, or maybe the oven itself, but generally I'm so crunched for time that I'm trying to go live, so I just put it in the microwave, and I gotta eat it quick when I heat it up in the microwave, otherwise it gets kind of hard and weird. But it's still really good. Absolutely delicious. How are you doing tonight? We're reacting to Jack Doherty getting his chain snatched, because there's two really big Phil DeFranco videos that seem kind of heavy, and I didn't want to get into that. I wanted some simple, weird drama bullshit first before we get into the heavy news. I heard in a pan and adding a bit of water and covering it. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to try that sometime. I saw a bit of this on Instagram. Yeah, this is crazy. This is insane. He was wearing $300,000 in chains. Who does that? I get it if you're like a rap god and you have a gang or a crew with you. But this is like the least athletic, most pathetic streamer that isn't even really a streamer. He just has money because he manipulates OnlyFans girls, and he has one insanely out of shape bodyguard. Like, and he goes into like the one city that doesn't punish criminals at all. Like, what do the fuck do you expect is gonna happen?
And bro, I just didn't want to lose my Richard Mille. I lost both my chains, bro. It's so sad.
I am surprised he was not worried about his life here or his girl's life, as they were just charged.
He doesn't care about those.
Like, come on, screw the material.
There's no way he cares about the girl at all. I will never forget the video where he fucking flipped the golf cart and like crushed his girl's head, and he could barely even show like any kind of remorse for that.
Why are you worried about that?
They said Timu McKinley set you up, bro. They got the drop from her. Is that true?
I don't suspect that at first.
Timu McKinley? Oh my god. That's ridiculous. So his old girlfriend, the one that just left him and took all of his money because she was his top OnlyFans earner, her name was McKinley. So they're calling the new girlfriend Timu McKinley. That's insane.
And I checked it. I said, yo, I had to. I was like, what the I'm sorry. Like, I don't know. 300K is 300K. You never know.
Should have been 580.
What?
It should have been like a 480 with the Richard.
Bro, he was chasing around. I was not letting it go. He had a gun to me, and I was like, nah. I'm taking this watch. I'll die for this. I should have gotten insurance. What was I doing? I gotta calm down. The cops are gonna think I'm crazy. They're not gonna see my shit back.
Anyone with a $300,000 house would have it insured. I don't know what he was thinking with
the
having
cops think this is hilarious.
$300,000 worth of house.
I'm taking this watch. I'll die for this.
Look at them.
I should have gotten insurance. What was I doing?
They're back there laughing at him.
I'm crazy. They're not gonna see my shit back.
Anyone with a $300,000 house would have it insured. I don't know what he was thinking with having $300,000 worth of jewelry not insured. And I was interested in seeing what that would cost. And that would apparently be anywhere from $300 to $600 a month to insure it, as the industry standard for jewelry like that would be between 1% and 2% of the assessed value of the jewelry. And
that's not even bad. If your jewelry's worth that much, you can easily afford $300 to $600 a month to get that shit back. The fact that he doesn't have it insured is insane.
1 to 2% is for the
The
annual
guy looks
cost. But
15.
obviously, he
He
continues to
looked
marinate
older
in the
before he cut his hair. He's like 25, I think.
What is happening? Bro,
He's a Oh, do you mean Jack Doherty? Or Atozy? They both look really young right now. But Atozy's an elder millennial. He's on like the not millennial, Gen Z. He's on the cusp of Gen Z and millennials. Jack Doherty, I think he's younger Gen Z. I'm not sure.
That's like
I don't know much about the guy except that he's
Cheesecake Factory set me up.
a piece of shit.
He's allowing everything. Hey, can I sue for this or no? Who can I sue for this?
Yeah, the only people you could sue here would probably be the robbers. That's about it.
You ain't gonna go to exhibition. I actually live here. I'm not a fake street living. So you ain't
All right, watch your mouth. Watch your mouth.
Hey, pal. Leave me the fuck alone.
Hey, pal. Hey, I love you. My daddy. You.
Now I was just beefing random with random guys on the street. What is wrong with this kid?
Okay, dude. Jack has really made it an art form to just come up with the least likable thing to say at all times.
Wait. What do you think happened, man? So I lost my neck aura. It's all gone. 300 grand down the drain. This is worse than McLaren crash.
Well, I mean, here he didn't endanger other people's lives. He just lost a diamond necklace. But I guess he feels that way because the McLaren incident, that was in his hands, while here he had zero control, other than choosing to wear $300,000 worth of diamonds that day. But he finally gave us the full story without being interrupted here.
Yeah, tell us what happened. So when you went to the
I'm
ground,
like pinned up against the wall, me and like I get pinned up against the wall like this, and I see my chains right there in this guy's hand, and I'm being pushed like this. Some other guy's going at my watch, and I'm like trying to fight him off, and then
so 4 dudes, they pushed you against the wall like instantly, and just one took your chain.
somehow like
one's holding you.
Like we're all here, like 5 of us right here, or 6 of us right here. Me, Dave, Chrissy, and the 4 guys. And then next thing I know, Dave and 2 of the guys are there, and then one of the guys chasing me around the street trying to get my watch off.
You went fully across the street.
And then the other guy's like, nah, we got the chains. And then the other guy stopped chasing me. Jack Doherty's cooked, all right?
I mean, thankfully, no one got hurt. As
Yeah,
this
he
is,
is.
again,
He's
a
super
nightmare
cooked.
situation for anyone. But he calls his dad finally, and his dad states the obvious.
Did you run all the way across the street?
I ran there, and then I was like, if I go there, it's just me and him. So I was like, I have to come back.
And then what his boy said, oh, we got the chains. And
Yeah,
he turned around and
yelled, and they hopped in the car.
Yeah, hopefully that's a tough lesson. I mean, you can't advertise all your money or your jewelry. You gotta stop that. I can't say that. Make it film like it's causing all the safety possible.
All right, Dad, I'm live right now, Dad. Like, we're not doing this.
So, I don't know that.
At least his dad tried to share some common sense with him. And his dad isn't the only one. Even his friend was trying to tell him this before the robbery actually happened.
it didn't even break the seal, did it? Like even close?
Nah, but the chains were like instant, like, because he just got it.
It came off just right away.
It almost took me to the ground with him, bro. He took it off.
If you were in your hoodie too, they would have never even seen them shits. Michael literally said, "Tuck your chains" as we were getting in the Range Rover.
Well, right after it happened.
And then he reconfirmed the chains were not insured.
Robert's probably watching a stream right now.
Yeah, what do you have to say to him?
When you have them insured, now.
Then finally they got the bodyguard to share his perspective.
They pulled up, I heard the tires screeching, I was standing right here. I heard the tires screeching, I looked to my left and I see everybody.
Look at the gut on that guy.
And I tried to beat them to you. But I just remember tackling one guy. And
He's got bigger tits than most of the women in my family.
And I seen the gun and I had to hold up, I had to draw back.
He's got bigger tits than most OnlyFans models.
Damn, bro.
And they also managed to somehow get a little peek of the security cam footage, but it's hard to really make anything out of it as Jack's friend was filming off of the phone they were using to show the cops of the security footage.
Zoom in on my phone.
What is going on?
You see him get out. Like, yeah, you can see some of it. Just like we're watching Minecraft pixels. You can see him hop out of the car and start running.
So, can't really see much here, but it definitely confirms it happened. If there's a lesson here, don't walk around with $300,000 worth of diamonds around your neck, especially if it's not insured. But let's be real, there is no need to ever peacock like that. And I'm also now on TikTok as a Tozy with the 2 underscores because someone took my original name ages ago. Obviously, YouTube will always be my main platform. I'm just posting some edited versions of my YouTube videos onto TikTok because a bunch of you guys started sending me TikToks of my videos re-uploaded on TikTok with millions of views. So clearly there's a demand for my content over there as well. So hey, if you have a TikTok account, click the link in the description down below and also go follow me there. But other than that, we're now back to daily uploads, hopefully, because I've been sick with pollen allergies, but it seems like my symptoms are starting to chill out a little bit. So hopefully I'll see you in another video tomorrow. Peace.
Cool. He stopped uploading for a long time because he was like, one, going through a move, then he had family things. All right, there's the video again. Go give a Tozy a like and a follow, please. I want to see this. So there's like more iDubbz drama. There's always iDubbz drama because he doesn't really know how to make content anymore. He just feeds off other people for drama for his content.
It looks like Creator Clash is, yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's very, very bad. Let's see here.
Tragic day for the 25 people.
Oh, this is a sensitive society
Creator Clash
video.
3, which is literally in a month and a half. Can we please have a moment of silence to the 25 people who are going, please? I'm pretty sure everyone here knows about Creator.
Where a streamer watching a streamer watch a content creator make a video about a content creator. This is like some weird. This is a 2025 is in a weird place right now.
Clash, the event hosted.
I knew
by
about the one last year. I didn't even know this one was happening at all. They didn't.
I heard about it.
Advertising it in any capacity. This is the video saying that it's falling apart is the first time that I heard about it.
Anissa and Anissa's husband were influencers, my favorite word of all time, fight other influencers, and the money goes to charity. I've said this.
I heard about it because he was trying to get Amaranth to fight in it. I don't even remember how specifically I heard about that, but there was some drama where I think it was, it might have been this Sensitive Society channel that was talking about it. So I was talking about like Amaranth said some like anti-LGBT things or something. So like some pro-LGBT women wanted to fight her, and iDubbz was trying to get her to fight in Creator Clash 2. That's the only reason why I know it exists. Like literally, this guy at this point, he's nothing but a drama ghoul. And that's why his latest Content Cop. We watched his Content Cop. I've never really watched Content Cop before, but I decided to watch the most recent one when it came out. We got through like maybe a minute, if even that, before I had to stop because it was just so brain dead.
Before, despite the fact that I don't like iDubbz, I think he's a loser. I think he's a lot of things. I don't want to repeat myself, but I don't want the event to fail because number one, I think it's a good concept. Number two, a certain percentage of whatever the event
I agree.
is, it goes towards charity. I'm never going to prey on a charity.
I don't like iDubbz either, but I still want the event to do well. I think it's a great idea. I think it's cool. There's more people than just iDubbz that will be negatively affected if it fails. The first one did like well as far as reach and viewership, but it didn't make money. It lost money.
The event to go bad. The only people
I don't think that you can hide behind charity if you're doing something that's problematic. I think
I
that
agree.
a lot of people do that and they try to say, oh
yeah, I don't really care about the charity aspect, to be honest. Don't get me wrong. I think charity is absolutely necessary and wonderful, and we should all do it. But I don't think it's something that should really be advertised. I feel like if you start advertising that you're doing charity, it's not charity anymore. Then it's just clout seeking.
It's for charity, so it's okay. I think that something is either good or bad, and the goodness or badness of it can't really like. There's like a bit of a shift, right? If you're doing something for charity, but in a general sense, I don't like the idea like, oh well, I'm doing this for charity, so it's okay for me to do something that's problematic.
Doing something for charity that's problematic is worse than just doing something problematic. If you're just doing something problematic, okay, fine, be a problem. If you're doing something problematic and claiming, oh, well, it's okay because it's for charity, then that's just fucked.
That are going to be affected by this are the people that need it the most. So do I want the event to fall and flop like crazy? No. If they had better fighters, this event would be pretty fire. So these are the fights, right? I don't know any of these people. I know this guy, the odd one out. I like his content.
Let me see. Do I know any of these people? Okay, so this guy already dropped out. So
yeah,
this is the.
I did hear about that. So apparently Tectone got a message about potentially replacing this guy, which is how I know that guy dropped out.
Title card fight, and this guy dropped out. I know.
That was the title card? No way.
No, Tubbo and Sapnap.
Don't
know either of those.
I know Myth.
Don't know either of these.
I know this guy.
I know Will Neff.
I like his content.
I don't know either of those.
OG YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken.
Not sure if I know Freddy.
Don't know. Oh yeah, I know this. Like his content. OG YouTuber, if I'm not mistaken.
Not sure if I know Freddy.
Don't know either of those.
Oh yeah, I know this. This guy, I like their videos. I believe she works for the H3 podcast, if I'm not mistaken.
She works for the H3 podcast? That's a little bit awkward, isn't it? Really awkward. Oh, jeez.
So if you don't know. One sec. Clean it up. If you don't know, the most recent content cop that happened it was targeting H3H3 and Ethan Klein specifically. And the craziest thing about it is that iDubbz and Ethan used to be friends to the point where iDubbz once said Ethan Klein was his best friend in a video. And then he just like totally throws him under the bus to make a video featuring Hassan, Frogan, Denims, and some random dude. I have no idea who it was. And it was like the most cringe and embarrassing thing I've ever seen, where he just spends the entire video making fun of this person that he once claimed was his best friend. It's fucking disgusting.
So the event is pretty mid. Just looking at who's fighting, it makes you want to fall asleep. The event is doing absolutely horrible.
I want to see the list.
Cardboard. And who is to blame
triple
for this?
cardboard.
iDubbz. He has barely promoted this event. And on top of that, on his most successful video that he's had in years, probably in half a decade, he never once mentioned Creator Clash 3. Now,
It's crazy that you used
Wait, is this 3?
Real estate to promote Frogan instead of your event. Oh God, what a bad call. Jeez.
Oh, this is Creator Clash 3.
Bad call.
Shit, I didn't even know there was a third
money
one.
Because I'm sure he needs it, and to build some buzz around the event, right? He never mentioned Creator Clash.
Okay. So, I did know Alana Miles, but apparently that's a Miles, is that her name? I don't know. Apparently that's a previous one. I don't know if she's in this one. So, Jay Laurie, Ali Spagnola, these are the ones we didn't really see. No, I don't know any of these people. His name's just Dad, what the fuck? I don't know literally any of these people. I wouldn't have been able to fight any of them. They're so tall. Oh, I guess I would probably like match up in this, but 75 pounds, I'm like, I was I don't know. I might be down to that now. I need to start working out again. I was up to 180. Those guys are too tall, though. Reach is huge in a box. Those guys are tiny. Holy shit. 200 plus heavyweights. Let's go.
3 ones, which I thought was pretty stupid. I was like, well, if you're gonna scoop that low to make a video on your former friend and then spread lies, I would respect you a little more if you plug. So I saw this tweet, and this is pretty much the inspiration.
Alana Pierce. I don't know why I said Alana Miles.
Okay, I'll watch.
Alana Miles is a singer.
It's not looking too good for Creator Clash 3, and they showed this. Taking
love
master
those emotes.
graph.
Yeah.
This is not good. This
Animated
is
emotes
not
is so.
good
I
at
need to
all.
do
Now, in
more
opinion,
with
this
my
card would've
emotes.
been a lot better if it had Frogan somewhere on here. versus Frogan. I think that will be pretty hard. Honestly, I would.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
That. Oh, give us entertaining fight. Who cares about 90% of these? And I'm being very.
I think this is a very fair criticism. Is that the title card fights aren't very interesting, and because of that, the event probably won't do very well. I don't think this is really a result of.
There's not a single fight on that that's interesting. It's supposed to be the Creator Clash, and yet no one has ever heard of any of these creators. We're talking about 3 terminally online internet people here. I mean, I guess Sensitive Society and Asmod Gold knew a few more of them, but I literally didn't know any of them. But both of them didn't know, like, the matchups, you know? They would know, like, one guy on one side, but not the guy on the other side. If you want to have a successful Creator Clash, you got to do something that's like Asmon Gold versus Hassan or something like that. Now, obviously, they're probably not going to neither one of that wouldn't be a good fight. 1, I think Asmon Gold is taller, and 2, I think Hassan is heavier because he lifts and stuff, and Asmon Gold doesn't lift. So that would probably be a pretty mismatched fight. But do something like get Steve Will Do It versus FouseyTube or something like that. People would love to watch that, and I think they're about the same height, possibly a similar weight. And dude, people, you gotta get names that people actually know and kind of dislike a little bit, but also love at the same time. That's how you make it have draw.
Of iDubbz reputation or a result of the content cop. I think it's just the, you know, it's just the content of the character, right?
Definitely,
the content of the event itself.
Jenner is more like 90.
I want to know now. Steve Will Do It. Height and weight. 5 feet 11, 165 pounds. I think it said. Yeah. All right. Can I? This is crazy that these websites exist, by the way. Then we go FouseyTube, height and weight. 5'10", 172. Yeah, they're pretty close. They could fight at 5'10", 5'11", 170. That would be a great matchup. Like, we have FouseyTube and Steve will. Okay, we're gonna get the best shot of Steve Will Do It ever. His fucking mug shot with the fake mustache. I love that. But yeah, get those two, dude. People would love to see that fight.
8%. I do think they're going to cancel it because
that's pretty crazy that I just picked 2 people off the top of my brain and they were perfectly matched like that.
Thought it will be smart to book it at this arena, right? This arena has a 21,000 people capacity. Now, maybe if this was 2015 or 2016, maybe even 2017, iDubbz could have sold this out within a few weeks.
Yeah.
So this is 2025 iDubbz we're talking about. I'm sure he would have a hard time selling out.
It's not even the fact that it's iDubbz. It's the fact that people aren't fighting that people care about. Do you know why the most sold pay-per-view event ever was Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, it's not because people thought it was going to be a good fight. Everyone thought the fight was going to be really one-sided in one way or the other. They were like, either Mike still has it and he's going to eat Jake Paul for lunch, or Mike's just too old and Jake Paul is going to beat him up. And it was the second one that happened. But the reason people did it is because it's Mike fucking Tyson and Jake fucking Paul, right? Like, that's why people bought tickets for this, because they just knew those names and they wanted to see it happen. No one knows who the promoter was. It doesn't matter that it's iDubbz doing it. What matters is that nobody is fighting that people care about. You got that $1 million idea, Braid? Yeah, if only I could make it work for me. It's because it was so weird. Yeah, for sure. It was because it was weird and because everyone knew those names. You know, if it had been some other, like, let's see, most underrated boxers of all time. If it had been, let's just pick one of these. If it had been Ezzard Charles, I don't know if he's in the same weight division, but like, if it had been one of these guys that nobody knows their names, people wouldn't have cared as much. It's because it is the Mike Tyson, you know? I'm sure these guys are great because there's a whole article about how they're super underrated. But they're not Ali, Tyson, or Mayweather. It's just that simple.
2014, 2015 iDubbz would have had a better lineup, and so it wouldn't have been a problem.
That's true.
And this is also the issue with like a declining popularity thing like this, is that whenever you have a declining
yeah, I feel like that is part of the problem. The reason he has, it's not even a declining popularity. It's the way iDubbz torpedoes his friendships. You know, if everyone that ever seems to have been friends with iDubbz catches flack eventually. And I wouldn't have even said that until this most recent content cop. But with this last content cop, it's like he has declared war on anyone that ever took his side. So it's like, why would you want to work with someone when that's the surest way to end up in their sights at some point? You wouldn't.
Like viewer base, obviously somebody doesn't want to get punched in the face in front of 5 people, but they'd be willing to do it in front of 50,000. So the more people that you can get to watch something, the higher the appeal is to get people to participate in it. That's just how it is.
Middling. A little bit of that.
Versus iDubbz. That's a good one.
I think more of it is
Chili's or at a fucking In-N-Out establishment.
The lack of wanting to watch people that are
capacity.
there.
I have a question.
He's totally screwed.
Someone out there.
There's no way he's going to be able to afford that rent.
Who is managing the books for iDubbz? Who told them it was a good idea to rent out this 20,000+ people capacity arena? This is just unrealistic. And at his peak, this would have been low-key kind of hard to sell as well. I think a 10,000 people capacity would have been perfect. This is going to lose money like crazy. And on top of that, you have to pay the fighters, right? And there's a whole bunch of other expenses. It's not only, oh, let's rent the arena. It's everything else.
That's a good idea. You could have Sender versus the other VTubers, and then maybe her boyfriend could come in halfway through the match and help her.
That comes with that. In case you guys don't remember, the last Creator Clash lost $250,000, $250,000, and iDubbz had to go on Twitch for like 10 to 12 hours to raise money for charity.
Jesus.
Respectable.
I have some bad news to share with you.
I do remember. I mentioned that earlier, that really the last one didn't do very well.
I feel terrible. This year has been a rough one.
I thought it was the first one that didn't do well, but it was the second one that didn't do well. So slight correction.
To be transparent, we lost $250,000 on the event. The way that this typically works for anyone who's unaware is that once our expenses are paid off for the event, like all the minimums of like, you know, broadcasting, the hotel, travel, all that sort of stuff, once that's all paid off, then we can start paying the charities. Unfortunately, we didn't even reach the break-even point.
Jesus.
Right?
And like broadcasting a real event is not cheap. That's why there were so many issues with the Netflix stream. And people have a lot of problems with Netflix because they don't really have the capacity to broadcast that many people watching Mike Tyson and Jake Paul at the same time. And it was fine up until their fight. The earlier fights were honestly way better than the Jake Paul Mike Tyson fight. That was the worst fight of the night. I watched all of them. The Amanda Serrano fight was the best in my opinion, but she totally got robbed. That was the most brutal fight out of all of them, was the women's fight.
We're $250,000.
So why'd you do it again? I feel like...
So why'd you do it again?
To me, I would say, bro, we didn't make any... like, let's try something else.
That's so good.
Red.
Yeah. Just look at this. This is brutal. If the event does go on, they're most likely going to just close these and just have these. So it becomes, what, a 10,000 people capacity? I mean, iDubbz, you're going to be realistic. No one really likes you. No one really cares about you anymore. And I think on top of that, this roster just sucks, dude.
Yeah, the roster is the worst part.
Their title card fighter just dropped out.
90% shitty. Hope I'm wrong. Right? Because I don't want money to be taken away from charity. I am willing to bet that in about 2 to 3-4 months, iDubbz is going to upload a video talking about how Creator Clash 3 completely flopped. And
he lost $500,000 this time. Losing $250,000 wasn't enough.
Doing with this then we get this update. They have removed all the upper bowl sitting, which was what I was just
Why would you even do? That's not even like...
about. If I was iDubbz or Anissa, I would be freaking the fuck out. I don't know how much it costs to rent.
I would find a way to cancel that shit. I'm gonna be honest. Like,
I
would say, like, yeah, bro, like, this is
I do believe the content cost was definitely for money to fund Creator Clash 3. At this rate, we'll probably get 3 more content cops just so that we can arena. I do think this might be the last one. Once again, hope I'm wrong. I think it's a pretty interesting concept. It's just horrible.
He's damaged his reputation too much for people to want to interact with him willingly. That's just
I think it's a great
managed
idea.
The only time you hear about it
it's just been terribly implemented.
No one genuinely cares for most of the fighters. And on top of that, iDubbz is not even promoting it. It says right here, Creator Clash 3 has discount.
You know who needs to run it? Jake Paul. If he got Jake Paul to promote Creator Clash or to be the organizer, it would do so well. Don't get me wrong, I've said all kinds of negative things about the Pauls in my life, but they know how to promote a product. And Jake Paul has specifically said after the Mike Tyson fight, he doesn't know if he's going to keep fighting really, but him becoming a fight promoter, I think he'd do well at that.
I didn't even know about
half
this.
Of all available seating and reduce their price for seats also by about half. This is so close to the ring. It used to go for $215 and now it's going for $117. Now I think this is a bit further, but still. And once again, the only person that you could blame is iDubbz. And then we got this. Jake Paul announced his next boxing event will be the same day as iDubbz.
Oh my god.
Brutal.
Oh jeez.
I mean, I'm not going to watch either. Truth be told, I don't give a fuck about Jake Paul or his boxing career. He's always boxing people that are so old or people
Jake
who
Paul's going to kill it? Yeah, people like Jake Paul.
Past their prime,
Wow.
so
well, they might not like him, but they want to see him get knocked out.
I'll probably go towards the Jake Paul one. You're paying $32.
But he's not going to get knocked out because he picks all the safe fights.
iDubbz, who's not even
That's
fighting?
the big negative thing people have to say about Jake Paul is he doesn't fight real boxers. Or he fights real boxers that are on their deathbed.
I remember even my dad had an opinion about the Mike Tyson one.
Or are you going to see Jake Paul? It low-key feels like they're doing this on purpose to sabotage themselves and then play victim. Of course, that's just my insane tinfoil conspiracy theory mode going on, but it just doesn't make any sense. If I'm iDubbz, right?
I wonder if Jake Paul did it to shit on iDubbz. I don't think they have like any kind of history or anything, but I wouldn't be surprised. And I'm absolutely certain that if they had done like the scheduling and someone had been like, oh, yo, that's the same day as Creator Clash, you would have said, so? Who cares about Creator Clash?
And I'm going all out. I'm going to revive a dead series that I hated doing. I might as well plug my boxing event, right? I have no shame at this point. So here I am on the Ticketmaster website. I'm nowhere near Florida, but if I was in Florida, I would go to the event if it even happens in the first place. So I'm recording this video April 25th.
It's kind of sad because I remember the first Creator Clash that happened was so fucking popular. Like everybody was there.
People loved it.
All of the popular
it was
internet
such a cool
people
idea.
were there and everything. And it seems like, I think this is another big
I didn't
issue
watch
with
it or
like a
anything,
meta
but I
level issue
definitely
is
heard
that
about it.
A lot of these like big events, they were popular because of a COVID, like it was like a second order effect from COVID, where like
I don't know
COVID
about
blew up
that.
people's audiences a lot, and because of these
yeah, I can
audiences
see
that
that.
were created artificially, you had a lot of people that were creating these public events, and they were gaining popularity. But now that things have stabilized,
Yeah, and there's also like the vicarious aspect of it, where it's like, oh, we're locked inside, we can't go outside, so let's go to the Creator Crash, it's a live event, you know, and be like, where it's something different that's just not regular content. It's like we're outside the house, but we're not type thing. But at the same time, that's not an excuse for the modern ones failing. That's why perhaps the first one did so good. But you know, people will sit at home and watch 72 seasons of Survivor or watch any award show that you've never heard of before. So the fact that they can't get people to show up to these events, that's on poor organization and other things like that. That's not them. You know?
more, you had a lot of that fall apart.
And yeah, it's Jesus, this is rough.
Oh, 1 second, chat. Alright, we're good.
I would not be surprised if they close this section as well. I mean, look at this section, dude. $212. Is iDubbz going to personally come over and give me a hand job for this money? At this point, my conspiracy hat is back on. Does he want the event to flop on purpose? This is
does he want the event to flop on purpose?
And I do think it's going to get canceled unless they want to perform in front of 50 to 80 people. I mean, as long as charity gets money, I guess that's all that matters. I guess
they're not going to get the money if the people don't show up, because that's how they make money.
Piker and that part of the community, they absolutely no favors. Yeah,
that,
it's looking rough, but
that arena is insanely expensive to rent out.
The actions have consequences.
Let's see.
With that said,
how much does it cost to rent a 20,000 seat arena for to hold an event? $20,000 to $300,000 or more. If we just go with the middle and say that's $100K, that means if he's selling 100 tickets then if he's selling tickets for $100, which is like what some of the cheaper ones are right now, then just to pay for the arena itself, he needs 1,000 people to show up. That's a lot of overhead. I don't know if he's going to cover that.
The situation. Are you guys going to
probably? Oh yeah, they're insanely expensive to rent.
Are you guys going to Creator Clash 3? If you are, let me know. Let me know how it is. Let me know in the comments below. I'll just be waiting for iDubbz to announce the fact that it performed absolutely horribly and now they're in debt.
He should cancel
it. He's going to have to stream for like 35 hours to make the money up. But I don't know. Only time will tell. But anyways, I'm out. Subscribe to the channel so I could fight in Creator Clash 4. That's going to
okay. Here's the thing, right? I'll give this guy. I've never watched his videos before. I'll link it to you guys real quick. I think this actually
I've watched a lot of
to do with any drama with
the
content cop or anything like that. I don't think it
do
had
they have the
anything to do
actual
with it.
video?
I think it's just simply that the event wasn't really that interesting. It's basically compounding off of the lack of interest from the previous event, a reduction in people that are willing to be title card fighters, and I think all of these things happen.
All right. We are we're not gonna give go like the Asmongold video if you want, but we're gonna link the actual video because this guy is much smaller than Asmongold, probably both in many ways. All right, what is this? Oh, I kind of want this is like something I kind of want to see for my personal self. But I don't want to spend too long watching videos, and we got to get updated with the news. I want to commentate on the news. There's 2 news videos, apparently, because I guess yesterday I had a lot going on.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. My name is Philip DeFranco, and we have a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Donald Trump is now deporting U.S. citizens. At the very least, he is deporting their mothers and allegedly giving them no choice but to bring their kids with them, even if there are other family members in the U.S. willing and able to take the kids in.
And, people were saying, well, he's never going to deport U.S. citizens. He can't deport U.S. citizens. Now, they're going to say, well, it's the mothers he was deporting, and they chose to bring their children with them. People that are defending these illegal deportations, this constitutional crisis that we're on, they always have some moving goalposts as to why it's not a constitutional crisis yet. And it could be like, there's always some excuse. I'm sick of your fucking excuses. This shit is concerning.
Right, and with that, the citizens in question, they're 2, 4, and 7 years old. And notably, one of them is reportedly suffering from a rare form of metastatic cancer, with lawyers claiming he's...
And anyone that's been here for a while knows that I am willing to let anyone save face or give them the benefit of the doubt. His entire first term, I was basically like, oh, well, let's give Donald the benefit of the doubt. Well, no more. He has demonstrated that he does not deserve it.
Been sent away without medication or doctors being consulted despite ICE knowing about his condition. Also, one of the mothers, she is said to be pregnant, and she was allegedly deported without ensuring any continuity of prenatal care or medical oversight. Now, with all of that said, as of recording, the Trump administration hasn't really responded to those allegations, but it has, however, defended itself against the accusation of deporting U.S. citizens, with them saying that the women were unauthorized immigrants and claiming that they had taken their citizen children with them by choice. And this is U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, for example, telling Meet the Press this weekend.
3 U.S. citizens, ages 4, 7, and 2 were not deported. Their mothers, who are legally in this country, were deported.
But one of the problems with that is that in all 3 cases, lawyers say that the women were arrested at routine check-ins, given almost no opportunity to speak with lawyers or their family members, and then deported within 3 days or less. And so with that, you have people like this one lawyer with the National Immigration Project accusing the government of purposefully manipulating facts. And
are they going to talk about the father?
What has become entirely clear is that ICE's portrayal of consent is undeniably false and flatly a lie. And continuing to say ICE did not provide the mothers with any alternative other than their U.S. citizen children coming with them.
Come on, Phil, talk about the father.
They were not provided options. And then on top of that, you had the head of the National Immigration Project calling the idea that the children weren't deported willfully misleading, noting that ICE officials were, quote, well aware that there were legal custodians and family members who were ready and willing to care for them. With then another lawyer involved in the case suggesting that the mothers were under extreme duress and were essentially coerced into accepting this deportation with their children. Right, and so with all that, we've seen at least one judge so far appear receptive to the lawyers.
I guess he's not going to say it because, men's opinions don't matter when you're left-leaning. But one of the dads to one of the women is here illegally and was not in favor of his children being deported or his child being deported, and it happened anyways, against his will, without giving him the opportunity to file against it or anything.
His arguments. A judge who notably is a conservative Trump appointee who's handling the case involving the 2-year-old referred to in court documents as VML. And in that case, you have the government claiming that the mother requested to take her child with her to Honduras, citing a handwritten note purportedly written by the mother in Spanish. But the judge appeared to be skeptical, scheduling a hearing for next month, quote, in the interest of dispelling the court's strong suspicion that the government just deported a U.S. citizen with no meaningful process. With him also emphasizing there, it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport, detain for deportation, or recommend deportation of a U.S. citizen. And so now we're going to have to wait to see what comes from all that, as well as what happens with these other cases, and really with so many others. But I mean, connected to all this, ICE also reportedly deported a Cuban-born woman last week married to a U.S. citizen, separating her from a 1-year-old child.
Is this the one?
Others, she was allegedly held incommunicado and flown to Cuba within just a few days.
Is this the one I was talking about?
Claiming that the woman was still breastfeeding her daughter, who suffers from seizures. And then beyond that, even as data and U.S. intelligence continues to undermine Trump's justification for the whole thing, the administration has just kept ramping up its mass
he's not going to talk about the dad.
Saying, for example, last week, nearly 800 immigrants being arrested as part of a 4-day operation in Florida. And then just this weekend, more than 300 law enforcement officers from at least 10 federal agencies raided an underground nightclub in Colorado, arresting more than 100 people authorities said were undocumented immigrants. With also another interesting aspect of this being, the push to get the numbers that Trump promised deported is reportedly not even close to being reached, despite the lack of due process, which in itself has become more and more alarming to many. U.S. citizens have been mistakenly detained, and in some instances, they've even received official paperwork telling them to leave the country. It's also now been revealed that Mahmoud Khalil, the pro-Palestinian activist and legal permanent resident, was detained without an arrest warrant last month. And then, of course, there's the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, who was sent to El Salvador despite a court order barring his removal, with there, of course, being bigger questions about the legality of the other deportations there as well. Which I will say, this is me shifting from the news to now my opinion. Going into this administration,
none
I was
of them are
expecting
legal.
The worst. I was hoping for the best, but just the pure chaos of all this, the mishandling from the administration, it's been kind of wild to watch. Because with the 2024 election, one of the biggest winning issues for Trump was around illegal immigration. There was that and his economic promises. But since he's been president again, right, it's been over 3 months now when rubber has met the road and people have been seeing how things are being done. It's not popular. You've got new polls saying that 43% approve of his handling of the economy, with then only 31% supporting his handling of the deportation of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. With then Trump's response to the bad polling recently being him posting on Truth Social, these people should be investigated for election fraud, and add in the Fox News pollster while you're at it. With him calling the New York Times poll and the ABC Washington Post poll fake polls from fake news organizations.
Fox News is a very conservative-leaning outlet. If even the conservative-leaning outlets are pulling against you, that means maybe you should take that as a sign that people don't like what you're doing, dude. I am just doing a end of a hyperspace jump right here. We're landing, and then we're doing a micro jump, which means you jump twice in quick succession to reposition around a star system quickly. So we are jumping again. Let's go ahead and do our little combat thing. We're just gonna hit this because I don't have any we're gonna save our force actually because we're about to do some ground combat. I don't have any droid parts with me, so we're not attacking the droid because we can't fix that at the moment. Well, I do have droid parts, but I forgot to bring the toolkit, which you need to use droid parts. So it's like I don't have droid parts. Alright, let's go ahead and put that back. Alright.
But for now, we're going to have to wait to see how this continues to play out. I mean that in the real world, on the ground, deportations, what's happening in the courts, and with the polling. And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts. But then, next up today, shifting gears, we need to talk about this carbon dioxide news, because relatively few outlets have actually caught wind of this news. Starting with the news that the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere rose by 3.75 parts per million last year. Which I know, if you're not super familiar with this space, it doesn't sound like much, but it's actually the largest single-year increase on record. In fact, it's 25% 40% bigger than the previous record of 2.96 parts per million, which was set in 2015. And so now the total concentration of CO2 is about 423 parts per million, way up from the 337 measured in 1979 and the 280 estimated for the start of the Industrial Revolution. Now, as far as why the rate of increase seems to be growing, obviously humans are emitting more CO2 into the atmosphere, but scientists believe that there may be another reason as well. Namely, that the Earth is soaking up less carbon than it did before, because forests, wetlands, and other natural biomes absorb much of the excess carbon that we produce. But as the warming climate breaks these ecosystems down, they slow down climate change less and less. And so you've got scientists worried that last year's events could point to a feedback loop where climate change destroys carbon sinks, releasing more carbon and speeding up climate change. But then also a big part of this is you likely didn't hear this news, which, by the way, like and subscribe to the channel, because the Trump administration allegedly tried to smother it. So for context, every year around this time for about a decade, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has published the previous year's CO2 concentration data, with it prominently featuring a public report on its website and typically sending a press release to journalists. Because it's actually incredibly important and people need to know about it. But this year, instead of doing all that, NOAA, they just posted the data on Facebook and X. And even then, it provided no context, just announcing the numbers without mentioning that they're record-breaking or clarifying how big they are. And you're also not going to find the context in the replies on X either, because most of those appear to be snarky climate deniers writing stuff like, oh yeah, is that exponential growth? Now with that, according to Scientific American, NOAA staff did prepare a public web story for the data this year as usual, but a source who naturally requested anonymity for fear of reprisal told the outlet that officials nixed the report at the last minute, and that notably coming after months of just unmitigated chaos at the agency. For example, the administration firing some 600 workers there in February, including meteorologists, hurricane hunters, storm modelers, and more. Then in March, judges ordered the agency to rehire many of them, but it just put them on paid administrative leave instead. And then in April, the Supreme Court lifted some of the rehiring orders, so the agency...
I don't know how I used to get... well, it's not even that. He talks really fast, because if he didn't talk really fast, these videos would be 40 minutes long. Ironically, it loses the attention of people like me. That's why I went back to trying to figure out my chat problems. I used to have chat popped out, but I can't figure out where it went. I lost that window somehow, and I just can't get it back. There was a restream chat window that I could type in, but now it doesn't exist, and I can still get the chat in a window that I can see, but I don't know what happened to the one that I used to be able to chat in. Well, it's kind of still here, but it's not popped out the way it used to be. So I can see a full window that has everything, and the video's like frozen. But I used to be able to pop out just the chat section, and I don't know how to do that anymore. But I actually, I was watching it the other day, just out of curiosity. I went like this. Wait, not like that.
Subscribe to the channel, because the Trump administration...
I went like this. Just to see what it would sound like, and it's great.
Allegedly tried to smother it. So for context, every year around this time for about a decade, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration has published the previous year's CO2 concentration data, with it prominently featuring a public report on its website and typically sending a press release.
This is so good.
Because it's actually incredibly important and people need to know about it. But this year, instead of doing all that, NOAA, they just posted the data on Facebook and X. And even then, it provided no context, just announcing the numbers.
It's crazy how it sounds like he's
record-breaking or clarifying how...
Without the distortions, he basically sounds like he's talking at a normal speed.
Big they are. You're also not going to find the context in the replies on X either, because most of those appear to be snarky climate deniers writing stuff like,
this is probably sounds like
exponential growth. Now with that,
this is probably what it sounds like when he's like having a conversation at a bar or something.
Scientific American NOAA staff did prepare a public web story for the data this year as usual, but a source who naturally requested anonymity for fear of reprisal told the outlet that officials nixed the report at the last minute, and that notably coming after months of just
I actually didn't used to be able to watch this video at all, because I was just like, bro, my brain does not want to process this fast. It felt like he was doing it intentional for that reason, to keep people addicted. But then I realized that it was absolutely just because they try to keep every episode under 30 minutes. And even so, they've had some episodes that were like 40 minutes, and he apologized for how long they were.
Mitigated chaos at the agency. For example, the administration firing some 600 workers there in February, including meteorologists, hurricane hunters, storm modelers, and more. Then in March,
I had to go back because I totally zoned out.
Them, but it just put them on paid administrative leave instead. And then in April, the Supreme Court lifted some of the rehiring orders, so the agency fired them again. Meanwhile, some of those workers told NBC they had missed some salary payments during that period, and they didn't have their health insurance plans restored or receive basic paperwork. With one worker even saying she underwent a $70,000 surgery only to find out after the fact that she didn't have active insurance coverage, as well as another worker saying he hadn't received any formal separation paperwork from NOAA, and adding there hasn't been any communication about what's happening. It's a mess. My paycheck had health premiums taken out, but they haven't said our benefits have been restored. It's not at all clear what's happening. And one scientist who was fired from the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center telling the outlet, I have described it as intentional chaos and weaponized incompetence. And this is last month you even had NOAA announcing it was ending its monthly climate briefings where scientists explain climate and weather data to the media, with an agency spokesperson telling Axios, due to the loss of a significant number of staff resulting from the recent release of probationary employees, the deferred resignation program, and employees retiring, NCEI will no longer be able to support the monthly NOAA communications media briefing on the U.S. and global temperature and precipitation analyses and associated products. This is you also had sources telling the outlet that the agency had trouble recruiting scientists to volunteer for the briefings because they feared angering the White House.
I love fast videos like this. It's like Neo in the Matrix learning Taekwondo. Nice, yeah.
House. And it looks like things are just going to continue down this road and get worse because a White House proposal would cut NOAA's budget by over 27%, impacting education grants, research, and climate-related programs. With it even seeking to eliminate the entire Office of Oceanic and Atmospheric Research. I remember what it was. The lab responsible for the CO2 data that we just talked about, as well as the agency's other research labs, they would get shut down. And keep in mind, these facilities, they don't just measure climate change, strictly speaking. They also monitor the climate in a more ordinary sense, which is useful for farmers who depend on free, accurate weather and climate data. Not to mention anyone who doesn't want to die from storms and tornadoes, since the National Severe Storms Laboratory, which works to increase warning lead times, would also shut down. And keep in mind, there's even more being gutted and shut down. This is just some of it. And then we'll get to more news in just a moment. But first, let's talk about the frustrating gap between where you want to be financially.
I think it's a dock that stopped working.
People, debt is the thing standing between them and their next big life move. It's also what most of us avoid facing head on. But you can make today the day that you break free from financial limbo. Because today's sponsor, PDS Debt, specializes in helping you tackle those obligations.
I'd probably need to restart the stream and see if I could fix it.
See,
but I'm not going to do that.
It's about managing your debt. They help you take charge of your financial life so you can make those big purchases you've been dreaming of. And their customized programs are designed for anyone carrying $10,000 or more in eligible debt. And they go beyond the numbers, taking time to understand your unique situation and create a plan built specifically for you. No more one-size-fits-all advice, and you'll get a clear, actionable path to financial freedom tailored to your lifestyle. PDS Debt will help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and put money back where it belongs, in your savings account. You can get started with your free debt analysis in just 30 seconds at PDS.
Watch the chat itself in the browser.
Scan the QR code to complete your free debt assessment to see what options are available to you. That's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco. But then, next up in the news today, we've got the 60 Minutes reporter calling out his own.
Why are we getting like,
because if you missed it last week,
15 frames per second? What the hell's going on?
The show's executive producer, Bill Owens, who had worked at 60 Minutes for 26 years and CBS for 37, resigned. With the big key thing being that he told his colleagues in a note that it had become clear that I would not be allowed to run the show as I have always run it, to make independent decisions based on what was right for 60 Minutes, right for the audience. With that, then, widely taken to be a reference to Trump's ongoing lawsuit against 60 Minutes for $20 billion. Or because Owens and others in the company, they wanted to stand up to the White House, but reports say that Paramount, which owns CBS, is discussing a settlement with Trump's lawyers. Which, for extra context there, Trump is accusing the show of deceptively editing an interview with Kamala Harris to make her look good, something that they've denied, and they even published the full transcript. Right now, it was already understood that this resignation was a big deal because in the show's 57-year lifespan, it's only ever had 3 executive producers, and Owens was one of them. But then, really casting a spotlight on the situation at the end of this Sunday's telecast, you had correspondent Scott Pelley firing this shot.
Bill resigned Tuesday. It was hard on him and hard on us. But our parent company, Paramount, is trying to complete a merger. The Trump administration must approve it.
With that, referring to a merger between Paramount and Skydance Media that's currently in the works, with Pelly then adding,
Paramount began to supervise our content in new ways. None of our stories has been blocked, but Bill felt he lost the independence that honest journalism requires.
Reportedly, Susan Zirinsky, the former president
Firing
of CBS
shots
News,
at your
has
parent
asked to review
company.
the show's stories before they air now. So clearly, some employees interpret that as pressure not to go too hard on Trump. Not only because of the merger and the lawsuit, but also because Trump's FCC is investigating CBS News for the same deceptive editing allegation, with Trump calling on the agency to impose maximum fines and punishment for what he called their unlawful and illegal behavior a couple weeks back. Writing on Truth Social almost every week, 60 Minutes mentions the name Trump in a derogatory and defamatory way, but this weekend's broadcast tops them all. But anyway, with this most recent update, you had Pelly finishing.
No one here is happy about it, but in resigning, Bill proved one thing. He was the right person to lead 60 Minutes all along.
Then, next up today, we have to talk about the
Was
tragic
he,
news
though?
that at least 11
'Cause
have
wouldn't
been
he still
killed
be
after
there
an
if he's the
SUV
right
plowed through
person?
a festival crowd in Vancouver. With this happening at around 8 p.m. Saturday night as a Filipino community festival was winding down, and in addition to the 11 who were killed, dozens were injured, with the authorities saying that some of those injuries were very serious, so the final death toll is likely going to rise. And while as of recording, the police have not released the name of the victims, officials say that the ages range from 5 to 65.
Damn.
Now, as far as what happened, you had one witness who was selling clothes at a booth telling reporters that he initially saw the SUV crawling through the crowd and just assumed that it had been let in to help a vendor pack up, but then the car started to speed up, with officials later saying that the SUV had entered through an enclosed area and then began plowing through the crowd before being apprehended by bystanders who called the police, with some of the witnesses saying that the driver had attempted to run away but was restrained by people in the crowd. And with this, you have prosecutors announcing they've charged a 30-year-old man with 8 counts of second-degree murder, though additional charges are expected. Now, also, very notably here, police have not yet announced a motive, but authorities have said that they do not believe this was an act of terrorism. And with that, you had the interim chief of the Vancouver Police Department saying that the driver has a significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals related to mental health, and adding, there are many unanswered questions about why this horrific crime happened, the motive of the person who
But
did
you know,
it,
guns
whether
are the
anything
problem,
could have
right?
been done to prevent it. And while officials have said that there is no active threat to Canadians, the attack has still undeniably shaken the Filipino community and the country as a whole, especially as it happened just days before Canada's federal elections, which are being held today. And with that, you had Prime Minister Mark Carney, who's campaigning for his Liberal Party, responding by canceling a planned rally and expressing his condolences, saying, families lost a sister, a brother, a mother, a father, a son, or a daughter. Those families are living every family's nightmare. I know that I join all Canadians in mourning with you. And that sentiment also echoed by Pierre Poilievre, the Conservative candidate, who said, our hearts are with you today. All Canadians are united in solidarity with the Filipino community. All Canadians are united with you in mourning the loss of these treasured lives. Then from that, next up, Vladimir Putin just announced that there will be a ceasefire in Ukraine next month, but it will only be temporary. And so the ceasefire would only last 3 days, spanning May 8th through May 10th to coincide with the 80th anniversary of the Soviet Union's victory over Nazi Germany. And with that, you had Putin saying in a statement on the Kremlin website, based on humanitarian considerations, the Russian side declares a truce during the 80th anniversary of the Victory Day. For this period, all hostilities are stopped, and adding, Russia believes that the Ukrainian side should follow this example. In the event of violations of the truce by the Ukrainian side, the armed forces of the Russian Federation will give an adequate and effective response. With also Putin's spokesman claiming that the temporary ceasefire underlines our willingness to get on the path toward a peaceful resolution. But there, we've seen many push back.
I hope so, but I doubt
saying in a
that.
statement on X, if Russia truly wants peace, it must cease fire immediately. Why wait until May 8th? And adding that Ukraine is ready for a 30-day ceasefire, which is a plan that's been backed by the US but rejected by Putin. And notably, it wasn't just Ukraine who said that this temporary halt doesn't go far enough. Because when asked about Putin's announcement, you had White
Of course Putin doesn't want a 30-day ceasefire because he knows that since it's a war of aggression, that's better for the defender than it is for him. Because in 30 days, Ukraine will have a bunch of time to bolster their defenses, to potentially recruit, to rest their troops. Russia doesn't get that advantage because their troops are in foreign territory. Their supply lines are so much longer. So the reason he doesn't want a 30-day ceasefire is because it's not the end of the war. He intends to keep fighting. Otherwise, a 30-day ceasefire would be fine. But because he intends to keep pushing for victory, a 30-day ceasefire is unacceptable to him because he wants to keep pushing through. And if he gives time for Ukraine to recover and bolster their fences from his offensive, then that's going to be so much harder.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt telling reporters this morning, the president has made it clear he wants to see a permanent ceasefire first to stop the killing, stop the bloodshed, and adding that Trump is increasingly frustrated with leaders of both countries and continuing. While he remains optimistic he can strike a deal, he's also being realistic as well, and both leaders have to come to the table to negotiate their way out of this. Right, and that statement is very notable because it comes just days after Trump made a post on Truth Social telling Putin to stop bombarding Ukraine and urging him to agree to a peace deal. And this is just yesterday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the administration will decide this week if it's going to continue peace talks or shift its energy to other issues. So right now, it remains unclear if a long-term solution is going to be reached anytime soon, or even if this 3-day one will be honored. Because, I mean, Putin abruptly announced a ceasefire on Easter Sunday, and Ukraine agreed to do the same, but then both sides accused each other of breaking the one-day truce. And according to Russian analysts and people close to the Kremlin, Putin seems to be convinced that he would lose negotiating power if he agrees to a ceasefire without securing certain concessions first. So far, we've seen Ukraine rejecting a deal put forward by the Trump administration that would be massively favorable to Russia, or with it including things like preventing Ukraine from joining NATO and having the US officially recognize Russia's claim to Crimea. Now, with that said, Trump's envoy to Russia
of those are insane.
This past Friday with the Kremlin describing the conversation as constructive. And while they provided very few details, they did say that the discussion touched upon the possibility of direct talks between Russia and Ukraine. Right, and that is, you also had Trump briefly meeting with Ukrainian President Zelensky on the sidelines of Pope Francis's funeral this weekend, which is their first in-person meeting since that whole Oval Office blowout back in February. And again, we didn't get too many details, but both Trump and Zelensky painted the interaction in a positive light, with Zelensky telling reporters that the meeting was really productive, and you had Trump saying he believed that a ceasefire agreement could be on the horizon. But you also had Trump claiming that Zelensky might be willing to give up Crimea, which would be a massive shift for Ukraine's negotiating position that seems fairly unlikely, at least right now. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, back in the day, your dog eats better than you. It meant scoring some tasty table scraps. But these days, we know better. Treating dogs with table scraps, it isn't doing any favors for our furry friends or ourselves. And we all want a healthy pet, and diet is pretty much the one thing we can actually 10% off your first order. It's sundaysfordogs.com/Phil, and trust me, your dog will be doing a happy dance. But then, next up, we've got international news that a U.S. airstrike has killed at least 68 African migrants in Yemen, according to a Houthi-run television station, which further reported that another 47 migrants were injured. Though this casualty reports haven't yet been verified by other sources.
I was wanting a dog when I was younger.
Sharing video footage showing first responders recovering the bodies of at least a dozen men buried in the rubble of a destroyed building, with the building presumed to be a detention facility in which these migrants were reportedly being held. Because actually, despite the devastation caused by more than a decade of conflict in Yemen, migrants keep arriving in the country. And this is most planned to cross into neighboring Saudi Arabia to find work. With, for example, in 2024, more than 60,000 migrants reportedly arriving to the country, most of them from Ethiopia and Somalia. And now, while there aren't any official stats, thousands are thought to be held in detention centers like the one that was just destroyed. With you seeing rights groups reporting that detainees experience grim conditions, including overcrowding, abuse, and poor sanitation. But with that said, right, as far as the facility hit by a U.S. airstrike, so far there's been no immediate response by the Pentagon, but notably, just a few hours before the strike, you had U.S. Central Command revealing that American forces had hit more than 800 targets in the country since Trump ordered the military to step up its air campaign against the Houthis last month. With that announcement also claiming that those strikes had killed hundreds of Houthi fighters and numerous Houthi leaders, including senior officials overseeing missile and drone programs, although it didn't give any names. Right, and this is, it made no mention of civilian casualties, whereas you had Houthi officials saying that more than 100 civilians have been killed, not including the migrants killed today. And again, right, this is only going back to last month, though of course there's been a lot that's led us to this point. Because if we go back to November of 2023, for example, which is when the Houthis started targeting merchant vessels in the region with missiles, drones, and small boat attacks. And all in all, they reportedly sunk 2 vessels, seized a 3rd, and killed 4 crew members. And so with all that, on March 15th, Trump ordered the military to begin a virtually non-stop air campaign against the Houthis dubbed Operation Rough Rider, which of course is the operation that was discussed in at least 2 signal chats. One of which mistakenly included the editor of The Atlantic, Jeffrey Goldberg, and the other, which reportedly included Pete Hegseth's wife, brother, and personal lawyer. But in any case, just 3 weeks into the campaign, congressional officials reportedly claimed that the operation had run up $1 billion tab while having a limited impact. And this is the New York Times reporting that the strikes were burning through existing munition stockpiles. And that leading military officials to worry that the Pentagon would need to dip into stockpiles in Asia and leave the country less prepared for a potential conflict with China. And so obviously, there are moral concerns about the potential loss of innocent lives here, but there's also the real question about whether this operation is effective. But then from that, shift into a very different kind of news, I'd like you to meet Valerie. Because she just beat the odds and survived for nearly a year and a half in the Australian wilderness completely alone. Because you see, back in November of 2023, Georgia Gardner and her boyfriend, Joshua Fishlock, took Georgia's 8-pound miniature dachshund Valerie with them on a family camping trip to Kangaroo Island. Right, and Valerie was a gift to Georgia from her family and had spent most of her little dog life being pampered and treated like a princess. So when she got loose and went missing during their camping trip, Georgia was distraught. Them searching and searching for days, but Valerie just didn't turn up, with Georgia saying, "We were so upset and we felt a lot of guilt as well." Now, in the first few days after going missing, Valerie was spotted by other campers, but she ended up getting spooked and ran off into the bushland. But then just weeks and months going by and there's just no sign of her. But then roughly 8 months later, rescuers caught word that some locals had spotted a wandering miniature dachshund with a pink collar, which, left the Kangaloo Wildlife Rescue directors stunned because, miniature dachshunds aren't exactly known for their survival instincts. With one of the directors even saying, of all dogs, that would be the last one I would say would survive out there, but they do have a really good sense of smell. That's probably helped her in terms of finding food. Catching sight of her and bringing her home, those are two different battles, and life in the wild for months on end made Valerie wary. So as people tried to rescue her, she would run off at the side of them or their vehicles. And she ended up evading any rescue attempts for months longer, with Kangaloo Wildlife Rescue calling her the dachshund version of Bigfoot. And all this as she survived a harsh winter, a dry summer, and the threat of predators like eagles. Not to mention that there are two different kinds of venomous snakes on Kangaroo Island. But as more and more sightings and blurry
big
photos
predatory birds will literally just carry
spread,
small dogs like that
with the
away.
rescue effort homing in on Valerie near the spot where she went missing, and they set up a trap with food, Georgia's clothes, some of her old toys, and her bed from home. Though even from there, it took a bit to catch Valerie, because while she did make an appearance at the cage, her visits were irregular and new sightings were rare. With one of the directors of the Kangaloo Wildlife Rescue saying, "We knew we only had pretty much one shot and we wanted to return her to her beautiful owners the best way possible and not cause her any more trauma or stress." And so finally, after 529 days in the Australian wilderness, Valerie was caught, and the rescue posted news of her capture along with trail cam footage showing her chowing down and winking at the camera. And when the trap closed on her, the rescue said that they took it in stride, and after initially running around and trying to escape, she just curled up and took a nap. But then the rescue director, wearing one of Georgia's shirts and sitting with Valerie until she became comfortable and calm enough to curl up in her lap. The culmination of rescue volunteers reportedly spending more than 1,000 hours and traveling about 3,100 miles trying to catch this dog. So now in just a few days, Georgia and Josh will be picking her up, and she can begin her transition back to the life of a pampered house pet. With Georgia saying, for anyone who's ever lost a pet, your feelings are valid and never give up hope. Sometimes good things happen to good people. With all that said, for her epic tale of survival as well as just people trying to do the right thing, I gotta say, Valerie and the people at the rescue, you are absolutely our BAMFs of the day. But that, my friends, is the end of your Monday evening, Tuesday morning dive into the news. And of course, I'll see you again soon, because I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m.
We are gonna watch the Tuesday show in a minute, but speaking of pets, I gotta go check on Charlie. He went outside today and then a storm hit, so I am a little worried about him, and that makes me think more about him even more. Plus, I need to make coffee, so I'm gonna go make coffee. While the coffee's making, I'm gonna go outside and see if Charlie's ready to come in yet. Hopefully, he's out there and he's doing fine. If not, I'll check before I go to sleep. Like, he'll often stay out all night and then come back in the morning. I'll really start to worry if I don't see him tomorrow. But I hope he's out there. Because I just don't want to worry about him at all. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Charlie is back and doing perfectly fine. Seems like I had absolutely nothing to worry about. Although, to be fair, his survival instincts and capabilities are significantly more than that of a mini dachshund. He is a straight killer. One of the most... he probably doesn't enjoy it, but one of the nicest things about living up here versus back in Pittsburgh is back in Pittsburgh, the place was overrun with bunnies. I'm sure what happened, it was like a really... it was a pretty rich town. Like, the houses go for like between 200 to 400K, right? But it's not suburb, but it's not urban. It's like halfway in between. Like, there's about enough room for one person to walk between the houses, like a little bit more than shoulder width. Sometimes you have two of those sidewalks next to each other, so like one for each property, so two people could walk shoulder to shoulder between the house. And then you have small backyards, virtually no front yard. Like, yeah, small front yard, but it's like maybe 10 feet. Backyards pretty decent size, but like urban size backyards, you know? So it's more of like an urban setup, but it's definitely got like a suburb feel, and it's a bunch of rich left-leaning people. Now, some of them are pretty right-leaning, but a lot of them are left-leaning. But the place was absolutely overrun with bunnies, because I'm sure someone got their kid a bunny, and then either the kid let it get out, or they just decided they didn't want to take care of it anymore and let it go. And there was just herds of bunnies everywhere in that place. And it's very nice at first until you start having rabbit carcasses show up on your porch with the heads chewed off because the local cats like you. That was just frustrating to have to clean that up. I had to clean up like 2 or 3 headless rabbits a week. My mom would like freak out, and she'd go outside, and there was just a decapitated bunny on the porch. One of the most interesting ones was there was one where my mom started crying because there was one that it was a younger bunny, like a baby bunny, not fully grown, and we didn't realize it at first. One of the other cats, not Charlie, but there were 3 cats that lived on my block that were kind of like this hunting party that would kind of fight with each other, but were also pals, where I have a picture. It was just all 3 of them chilling on the steps looking at me once, and I felt like they were gonna pounce me or something. But occasionally they'd like get mad and fight with each other too, so they were like frenemies type thing. Well, there was this one time one of the other ones was carrying this apparently dead baby bunny in his jaws up onto their porch, and after they set it down, it turned out that it wasn't dead, and it started whining, and then all 3 of the cats jumped up on top of it, and my mom ran to the house and started crying. I felt kind of bad, but it was crazy to see, just like Animal Planet in suburbia.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. My name is Philip DeFranco, and there is a lot to talk about today, starting with this. Donald Trump just delivered one of the most shocking victories I have ever seen. Though the problem for Trump is that it is a victory for those who stand against him. A real snatch defeat from the jaws of victory situation. And that because the Liberals in Canada last night won big, and they maintained their position in power, which just 3 months ago was something that I would have thought was unthinkable. And what we see when looking at
the Liberals were really really
voters and eligible
struggling.
Canadians turned out to vote, and with 99% of the votes counted, it looks like the Liberals got 11% more of the national vote than in 2021, while Conservatives gained 8%. With these differences largely coming at the cost of Canada's smaller parties, with the People's Party and the New Democratic Party both getting particularly clobbered. And those shifts that we saw could be a sign that a lot of Canadians felt too much was at stake in this particular election to vote for a party that didn't have a chance at actually winning a majority in Parliament. And really, I think you can just look at a map of the 2020 election to see what I mean. You know, in 2021, parties like the NDP, they won big and secured 25 seats, but this time they only got 7, and now there's almost no orange on the map because their votes almost all went to the Liberals. Also, for my primarily American audience, if you're confused by the coloring, keep in mind that the center-left Liberal Party uses red and the center-right Conservatives, they use blue. So that's why all the cities are red in the 2025 map. I just didn't want you to get confused. Additionally, we saw areas like Quebec seeing some shifts. Right, normally, Bloc Québécois has free wins in the French-speaking area, but this time the Liberals managed to siphon off some seats.
Damn!
So it wasn't all wins for the Liberals. Right, in areas like Toronto, Conservatives actually managed to make some ground in the suburbs surrounding it, although they lost a single seat right in the middle of the city in return. Also, one of the most wild things we saw in this election is that Pierre Poilievre, the leader of the Conservatives, actually lost his own seat to Liberal candidate Bruce Fanjoy. And a similar thing happening to the NDP leader, though for Poilievre, I gotta say, what a wild 3 months. Where pretty much everyone thought he was gonna be the next Prime Minister of Canada, then, oh, the Liberals are kind of gaining. Now he lost his seat, but taking all the election results into account, I mean, what does this actually mean for the political landscape now? Well, the Liberals probably would have loved to do a little bit better, but they're very happy, right? They got 169 seats, which is notably shy of the 172 you need to have an outright majority in the House of Commons. And this as the Conservatives secured 144 seats, making them the biggest opposition party. Though also, I'll say that split doesn't really show how close the election actually was. Because when you actually look at the percentage of the popular vote, the two parties were neck and neck and just about 2% from each other. Now, as far as what happens next, I do want to note that as I'm recording this, there are ballots still being counted. And, you know, there are a handful of cases that have yet to be called. But if things play out the way that it looks like it will, the Liberals are going to have to form a minority government, which means that they'd likely have to work with the other parties, Bloc Québécois and or the NDP, by needing them to pass legislation as well as survive no confidence votes, which depending on how that plays out, it could make passing legislation extremely difficult. Also, it could possibly lead to more elections. And then also, I'll say, as you probably expected, we've seen a lot of different takes about the results. Right, for his part, Poilievre pretty much just said this morning that his party didn't quite get over the finish line, which, you know, is one way to put it. Lost his own seat, the Conservatives.
He likes going out during storms. He always smells so good after he goes out during the storm.
Seats and they got the biggest percentage of the vote than they've gotten in decades. But ultimately, the end result for them is they get to just serve as the kind of opposition party now. Then from that, moving on to Carney, he was obviously excited and he had a big speech at a victory rally last night where he asked,
Who's ready? Who's ready to stand up for Canada with me? And who's ready? Who's ready to build Canada strong?
With Carney then going on to make it clear that he means an independent Canada.
We are once again at one of those hinge moments of history. Our old relationship with the United States, a relationship based on steadily increasing integration, is over.
You know, unsurprisingly, the actions of America, it was a huge part of the speech.
We are over the shock of the American betrayal. But we should never forget the lessons.
Oh, someone's heckling? I wish you wouldn't say it like that. America didn't betray you. The government did. And the government is not the Americans.
Of the American
Let's see what the heckler was going to say.
But we should never forget the lessons.
But you're going to take us forward.
We have to look out for ourselves. And above all, we have to take care of each other.
Right, and Carney, he's probably not going to be popular with Trump because he made it clear that future talks about trade or defense will be made as two sovereign nations. And he warned that Canada has, quote, many other options other than the United States to build prosperity for all Canadians. Also, as far as international reactions, those seem pretty positive. With, for example, a spokesperson for China's foreign ministry saying China stands ready to grow its relations with Canada on the basis of mutual respect, equality, and mutual benefit. And this, as the top EU official wrote on X, I look forward to working closely together both bilaterally and within the G7. And adding, we'll defend our shared democratic values, promote multilateralism, and champion free and fair trade. And Australia's Prime Minister adding that in a time of global uncertainty, I look forward to continuing to work with you to build on the enduring friendship between our nations and the shared interests of all our citizens. Which I will say, just to interject a little opinion here, it feels like a weird and wild time that the congratulations of someone winning from friends and foe alike feel like jabs to the United States. It's not surprising, but it is notable. Also, an interesting thing is, as of recording, it doesn't seem that senior US officials have reacted to the news at all. Trump's only statement about the election being what we covered yesterday, where he was essentially like, vote for me, Canada. And generally today, he's just kind of been stroking his own ego, listing off what he said was a long list of accomplishments that his administration has done in the first 100 days. So instead, what we've been seeing is kind of just a lot of MAGA.
How many times does he post per day? Doesn't he have more important things to do?
Saying dramatic things like horrible news out of Canada, no other way to spin it, as well as Canadians, did you actually vote to self-euthanize despite Trump? Seriously? You know, ultimately with that, I'm an American. I'm an outsider looking in, speaking about Canada, and so I'll pass the question off to, of course, everyone. You know, what are your thoughts about the results of the election? What do you think is going to happen next? But also, I especially pass that question off to the Canadians who watch. And I'll also add to the
Guys, we got some Canadian viewers. I don't know if any of you are watching right now, but if you are,
matter to you more. But then
I'd love to hear your thoughts on the election.
Massive news, Congress actually did a thing, and it's objectively a good thing. Because the House voted almost unanimously to pass a bill aimed at cracking down on revenge porn and deepfake nudes. It's called the Take It Down Act, and it would make it a federal crime to publish intimate visual depictions of people that are real or AI generated without their consent. And any violations, they are punishable by prison time, a fine, or both.
It's been way too long. We should have had that like 2 years ago.
Some kind of system where the subjects of these images can request that they be removed. And once someone reports the images, the platforms are required to remove it within 48 hours. Right? And this proposal is super significant because, according to reports, if enacted, this would mark the first law in the US that explicitly takes aim at non-consensual intimate imagery, or NCII. And it's really just a matter of when, not if, this is going to go into effect, because the Senate already passed the measure back in February. And President Trump, he's indicated that he plans to sign the bill, which has been championed by his wife as part of her Be Best campaign against cyberbullying. And Melania's support actually appears to have made a difference, because lawmakers, they've been working for years to address deepfake pornography. Because the bipartisan Take It Down Act was actually introduced last year, and it was passed by the Senate before dying in the GOP-led House, with it then only seemingly gaining momentum when it was reintroduced this year and gained the support of the First Lady. Also, another reason that this legislation was successful is that, unlike several previous attempts to crack down on NCII, this particular measure received the backing of some major tech companies like Meta, Google, and Snap. And so with the House passing this, we saw many people cheering on the move. With this, including lawmakers, advocates for survivors of revenge porn and sextortion scams, and the First Lady herself, who issued a statement saying, today's bipartisan passage of the Take It Down Act is a powerful statement that we stand united in protecting the dignity, privacy, and safety of our children. Though all of this, as I will...
It's crazy to me that the tech giants, if maybe not opposed is the right word, but thus far, up to this most recent bill, have not supported such a bill. I can only assume that the previous bills must have been some kind of attack on those tech giants. Either that, or they have some really nefarious plans.
I will say on the other side, you have some free speech advocates raising concerns about censorship and privacy. With Becca Branham, for example, the director of the Free Expression Project for the Center for Democracy and Technology, arguing the best of intentions can't make up for the bill's dangerous implications for constitutional speech and privacy.
I want to see the parts that she's concerned about, because here's the thing. Yes, I agree the road to hell is paved in good intentions, but I have a hard time contemplating how anyone could argue that the right to make deepfake porn of someone who's not you without their permission is a good thing. There are certain types of free speech that aren't protected.
Online, and adding that this act was a recipe for weaponized enforcement that risks durable progress in the fight against image-based sexual abuse. But there, you also had legal experts pushing back on that, arguing that the bill was carefully designed to survive challenges on First Amendment grounds. And this, as others have said, that any potential downfalls are vastly outweighed by the benefits of the legislation. Many folks noting that this is a problem that's been ongoing for years, but recently it has...
See, this is the thing with a lot of legal commentators, is they'll be like, oh, this has huge negative implications for First Amendment speech. Okay, well, what are they? And they don't tell you. They'll just be like, oh, they're going to strip away your rights. What? Your right to create porn of someone you don't like using AI, or someone that spurned you using AI. It's just like, nah, that's not a right, bro. That's an infringement on someone else's right to privacy, or an infringement on someone else's right to human decency. If you want to tell me it's a threat to the First Amendment. Explain how.
Has gotten so much worse with the rapid proliferation of AI technology. Which on that note, according to the Washington Post, there are now hundreds of AI undress apps that let users make fake images of real people in a matter of seconds. And some of those apps, they're even advertised on major social networks like Instagram, despite the fact that they violate the platform's rules. With us usually seeing female celebrities being the most common targets, with many pointing to how last year Taylor Swift and Bobby Althoff were both subjects of explicit
Bobby
deepfakes that went
Althoff.
viral on X. And then beyond that, a recent report by ExpressPR.org
I didn't know
found
she
that there
still
were 550%
was relevant
increase in
anymore.
deepfakes since 2019. And of those deepfakes, they said that 96 involved women, and female celebrities were mainly impacted. With us then also seeing Final Round AI conducting a study that analyzed search volume data from September of 2023 to 2024 to identify the celebrities most at risk of deepfake scams. And there, unsurprisingly, Taylor Swift was at the top of the list, with a study finding that she was involved in 249,840 deepfake related searches from September of 2023
That's
to September of
crazy.
2024 globally. With that being more than double the number of the second most at-risk star, which was Jenna Ortega, who was involved in over 111,000 deepfake-related searches worldwide during the same period, with then internet creator Pokimane coming in at third with just under 77,000 searches. And all of this is you had Forbes reporting that celebrity deepfake incidents have already hit a record high just 4 months into 2025.
I'm so sick of hearing about
reporting
Pokimane.
that there have already been 179 incidents recorded, which is more than the 150.
I feel bad that
all
she's
of
been
2024.
targeted by
So
this,
there,
though. I
think
will
it's
say
important to know
that.
that Forbes
No
looked
one
into
deserves
all
that.
forms of deepfakes, not just sexually explicit ones, which then helps explain why the outlet found that Taylor Swift was the second most fake celebrity when you account for other forms of fakes, including audio recordings. And there you had Elon Musk, who was involved in a quarter of all deepfakes recorded by Forbes, taking the top slot. And actually, touching on that, the outlet also found that despite the fact that the election's over, political deepfakes are still going strong, with incidents involving
I'm
politicians
sure.
already reaching 40 this year, which is nearly as many as the 50 during the
I think
2024
getting rid of
election year. You know, for now, we'll have to wait to
deepfakes
see
in all
when
versions
Trump
is
signs the
good.
bill, assuming he does, though it's very likely he will, and if it can actually dramatically
It's-
change the deep.
Not necessarily all versions, but the problem is there's too much I can't say it right now. There's too much misdirection, misinformation, people intentionally hiding the truth. It's fine if you do something like, there was a video that went, it was the presidents playing Call of Duty together or something like that. Like the presidents playing in a Call of Duty lobby together. That was hilarious. That's satire. That's protected free speech. But creating nude photos or videos, or creating politically untrue statements, that's not protected free speech. That's arguably an invasion of a person's privacy for the first one, and definitely I'm switching it the other way now. Libel or slander, depending on the context. I believe libel is written and slander is spoken. I might be getting that wrong. Let me double check it. It's like the assault and battery thing. They're basically the same thing, but one is the other. Why can't I talk anymore? I'm just kind of tired today already. It's been a long day. I had some important things to take care of this morning. Slander. I believe slander is spoken and libel is written, but I'm not sure. Both forms of defamation. Slander is a defamatory statement made orally. Libel is a defamatory statement made in permanent form, such as writing, social media posts, or videos. Yeah. So technically, this would all be libel and not slander.
Fake landscape. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, thank you to all you beautiful bastards for trusting us to wade through the chaos of the daily news cycle. And as you know,
You're
we
welcome.
strive to break through the echo chambers to bring you the story beyond the headlines. And one of the critical tools that we use to see the bigger picture is ground same
Ground news
But then next up from
incorrectly
that, we have to talk about the news that the US
demonstrates
and China
the political
seemingly
landscape.
Not only can't make a deal to cut back on tariffs, they can't even agree on whether the talks to reach an agreement are actually happening. Right? And this
That's
is
pretty
seeing
funny.
Major Chinese retailers trying to make it crystal clear who is paying for Trump's trade war, and that is you, the consumer. But to start, I'll
clearly.
give you a quick reminder about the current status quo between the two. Right? Trump has imposed 145% tariffs on Chinese goods, with exemptions for electronics, including smartphones and computers. Then in response, Beijing raising tariffs on U.S. imports to 125%. And similarly, there were some exceptions, in this case for a few types of American-made semiconductors. Then, last week, after all of its tough talk, the Trump administration seemingly softened its tone, seeing Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent suggesting there would be a de-escalation of the trade war in the very near future. And in fact, the very next day, you had Trump himself indicating that tariffs on Chinese goods would come down substantially, his words. And since then, Trump, as well as members of his administration, they have repeatedly claimed to be in talks with the Chinese government over a potential trade deal, to only then have Chinese officials deny again and again that any talks are actually taking place, with a general line from Beijing being that if the US wants to negotiate, it first needs to get rid of all the tariffs on China. With, for example, last week, the Chinese Foreign Ministry accusing the Trump administration of misleading the public about trade talks, with then Time magazine only a few hours later publishing an interview with Trump in which he not only claimed that there had been talks, but that he himself had personally spoken to Chinese President Xi Jinping on the phone, with Trump even telling a CNN reporter that same day that the two leaders had spoken to each other many times. And so with that, this week, we've again had Beijing clapping back, with a spokesperson for the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs saying that, as far as he knows, there has been no recent phone call between the two heads of state, with him then going on to say, I want to reiterate that China and the United States are not engaged in consultations or negotiations on the tariff issue. If the US wants to solve the problem through dialogue and negotiation, it should stop threatening and blackmailing China. But also, as we wait to find out which side is actually telling the truth, you have businesses having to adjust to the new reality of the world. So with that, on the Chinese side, you're seeing things like Chinese online retailer Shein raising its prices by an average of 51%, and in some cases as much as 377%. And then what we're seeing with Temu is they're starting to add import charges to customers' orders that range between 130 and 150%, which you know is about
Shein and Temu are actually terrible, so I have no problem if they go out of business.
On that note, it's been reported that Amazon's actually planning
Amazon not much better though,
breaking down how much the tariffs are adding to the price of each product listed on its website, which then notably is something that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described today as a hostile and political act. Though notably there, I'll say Amazon has now responded and said that this was only something being talked about for the company's
Wait, what specifically?
Amazon Hall store. With their statement
what specifically did
listed on its website, which then
Amazon do that pissed her off?
50%.
I was talking over
clear
it.
as they can make it that the cost of tariffs are being passed on to the consumers. Also, I'll say on that note, it's been reported that Amazon's actually planning to do something similar, essentially breaking down how much the tariffs are adding to the price of each product listed on its website, which then notably is something that White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt described today as a hostile and political act. Though notably there, I'll say Amazon
that is true,
and said that this was only something being talked about for the company's ultra low cost Amazon Hall store, with their statement also saying this was
it's definitely a hostile and political act, but at the same time it's like a little bit of it's not my fault, hey, don't look at me, I know you used to get this for $15 but it's $25 now and it's not our fault.
Never a consideration for the main Amazon site, and nothing has been implemented on any Amazon properties. Then finally, one piece of news that I want to talk about in connection to the tariffs is the 25% tariffs in place on vehicles imported to the US. In that, because the Trump administration is now reportedly announcing new measures to mitigate their impact and give automakers more time to relocate production to the US. So the 25% tariffs, they will technically remain in place, but they'll be modified to make sure that they're not stacked with other existing tariffs like ones on steel and aluminum. And this is automakers may be reimbursed for some portion of the tariffs that they pay on imported auto parts, reportedly up to 3.75% of the value of a new car in the first year and up to 2.5% in the second year, which, you know, we've seen some celebrating, others saying it's just messy and convoluted and just the otherwise just general chaos. You know, for now, we're gonna have to wait to see how a number of these things play out, but to go from just the news to now this part is just my opinion. Regarding Amazon possibly doing what we've seen Temu and select others doing, where they're like, hey, this is how much the tariffs are costing you, I really don't see them doing that. Jeff Bezos has really bent over backwards to get close to the administration. In a way, as someone that has just started Pilates, is almost aspirational just from a technical standpoint. Though some would argue that that is not flexibility, that's just lack of a spine. But also that could technically be one of many things we see if Donald Trump's polling gets any lower than where it is right now. Because he's at historic lows for 100 days in. But
I don't feel like any of these major companies have a spine at all. The only thing they're willing to bend for is their bottom line, generally.
not in everyone jumping ship territory. We're really just starting to scratch like more moderate Republicans in the House who, have upcoming elections going like, how am I going to manage this? But still, technically, that's kind of a ways away. And also, at least regarding the economy, Trump is the person that put America in this situation and through kind of the
100%.
Right. Well, in these first 100 days, the Trump administration has really like alienated allies and gotten enemies to team up with one another around a common enemy, us. Trump has the power to undo pretty much everything that he's done to destabilize things. And he could probably claw back a decent chunk of his approval rating just by saying that we got concessions that maybe we don't even get. Especially as, like we talked about yesterday, there are a number of things that he campaigned on that are popular, but one of the big key reasons that there's been a massive negative reaction is the how he's going about it. But hey, like I said, this specific portion, it's just my opinion. That's why I try and separate it from the actual news portion. I could be right, I could be wrong. And in the meantime, we all just...
No, I agree with you. You're absolutely right on that one. I don't agree with Phil on a lot of things, but I agree with him on that.
Or disagree with me. But then from that next step today, we've got to talk about Donald Trump continuing his...
One sec. First, we got to start our own assault. We have returned here. So one of the big things we were doing is we had to jump our carrier into a PvP system. And now generally we don't take this carrier into PvP systems because even though it's got 1,200 shields, it's a capital ship and it's a very long capital ship. Let's go look at these ship stats real quick. So this is a colossal class heavier carrier. It's one of the largest hauling ships in the Star Wars galaxy. It can hold 262,000 tons and 2.25 million meters cubed worth of volume, as well as 750 passengers. It is 862 meters long, which means it's a really big target because length is one of the most important stats for how easy a target is to hit. And then it's got 1,200 deflector shields and 85 armor. Now that might sound like a lot, but if you go over here and compare it to this Dreadnought class heavy cruiser, which is one of the oldest warships in the galaxy, you compare its length, 600 versus 862. So it's only 2/3 the size, making this significantly harder to hit. And they have the same maneuverability level, so that doesn't come into factor. That's another stat as to how hard they are to hit. Then you come down here and you look at the shields. It's got nearly 3 times the shields, almost the same hull, but 3 times the shields and more armor, which means that when hits do land, this is going to take less damage from the same weapons. So you look at something like a modern Imperial class Star Destroyer that has 8,000 deflectors. Even the Interdictor class heavy cruiser, which is a it's more of a support ship than an actual combat ship, 3,500, 3,000. The ship I normally use in combat, like my combat carrier, is a frigate, the Corona class frigate. It's only 2,075 meters, so 1/3 the length basically, and 200, not 2,000. It's got maneuverability 3, so it's more maneuverable too. It's even harder to hit, and it's got 3,000 shields. So jumping a carrier into a PvP combat zone with only 1,000 shields, really bad idea unless it's something like a Corvette, which these Corvettes, they basically max out at around 1,000 shields for most of them, slightly more for the really tanky ones, but they're also a fraction of the size. Like they're like 200 meters is long for a Corvette. Most of them are slightly below 100 meters up to 200 meters, generally more maneuverable with ranges from 3 to 5, I think is the most maneuverable Corvette. Down here you've got the Fury class. Oh, that's a 4. So it doesn't look like we have any 5s, but shorter, more maneuverable. This one's only 100 meters. So, and that 700 shields might seem like it's significantly less than 1,200, but you're going to crack the shields on the Colossal class way quicker than you will on one of these Furies, because these are much, much harder to hit, even though they have less armor and less shields. So, bringing that Colossal into the PvP system, not the greatest idea necessarily, but the reason we did it is because of these wrecks. In particular, there is a Defender class light Corvette wreck, which again, this is a capital ship, but it's the smallest size of capital ship. This is such a massive capital ship that it can fit other small capital ships inside it, and you can see it's barely even using up the space. So one of these got destroyed in the PvP system. You can see it's pretty big, much more massive than these wrecked starfighters we have here, and I wanted it. I wanted the wreck so I can recycle it with one of my other ships we have here. We have this guy right here, who's already recycling another destroyed Defender class like Corvette, and it takes about 11 days to recycle one of those. So once this guy, or 12 days maybe, once this guy's done recycling the other Corvette, we're gonna have him recycle the new one, and we use those resources to repair old ships damaged in PvP and also to build new ones. That's other random stuff that I'll need to be looking at. So let's go ahead, and we're done here. We don't want to bring these things with us because we're going back into the PvP system in a Corvette of our own. Alright. Ship hangar. No, we used 2 Bacta, so let's replace those real quick. I think we used 2. No, we gotta click, not drag. I need to adjust. Oh, we used 3. I need to adjust the click drag ratio because it did it again. It will auto drag if I'm too fast with moving my mouse. So I need to close the window a little bit. I should be able to do that. Oh, also, while we're here, we've got to scan this puck. We're trying to track down whether or not this guy is in the PvP system or not. So, which one is this? This is Ingeborg Slim. We've already scanned this guy to ensure that he's not. Did we scan Ingeborg? I don't remember. That's why we're double checking, because there's a 2-hour cooldown. It looks like we did. So we know for a fact Ingeborg is not in the system. So we're going to move over to our bounty hunting ship where we're storing our bounty hunting pucks. We should actually go back to the bridge because all this stuff that we have in the bridge of our carrier, well, not all of it, but most of it, we're gonna bring back and put in the bounty hunting ship again because that's where it normally stays. Oh wait, we can't load entities from here. We gotta move them into the docking ring first. Alright, then these are our NPCs that we're training. Custom NPCs for RP reasons. That's my brother and my uncle. And then we have our training targets over here. The droid, because it's easy to beat up and get more XP for repairing that. The blurg, because one, we can use that and keep repairing if we ever run out of droid parts, and we can just use Bacta to heal that. Also, it heals itself daily, so even if we run out of Bacta and repair parts, as long as we don't beat on it too hard, We can use its natural health recovery to keep training. 2, because the force powers that I train with can't target a droid, which is the primary reason that we keep it around. So now we can load entity. Put these in the YT 2000 Baskerville Hound. We can just do this. There it is. And then we'll board that ourselves. Normally I don't have this many ships just out here in space, but a lot of them need repaired right now. And I don't want to put them in a carrier and use them. Most of them are fighters that one of my good friends delivered to me. So I don't want to, oh, we should move the stuff into the cockpit. Equipment, the refill, and the droid parts. Move into room, the pit of cock. And we'll move ourselves into the pit of cock. We will kick all of these from our party. Then we're going to go to the vehicle hangar, but our vehicles aren't in here right now. They're in our Corona, the ship that I said we use as our combat carrier, actually. Let's go take care of that real quick. So these are our bounty hunting vehicles. You see we have this squad here. We use these to hunt targets, because if you take a ship down to the location that has your target on it, then your target's going to run away, especially if you're a well-known bounty hunter. And I just happen to be a master rank bounty hunter, so the galaxy fears me. We're going to put this puck, which we don't need anymore, here in the sled. Keep it organized with the other ones. Now that we're done with that, we're going to go switch over to our own Corvette. We're doing some things in the PvP system, and the primary one is organizing and arranging satellites to give us views, to give us vision. It's possible that some of these pucks are here in the system, so we're scanning them to confirm. This one is confirmed. We have a lock on it. So this guy is hiding out in the PvP system. And depending on how the system looks, we might track him down, but we also might not track him down. What's his name? Let's go import all this stuff. I haven't exactly imported all of these, so let's make sure we have imported this target. Contract targeting. His name was Carno something. Karn Tafo. Hijk. There he is. Alright, he's there, so we don't need to import it. So we can just go up. I think it showed. Target location. Yeah, up, short range. And then even though we already know its location, if we go up short, it's going to tell us it's in Sirocco. Target has been located in Sirocco. So it's literally right here. We are going to go back to our ship controls, and then we're going to jump into the system. Now, when jumping into a PvP system, you always want to leave it so your destination is your entry system. And there's 6 entry systems. They're at the corners and the middles of the system, and it depends on which direction you come from. Since we're coming from the south, or entering in the south. If we were coming from the southeast, southwest, we would land there. West, we land there. Northwest there, and so on, all the way around. So you can, we talked about micro jumping earlier. That's what you can do to pick which direction you enter from. Like, say there's an enemy ship over here at 17-2, and I'm coordinating with allies because I want to, instead of flying all the way across this star system to open fire on them, I want to just appear out of hyperspace and open fire on them for a surprise attack. Well, then I can use math to realize I need to go over this direction 1, which would be 101, and up that direction 1, which would put me in this quadrant square up here. So that'd be 101, 196, and I would land in that square. And then once I land in that square, I can jump back to 100, 195. And since I'm coming from the northeast instead of the south, I would appear in that corner instead of down here. And then I would be able to just be in range of my weapons and immediately open fire on that target. So because we are deploying a satellite here at 1515, we've already deployed satellites in the other 3 corners previously. We are going to come here. It's about equidistant from this corner, but since we're already in this south section, and it takes, as you can see, about 34 minutes for us to complete a hyperspace jump with this hyperspeed ship. We're hyperspeed 3 in this Corvette. Then it wouldn't save us time to micro jump, because instead of just taking 30 minutes to get into the system, 34 minutes to get into the system, it's closer to 35 really, so we'll just say 35. It would take 70 minutes to get into the system, and then we'd still have to burn to that 1515 location, which is about equidistant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. So especially because this is a pretty fast ship in sublight speed for a Corvette, it's basically a fast patrol Corvette, we wouldn't save any time by micro jumping to that corner. We would in fact waste time, because we'd spend longer time in hyperspace than we would save by moving 1 less square in sublight speed. And since this is only a party 10 ship and you can have a max party of 2, we have 2 Y-wing bombers as escorts. The primary reasons we chose Y-wings are because they're pretty tanky, but also pretty cheap. They're one of the easier fighters, one of the easiest bombers to get a hold of, comparatively to like the restricted tech and stuff. And they also are fast enough to keep up with this ship in sublight speed, which most aren't. And specifically, this type of Corvette is an anti-fighter Corvette. You can see here it's got concussion missile launchers and quad lasers, which are very good at taking out fighters and bombers, but do very little damage to other capital ships. Ion cannons can help a little bit, especially with taking down shields, but it doesn't have enough ion cannons to actually knock out and disable a target. We're just going to eat through the shields a little quickly. But what we have here with the Y-wings are, we've got those proton torpedo launchers, which is going to give it a little more bite if it comes up against another capital ship, which would be, say, like something like a Martyr class or an MC-30B, where you see they have a bunch of turbo lasers here. Not only are these turbo lasers going to need to hit and destroy the Y-wings first, because it's being escorted by those, which it's kind of hard to hit fighters with turbo lasers unless you have really good skills. But also, they're going to make it so that whenever one of these were to attack my Raider, even though the Raider would do very little damage to it on its own, those bombers firing those torpedoes, as long as they're in range, because turbo lasers can snipe you, those bombers firing back with their torpedoes would do a significant bit of damage back to the 30B. And then if anything happens and I feel like fighting instead of staying, I have a bunch of N1 starfighters in my hold of my Corvette, which are fighters that are kind of like bombers. Really, if you ask me, they should be classified as bombers, but a lot of the things that the devs do in this game don't make any sense to me. So it is what it is. They have proton torpedoes too. So even though they won't do as much damage as the Y-Wings because they aren't technically bombers, so they have different class modifiers for damage, they're still really good against capital ships and larger ships. So they will definitely sting if I need to get into a fight. Now, I've got to be extra careful and pay more attention to this game than normal because we are going into a PvP system, and it's like one of the only places in the game where you can actually easily lose your shit. So I got to be careful. At some point, we might pull out, but at the very least, I want to get these
assault on science this week, with Trump on Monday killing.
At the very least, I want to get these. Whatchamacallem, satellites deployed. Okay. Let me double check. I'm checking intel channels real quick to see what people say. One second. I'm being kind of trollish. I love being the know-it-all in a tongue-in-cheek way, especially because people don't know that it's tongue-in-cheek. They think I'm being serious. It's so funny. Sometimes I go a little too far with my trolling, I will have to admit, but oh god, it's so entertaining for me. So right now we're talking about the, I don't want to like show the chats and stuff because some of it might be kind of sensitive, but right now, like intel wise, we're talking about people using images in the game and potentially stealing from Google Images, right? So like one of the big things is custom images, and technically I did that once very, very long ago when I was young, like 10 years ago, if not more, when I originally started playing this game. So like, where's the original actually? I'll show you guys the original. You can apply custom images to ships using these combine points, CP, customs lists. So this one is totally fine because if you go look, that's a YT510 light freighters. I'm gonna be all the way at the bottom. That is the Combine image model. Like that's the base one. So if you take that and recolor that, as long as you don't like set it up as a public custom, it's not against the rules. I don't know. Let's see. Is there something I can think of that has public customs? What about like the 1300, which is what the Millennium Falcon is? That's a very popular ship. Okay, no public custom. What about the 2000? There used to be public customs. The art team has done a lot of work recently. It looks like they got rid of the public custom that I'm using. What about, there's got to be something with a public custom still. Let's see. These guys used to have a bunch of public customs. Nope. Did they get rid of all the public customs? What about Y-Wings? Y-Wings are really popular. Okay, there we go. See, here are some public custom images. Anyone can apply these custom images to one of their ships. And these have pretty high standards. If you're going to submit one of these public customs, you either need to have permission from the original artist of the model to do so, or you need to have created that model by yourself. So, it's very, very high standards as to submitting public customs. But when it comes to private customs, the standards are a little more lax. You can use these base model recolors, and you're absolutely fine to do that. You may even be able to submit base model recolors for public customs, but they'd have to be very, very good quality. Let's double check, because they did change some of the image rules. Public custom images can be used if someone applies it. Public images will be okay. So yeah, they must be made from scratch. So it means you cannot use other images. It says specifically Googled and cut out images will not be accepted. Images created by an artist that is part of the SWB community may be recolored with consent from the original artist as public. Okay, so basically you could theoretically use one of these models, but it would have to be, you'd have to know which artist made it, and you'd have to get their consent to make a public custom of these ships. And the art team works really hard, so I'm not sure how interested they would be in that. But then you have these private customs, which are what I have here. As long as they follow the basic customs images rules, nobody really cares that much. And this is the one that I originally pulled off Google. This is a more updated version of the original. When I made that guy, it was just that, and it didn't have this larger version. And then I came back and made the larger version when I updated the new model of the ship with better art skills. But back in the day, that's a YT1210. It's an older version of the YT1300 Millennium Falcon. It's got less weaponry, but more sensors. The 1300 has like no sensors. So you go look at it. This is the original model. I don't think this is even the model that existed when I originally made mine. I think this has been an updated version of what I used for mine. But the original model I didn't like. So I went on Google and I found a version of that. But then if you look at the ones I've made since then, they're pretty much all, I think that was maybe my only private customs. Oh, this is, that might have been from Google as well. This is AI generated, and then I did some modifications to make it look slightly better. I was really not very careful. That edge is too sharp. I should have used a little thing. This was created for me by a friend. So these private customs are absolutely 100% perfectly fine because they're private. But If you're doing public customs, then it becomes a bigger issue, especially because you don't want to ever steal anyone's intellectual property. Like this is the default Raider image for Star Wars Combine. If I wanted to paint it, which I might at some point, and recolor it. Are you okay, Charlie? He's making all kinds of weird noises. Then I could do that and submit it as a private custom, potentially as a public custom with approval from the Combine artists that created it. But using it outside of the game would be questionable. Now, what people are asking here is, normally we'll just steal from Google Images. I don't know about the ethics or laws involved. So my response is technically illegal. Ethics are a set of moral standards approved by an industry. So I guess it depends what the industry they're in. But realistically, no one cares. I know what he actually means when he says ethics is morals or principles. I'm just messing with him for fun. Most people confuse those words. So like principles are something like murder is against the law. And if you commit a murder, you go to jail. Now, that's not saying all killings are murders, right? You know what a better example is? Let's talk about something that's pretty clear, cut and dry, right? Buying firearms while you're addicted to illegal substances is a crime. There's a box on the form you have to submit to the ATF whenever you buy a firearm that you have to promise that you are not using any illegal drugs, and that lying on that form will get you sent to jail, basically. So the principle is that if you buy illegal drugs if you buy a firearm while you're addicted to illegal drugs, and especially if you lie on the form, you go to jail. Morally, people make exceptions for that because they say, oh, well, Hunter Biden, it's okay that he did it because he's the president's son, right? So morals are flexible, principles are not. A moral is generally when you have someone, a moral person is the type of person that says, well, it's okay when my friends do it, but it's not okay when the people I don't like do it. Whereas a principled person is going to say, hey, it's not okay when anyone does that, right? There are very few principled people in this world. Now, ethics is something else entirely. Ethics are a set of morals that are defined by a community within a specific profession. So, for example, there's ethical journalism, there's ethical medicine, and the reason why these are morals is because these are flexible. These change over the years and stuff. Like, some people consider it ethical to provide gender-affirming surgery. Some people don't consider it ethical to provide gender-affirming surgery. And it usually bends based on the facts of the case, like the age of the individual, whether or not the individual is mentally well, all kinds of things like that. So ethics are a set of morals because they're bendable, but they're applied specifically within a profession. And I'm just being I'm splitting hairs here intentionally while also being helpful, just to be kind of annoying, but also this is how I have fun. I'm strange. I'm on the spectrum. Don't judge me. Right, Charlie? I know. You want to have fun too, and I'm streaming, which isn't fun for you because you just want us to go upstairs and play with the string all day. But yeah, let me finish trolling this guy. Most. Okay, I'm done trolling. It's a Jawa. I love trolling the Jawas, especially because they're the most powerful organization in the galaxy, arguably. It's possible that the Galactic Empire is stronger, but they're very quiet. They're not near as active in the community as the Jawas are. The rebels kind of have this air of superiority about them because they are far more active in the PvP zones and stuff, whereas the Galactic Empire and many of its Imperial Union allies don't really do much. But the rebels take some really embarrassing losses to like mediocre pirates. So I think the rebels seriously overestimate their capability to take on the sleeping giant of the Galactic Empire if it ever wakes up, and whenever inevitably it probably wakes up, especially because an ISD, an Imperial Star Destroyer, that is a serious threat. So if we go look real quick at the, I'm just geeking out and you guys can tolerate it or go watch someone else. if we just look here and compare the Imperial class Star Destroyer to the M60B Star Cruiser, which is the most advanced Rebel full-size capital ship, we've got comparable speeds, but the B is significantly faster. So they're all slow because they're just capital ships, right? Hyperspeed of 2, which is pretty slow. It's slower than the ship I'm in right now. The ship I'm in has a hyperspeed of 3. A sublight speed of 10, which is pretty much as slow as you can get. There's only one ship that's slower. I have a sublight speed of 50. So I go 5 times faster than this ship. And then you compare that to the 30B, hyperspeed of 3 matches mine, which is pretty fast. Sublight speed of 20, which is still pretty slow, but it's double the speed of the Imperial I-class destroyer. However, this is where things start to get interesting. Length of 1600 and 1200, so that's comparable. Either way, they're large enough that they're just going to get destroyed by bombers as far as their ability to dodge incoming fire, because neither one of them is going to be it's like shooting at a giant barn. 2 maneuverability, they're not going to dodge any incoming fire at all those torpedo shots are going to land. Now this is where things start to get interesting, right? You look at the max passengers, 3,800 in the Star Destroyer versus 2,850. So the Star Destroyer can carry 1,000 more troops in it. Then you look at the weight and volume capacity, 30,000 tons versus 450,000 meters cubed. and 7,000 tons versus 100,000 meters cubed. So regardless of how you split it up, the Imperial class Star Destroyer, just to do an odd round, can essentially fit 3 to 4 times more ships inside of it. That could be starship, that could be fighters, that could be bombers, that could be small corvettes, that could be support craft like troop landing vehicles, all kinds of things like that. Massively more cargo capacity in the Imperial class Star Destroyer. And then this is where things start to get really interesting. You have 8 turbo laser batteries on the Imperial Star Destroyer, 60 ion batteries, 16 single turbo lasers. Then you go over and look at the 80B. You have 10 turbo laser batteries, 40 ion batteries, and 10 turbo lasers. So similar total firepower, but the class destroyer has significantly more ion batteries, which means it's going to take shields down quicker and almost certainly going to knock an 80B out of the fight faster than an 80B would knock an I-class destroyer, even though it's got an extra 2 turbo laser batteries. This also has an additional 6 single turbo lasers. But here's the real kicker. 10,000 hull and 8,000 deflectors versus 8,000 hull and 6,000 deflectors. Ion capacity of 3,750 versus ion capacity of 5,000. Armor versus armor's the same. So they're going to take the same amount of damage when they get hit. But because of those weapons and defenses stats and the cargo capacity, you essentially need 2 to 3 MC-30B Moncal Star Cruisers to take on each individual Imperial I-class Star Destroyer. So not only do the Rebel pilots, not only do you need to have more of them in the fight, especially if you're going capital ship to capital ship, especially if you're going with starfighters and stuff, because well, this is the second thing I was going to say. Also, it's more important to have higher skill pilots, because with the ability to carry fewer ships and requiring more out of your individual ships, you need to be winning those trades every single time. So I don't think the Rebel Alliance and their allies are really prepared for what's going to happen when the Galactic Empire and their allies show up in full force when global combat is turned on. Because right now combat is in alpha. That's why it's only in a few PvP systems. But we'll see what happens. I'm allied with the rebels. I'm part of the exchange. We are a totally legitimate business operation that doesn't do any criminal activity whatsoever. Just like in Knights of the Old Republic. So, but the Galactic Empire, being the galactic government, is not very fond of us in general. So we have an understanding with the rebels. We're kind of like the black sheep of the rebels in some way. We're definitely not mainline rebels. We really do our own thing, but we're also really good at what we do. You know, it's not just anyone that gets recruited into the exchange. You don't get to just join the exchange. You have to be at least kind of bald, and the guy in charge will then make you polish his forehead, and if it's not shiny enough, you don't get to join.
a landmark climate report that nobody's interrupted since 1990, because that is when George H.W. Bush signed the Global Change Research Act, and one of the things that it did was mandate that starting in 2000, every 5 years or so, the federal government would publish the National Climate Assessment.
Ow!
Comprehensive peer-reviewed
He's like
report
falling off
detailing
my
how climate
lap.
change affects the United States, with the point being to inform Congress and federal agencies as well as
I don't know what he's doing. He's sliding around and he fell off my lap. And he dug his claws into my jeans and like scratched up my knee. You crazy cat. I think he's just mad that I'm not paying attention to him. I missed all that because I was worried about him.
Nobody's
I didn't want him to like fall and get hurt.
Because that
and
is
instead
when
he
George
fell and
H.W.
hurt
Bush
me.
signed the Global Change Research Act, and one of the things that it did was
How?
mandate
That
starting
went
in
deep.
2000, every 5 years or so, the federal government would publish the National Climate Assessment, this comprehensive peer-reviewed report detailing how climate change affects the United States, with the point being to inform Congress and federal agencies as well as state and local governments and anyone else who cares about how to prepare for climate change and design climate policy. And it is big, right? Which makes sense since climate change impacts everything. It covers health, food, agriculture, air and water, energy, transportation, insurance markets, the weather, the economy. I could keep going. Main point being, though, it's very valuable, but even during his first term, Trump opposed it. Right back when the fourth report wrapped up in 2018, Trump's administration released it on Black Friday, which many interpreted as him trying to slide it under the rug. With
I'm
then,
sure.
The fifth one being in 2023 and the sixth one set to finish in 2028, or at least it was supposed to, but second term Trump is acting much more aggressively to smother it before it's even born. With us seeing that after scientists submitted a detailed outline of the report back in February, the White House put the usual review of it on hold and postponed the comment period. Which then, fast forward to this last Monday, and you had the administration dismissing literally everybody who was working on the report all at once. We're talking nearly 400 scientists, experts, and contributors who were suddenly taken off this project that they'd been working on for the benefit of everyone else. And as far as the explanation, the email they received simply stated, at this time, the scope of the NCA6 is being evaluated in accordance with the Global Change Research Act of 1990. And this notably comes after the White House also canceled its contract with the firm that hires most of the staff at the Global Change Research Program, which is the agency that oversees the reports, earlier this month. Something that already hamstrung the process since that program coordinated input from 14 federal agencies and hundreds of external scientists. But now it appears there's just nobody working on the report at all, coordination or not. And so with that, you had a co-author on the last climate assessment telling the New York Times, this is as close as it gets to a termination of the assessment. If you get rid of all the people involved, nothing's moving forward. Now, I will say it's doubtful whether this will stand in the court since the report is legally mandated by Congress, and even the White House itself suggested some form of it may resume later, with the same email concluding, as plans develop for the assessment, there may be future opportunities to contribute or engage. Thank you for your service. But still, many scientists fear that whatever report does come out in 2028, it won't be the report that they were preparing, or because
that thank you for your service is the biggest slap in the face. It's like a politician. It's the politician or boss way of saying, hope this helps.
Russell Vought, Trump's director of the Office of Management and Budget, wrote before the election that the next president should reshape the Global Change Research Program, with him arguing that the agency's scientific reports on climate change were often used as the basis for environmental lawsuits that constrained federal government actions. And this is, of course, Trump himself has a long history of saying that climate change is a hoax. So you have many concerned that Trump's people are going to write their own report from scratch, contradicting the well-established science showing that human-caused climate change is a real and dire threat. And of course, all of this, as you know if you watch the show, it's just a small piece of the puzzle, or just a small piece of Trump's war on science. We've seen drastic cuts, chaos, and censorship at NOAA, the EPA, the CDC, the NIH, and many other agencies that produce valuable government research. And then I've got more news for you in just a minute, but first, I'm not usually one for scare tactics.
Yeah. I don't really like that he's making all these cuts to science. As much as I talk about deeply spiritual and intellectual things that can't really be proven or disproven by science that we are currently capable of doing, I have always been a scientist at heart. I love figuring out sciencey things and learning about sciencey things, and I'm a very data-driven individual. There's really only one good reason to get rid of science, and that's because you're trying to hide the truth. Because that's what good science does. It reveals the truth. Now, don't get me wrong. Bad science can be used to hide the truth as well. But I feel like one of the reasons why they're getting rid of this good science is so that they can pave the way for their own bad science. And what is my primary indicator of that? Frickin' RFK and his claims about autism and all the bullshit that he comes up with. It's all bad science, man. the vaccines causing autism thing, that has been disproven so many times, it's insane. In fact, the guy who initially put that report out got fired and I believe stripped of his doctor's degree. Also, he was forced to make an retraction because it turned out he basically faked the whole thing. It's absolutely insane that people still believe this bullshit.
Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. But then, next up today, we've got to talk about the news that Donald Trump's now gearing up to go after state and local officials who defy him and maybe use the military to do it. Or at least, that's one way of looking at 2 executive orders that he just signed. Right, so the first order, it directs AG Pam Bondi and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem to publish a list of state and local jurisdictions that the Trump administration considers sanctuary jurisdictions. You know, which are cities and states that limit or refuse to help Trump with his mass deportation effort. With us seeing the administration lately growing more upset that these places won't hold immigrants in jail beyond their release dates to make it easier for federal officials to detain them. And then with that list, the head of each executive department or agency is supposed to help identify what they call appropriate federal funds, including grants and contracts that can be suspended or terminated. Though notably, this is also happening less than a week since a federal judge in San Francisco temporarily blocked the government from enforcing part of another executive order that would withhold funds from cities that don't want to work with Trump on his immigration plan. Which of course means we're gonna have to wait to see where the case ends up, what happens from there. But then with that, this week's order, it also aims to make sure that unauthorized immigrants do not get federal benefits from private entities, which could mean, for example, nonprofits running federally funded housing, food, or employment programs. With the order also possibly hindering unauthorized immigrants from getting more affordable tuition for higher education.
I don't know what that is, but it hurts. There's like a pain in my leg that just
Bondi
came
and
up out of
Noem are
nowhere.
supposed to, quote, pursue all necessary legal remedies and enforcement measures to end these violations and bring such jurisdictions into compliance with the laws of the United States. And on that note, we've already started to see what this might look like. Because in the past week, for example, you had the Trump administration suing the city of Rochester, New York for allegedly illegally impeding immigration enforcement, along with the news that they arrested and brought charges against a Milwaukee judge for obstruction after she allegedly helped an undocumented immigrant avoid arrest, which then actually brings us to the second executive order, which broadly directs the AG to use enforcement measures against state and local officials, quote, unlawfully prohibiting law enforcement officers from carrying out duties, or who, quote, unlawfully engage in discrimination or civil rights violations under the guise of DEI. And with that, you know, the second executive order, it's all about law enforcement. So some saying that its potential implications are worrying at the very least and downright terrifying at most. Because for one, the order instructs the AG to provide legal resources to police officers accused of wrongdoing. And that after suggesting that police officers are often wrongly accused and abused by state or local officials who impose legal and political handcuffs on law enforcement that make aggressively enforcing the law impossible. And then with that, the order also directs the AG to review and modify existing restraints on law enforcement, such as federal consent decrees, which are essentially legally binding reform plans that often end up in place after investigations find a specific police department has patterns of unconstitutional policing. Right, so you have many saying just that by itself, that's pretty alarming.
Yeah, that's pretty worrying.
This next part that has the most people freaking out. Right, in that, because it's the part talking about increasing the provision of excess military and national security assets in local jurisdictions to assist state and local law enforcement. With it saying that the Secretary of Defense should be consulted to determine how these assets, as well as training and personnel, can most effectively be utilized to prevent crime. And so with all that, we're seeing a lot of conversation about this actually just being an order meant to pave the way for Trump to deploy the military domestically.
Yeah.
Some talking about martial law and the possibility of
That's
living in
exactly what it sounds
an actual
like.
fascist police state or military state. But then to shift gears from that, we've got to talk about this new cancer treatment that doctors have called stunning, amazing, and groundbreaking. Right,
You're just gonna
is by saying this is relevant for a particular.
just
type
gonna
of
leave
cancer.
us with that and like, oh yeah, by the way, cancer. Well, let's think about that for a second, guys. We are a few steps away from living in an actual police state. I hope none of you voted for or were like in favor of people that wanted to take away the guns, because we are increasingly coming to a place where you may need them. Because here's one of the things too. Police states don't protect people from crime. They enforce top-down order, not bottom-up order. Oftentimes, crime runs rampant, especially in certain areas, because people in favor aren't policed by police states. So if you really care about your loved ones, you will absolutely get some firearms, get some ammunition, and get some training so you know how to use them properly. That's what it means to be a true patriot and American.
Mutation known as mismatch repair deficiency, which basically means that the tumor can't repair damaged DNA, which causes abnormal proteins to build up inside of them. Now for doctors, that's actually convenient because it means that the tumor carries a natural biomarker that the body's immune system can target. Thing is though, the mutation also gives the tumor a kind of shield against the immune system, allowing it to grow. But that is exactly where dostarlimab comes in, because this drug, it breaks down that shield, unleashing the body's immune system on the tumor. At least in theory, and if it works, it'll be a game changer. Because currently, this type of cancer, it's treated with a combination of surgery, radiation, and chemotherapy, or in other words, a fucking nightmare. And depending on where the tumor is, those procedures can leave lasting damage.
But if it doesn't work, it makes the cancer invisible. Is this how we get Resident Evil zombies?
With there being a whole range, whether it be removal of the stomach or bladder or a permanent colostomy bag or infertility and problems with bowel, bladder, and sexual functions. Which is why for this clinical trial, you had just over 100 patients filing into the Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center in New York and rolling the dice, with nearly half suffering from rectal cancer and the rest having it everywhere from the stomach, esophagus, and liver to the endometrium, urinary tract, and prostate. But all of them,
rectal cancer must be a real pain in the ass.
They had solid tumors with the mutation, and they were in stages 1, 2, or 3. And so what you had is that each of them received the immunotherapy, which consisted of periodic injections, and the results were shocking. 92% of patients had no detectable cancer at all after 2 years, with that number rising to 100% for the 49 who had rectal cancer and lowering to 65% for the rest, which is still huge. But then also, even for the 5 patients whose cancer recurred, 4 of them wiped out their tumors too, either by undergoing another round of immunotherapy or removing a lymph node. And the 5th still shrank their tumor with more immunotherapy. So with that, you had the study's lead author telling Time magazine, the bottom line is that everyone
it sounds good.
No one was harmed. It takes home the message that therapy like this can lead to significant clinical complete responses, tumor downstaging, and significant improvement in the quality of life of patients. And I will say, it's
100 is a really small sample size, though.
Right, the treatment, it only takes 6 months, but some tumors disappeared in as little as half that time, which is why you had an oncologist at Johns Hopkins telling the New York Times, 20 or 30 years ago, the idea that you could take large tumors of many different organs and treat them without doing surgery would seem like science fiction. Now, to be fair, there are a couple of caveats that make this breakthrough a little less exciting. Right, first of all, this particular mutation is only present in 2 to 3% of early stage solid tumors. And secondly, the drug costs about $11,000 per dose and 9 doses. So there are concerns that, many people, they probably won't be eligible and it'll be very expensive for those who are. But let me also give you a caveat to the caveat, which is if the drug gets included in clinical guidelines, it could be covered by insurance. And thanks to an earlier, smaller study, it's already been put in the guidelines for rectal cancer and it's approved for uterine cancers as well. So now the
insurance is a
scam.
scam.
Those guidelines to include other cancers and to further develop the drug with a cocktail of other treatments, which is also why I want to add this story.
Even if it is included by insurance, there's always the possibility of the insurance is saying, yeah, we know you're insured for that, but we've decided it's not medically necessary, so we're not going to cover it. Your ass cancer is totally fine. You can have your ass cancer.
Isn't just about dostarlimab. It's also about how fucking amazing and surprising the field of cancer research is right now. And that's in addition to the strides we've made over the past few decades, right? I mean, the American Cancer Society just published data showing that the overall cancer mortality rate in the US from 1991 to 2022 declined by 34%. That translates to approximately 4.5 million people whose lives were saved. And this is where I'll add a little opinion to the news. I think we can get those numbers up if, yes, we not only, continue to fund research like this, but also ensure that our K-12 schools are properly funded, opportunities are given, not only for higher education, but also trade schools, everything. As long as we have upward mobility in this country, a lot of things would be better. But then also regarding higher education, making sure that pipeline's not only intact, but wider than ever. But that, my friends, you beautiful bastards, is where your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news is gonna end. But I will see you soon, because of course I got a brand new show for you every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Okay, I was gonna end after that, but I want to see this. I can't help but watch this guy crash and burn. It's like one of those. Do you ever see old people get into a car accident where they're going like 5 miles an hour and you know it's gonna end badly, but there's nothing you can do to stop it? That's what watching this Johnny Somali stuff is. Let's see what the hell they did now.
So let's get into more of the video. So what have they been up to? The dynamic duo of Hank and Johnny Somali. So what they've been doing is they've been encouraging a communist takeover of Korea.
Oh
they've
my
been promoting
God.
that for a while, kind of simping for the CCP. So you kind of
This
see
is
them
insane.
Here. I'll show the flag waving. They're out in the park with a Chinese flag, kind of simping for the CCP.
Huh? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up, bro?
They said the word shibal, which is one of the most common Korean curse words, very common, in fact. So they were these.
They're not actually communists, by the way, right? They're just grifters that do whatever they can to piss people off, and so they can get views online.
Koreans were cursing at Hank and Johnny. At which point they say, "What's up? What's up?" So just to make that clear.
Huh? What's up? What? Shiba Sakia. Shiba Sakia. Shiba Sakia. Your mom. Your dad.
See, they're just harassing people in public because they think this is worthwhile. It's pathetic.
Okay, they get you mad because they're not. Never mind. Hey, yeah, free brother Ayun. Brother Ayun.
They have the
So they're
Japanese
trying to,
flag too.
Engage in sort of this pro CCP stuff. Mind you, by the way, a foreigner participating in any political
The
demonstration
Rising
in Korea
Sun
is
flag
illegal.
specifically, which
So that
let's get a history on the Rising Sun flag. The Rising Sun flag, also known as the Japanese Imperial Navy flag, a flag featuring a red disc with 16 red rays emanating from it, was originally used by feudal warlords in Japan and later became the battle flag of the Imperial Japanese Navy. Today it's still used by the Japanese Defense Forces, specifically the Maritime Japanese Defense Force. If you don't know, Japan's military and South Korea have a long and bloody and quite unfortunate history, particularly around the sexual exploitation of South Korean women. So they are really trying to do everything they can to piss these people off.
it is illegal to participate in any political thing as a foreigner. You're not supposed to do that. That's supposed to be for Koreans only, and once again, that's their law, right? Their law, their way. Of course, for this behavior, he ends up getting a fine. Now, I'm going to talk about this fine.
Oh boy!
And what happened here, because the police do show up to this incident. You're going to see, and Johnny actually runs away when the police come. And leaves Hanky
he
Poo
runs.
to get
Oh my god!
to get the fine. Let's watch this.
I don't know why the UK flag is there. Do the Koreans have a history with the UK as well? I wouldn't be surprised. The UK was the most imperialistic country in the world. People talk about American imperialism, but where do you think we learned it from?
What's your name? They're asking how much is the ticket, Hank? 50,000.
50,000 Korean won. That's about 50,000 right now. Just so you know, let's do a little conversion. 50,000 won to USD. I think that's about $34. That's about $34 fine.
Okay,
right? So it's a
that's
very
not a big
small
fine. Yeah.
Now, mind you, they don't have a lot of money, but it's not a lot. It's not like a $1 million fine.
They charge you. I'm gonna fight it. They charge, guys. They charge Hank 30. This is the perfect. It's actually better for your PC. This is the perfect angle, and TTS and Media works. And I'll connect the speaker too. They gave you a ticket for causing anxiety? Yes. But Hank, you gotta fight that. I'm gonna fight it. Because who's the victim of the anxiety?
So this is actually, I'm gonna tell you guys something. This is like probably the only time I'm gonna say this, which is kind of insane. But Hank will actually probably win this one.
Yeah, I think he's got a case
I know
based
this is
off what
crazy,
I've heard so
but
far.
I have always been the one to give you honest reporting and been the one to speak to.
He's
Korean
probably
lawyers
disappointed
and
to
people
take
experienced in
Hank's
the
side
Korean
for
legal
once.
system. Hank
Because he does
will
not
actually
like these
probably win
guys.
this one, according to all of my sources inside Korea. Because according to the sources, what they did was not really a huge crime, and they can challenge it. They can challenge it in a way that they'll just drop it. So it's probably, if Hank fights it, he probably will win, is what my Korean sources say.
Yeah.
That said, does it make him look worse? Yes. Does
Absolutely.
the submission of those facts to the court make him look more of a disruption and more of a problem? Yes. But the fine itself,
Well, is
which
all
is a
of
very
that
small fine, right?
I have a question. Is all that going to be taken into account in Johnny Somali's case? Because it's Hank that receives the fine, not Somali.
Is not really, first of all, even if he wins it, it's $34. Somebody says, is that Hank Yu? Yes, it is Hank Honjong Yu, right next to him there. So while he may fight it, and he will probably win, according to my Korean sources, the bigger issue is the fact pattern, that he is continually being disruptive. He is continually committing crimes. He's continually going out and pressing his luck. He's continually confronting people.
But that was a Hank crime, not a Johnny Somali crime. Now, Johnny Somali was involved with the crime, but he isn't the one that got charged for it. So I don't know really anything about South Korean law. It just, based off what they said so far, it seemed reasonable that he might win that because of the phrasing of everything. But even if he does win, or even if he loses, I don't know. Can they say, oh, this guy was involved with this crime, but we didn't charge him? I don't know. That seems like a stretch to me. But I don't know anything about the Korean law. In United States, you would have a hard time getting that accepted as admissible in court. You could try, but most likely if the other side had an even remotely legitimate lawyer, they would get that thrown out. I'm going to make some coffee and then we're going to play some games. I am on the shelf about which game. Let me do a quick scan in Star Wars real quick. We are in the PvP system now. We are, as you can see here, we have near total sensor coverage. It's just this bottom corner. We didn't used to be able to see these squares, or this square at least either, but our ship's own sensors are covering that. You can see this is one of our satellites over here helping provide sensor coverage. If we go and look at the full scanner, you can see everything here. It's a lot of escape pods, a lot of wrecks, because it's a PvP system. So to get rid of the clutter, we can come over here to the filters. We can get rid of the wrecks and the cargo containers, which are what escape pods classify as. You'll see there is one space station here, which is a zoo station owned by Darkness. Darkness is set to friendly, but they're not actually friends. Darkness is one of the administrator controlled things. Darkness is the name of the client, and it's not actually black. I just chose the black thing by default. It's like a blue, but Darkness is the game client. So this is the other one is quests, and I have them both set to green so that I don't ever accidentally attack administrative stuff. If we go here and look at the nav computer, the galaxy map, we can click on the Darkness map here, and it will show us the Darkness systems and the quest systems. Basically, quest systems are systems that specifically have some kind of quest involved with them. Darkness systems are protected PvE systems, and I hope they remain that way once global combat happens, and that don't necessarily have a quest with them. They're admin-owned systems. And then red markers are PvP systems, and this is the one we're in right now. All of these quests combat, well, not all the combat systems. So this one is Coak, and this one is Petabes. Neither one of these can have bounty targets in them, but I'm pretty sure all of the quest and darkness systems, as well as Dara, Sirocco, and Arvala, can all have potential bounty hunting targets in them. So in particular, these PvP bounty targets, they don't get any extra benefits. So a lot of people will choose not to do these because of the risks. Now, if you look, I'm not the only person here right now. There is a friendly Kandosi type dreadnought, which actually belongs to one of my good friends in the game. And if you go look, you can see, first of all, that they have a really cool custom on that's way better than the default ship down here. Different model with a bunch of highlights, a bunch of extra colors. But if you go look at this ship, this is not anything to laugh at. Hyperspeed 3, sublight speed 20, which is, you know, pretty average for a capital ship of this size. You're not going to get any faster than hyperspeed 3. Sublight speed 20 is a little low, but also not 10, you know? Then you look at cargo capacity, 10,000 tons, 200,000 meters, 1,000 passengers. That's pretty solid combat load right there. 8 sensors, which is average. Some ships only have 6 sensors. Like the Corvette that I'm in right now only has 6 sensors. But then you go look at these defenses and the weapons. This is where this baby really shines. 6,000 hull, 4,000 deflectors with 90 armor. It's also got 4 turbo laser batteries, 30 proton torpedo launchers, and 8 turbo lasers. This will delete most other capital ships that aren't Imperial Star Destroyers or Mon Cal cruisers. This is pretty much the most powerful, widely available ship. They go for about 350 million credits apiece. Meanwhile, the Raider that I'm flying is worth like 10 million credits apiece. If that ship were to shoot at this ship, it would probably one-shot me if it took out my fighter escort. Now, fortunately, but kind of unfortunately, because it's friendly right now, capital ships are not fully active in combat right now. So because combat is still an alpha, ships that are frigate size or larger, so frigate ship size goes fighters and bombers, and then gunboats are basically like slightly bigger fighters that often have mixed weaponry. Like they have both fighter and combat and bomber weaponry, but also sometimes can carry like a full squad of troops, the squad being 12. However, they usually lose against fighters, and they do less damage to larger ships and bombers. They're kind of like a jack of all trades ship in exchange for a lack of weaponry. And some of them are pretty fragile, like the Skip Ray blast boats. These are straight up just glass cannons. They have only slightly more HP than fighters, but they've got a good mix of weapons that allow them to do a fair bit of damage, especially to larger ships. And then you have other ones that have pretty limited weaponry, especially considering that each one of these is either worth 2 or 3 or in some rare cases 4 fighters, because every fighter or bomber is only worth 1 party slot. So that means these U-Wings right here, I got a ping from something. Let me make sure it's not a combat ping. What was that notification? I generally don't like opening notifications on stream. Okay, no, it's something else. It was something unrelated to that. So you have these U-Wings here, which are arguably one of the best gunboats. And if you look, they have very few lasers and ion cannons compared to a lot of these other ships, especially when you take into effect they have a party slot of 2. If you compare them to other fighters, like let's look at one of the most iconic fighters of all time here. We have the TIE Interceptor here. 4 heavy lasers. Another iconic fighter, which I think should be classified as a bomber with the reclassifications, but it is what it is. You have the heavy lasers and 2 torpedo launchers. So if you then compare that to the equipment on this U-Wing, it's very similar. 4 heavy lasers and 2 ion cannons, except for these take up twice the slots of those fighters, so they effectively have half the weaponry. What they do have, though, is significantly more hull and deflectors. Also, gunboats usually have slightly more sensors, which means they can see around the ship better. So if you don't have full vision like I do on the system right now, they can be good to like lead a group of starfighters from. So you might do something like have 1 U-Wing leading the wing, giving extra vision while providing a little bit of weaponry, and then you have a bunch of X-Wings or something bringing the real firepower, but they would be blind beyond point-blank range without the sensors provided by a gunboat. Also, you can use other ships to do that. Like, if you have multiple pilots, you can have someone in a another ship providing sensors, like a capital ship generally have the biggest sensors. There are other ways to do it, though. You have this ship right here. These are pretty common, although kind of expensive, because they're rare drops, but they're common enough that you can always get them. They're just expensive. I think they're like 10 million or 120 million a piece. I don't remember which one. I know that's a huge range, but I don't remember whether that's for a full squad or an individual unit. But compared to a regular Y-Wing, the bomber, which is like 1.2 million, these are significantly more expensive, to say the least, on the scale of 10 to 100 times more credits just for one of these. But the advantage is they give 8 sensors, which is the equivalent of most capital ships. So you can lead a party with one of these and use it to provide targeting data. Where if you look at most of these other ships, they have 1 sensor, 1 sensor, 1 sensor, 1 sensor. This one has 4 sensors. I used to have one of these ships, but I sold it a long time ago, and I'm kind of regretting it now. I really wish I still had it. It's not super powerful in combat. It's only got 2 lasers, and it's kind of long for fighters. Remember that length is important for combat. The longer you are, the harder it's going to be for you to hit your target, and the easier it's going to be for your target to hit you. Maneuverability is really low for fighters. Generally, you want 6. But what I do have is one of these guys. I have an I-beam starfighter, which has 3 lasers. That's an additional laser, which is significant. Maneuverability of 7, which is pretty good. It's not super tanky, 50 and hull and 36 deflectors, but that is about the same as the A-24. It has 4 sensors, which is really the extreme range of heavy lasers. You have a optimal range of 1 and a drop off of 2.5. You're gonna basically hit around 3 and start to struggle to hit around 4. But when it comes to things like concussion missiles and proton torpedoes, those can actually hit up to 5 range. So this will barely cover that. Like, you can still engage at 4 range with torpedo or concussion missile equipped ships. They're just not going to be able to hit out to their full 5 range. Then when it comes to turbo lasers, those are effective out to a range of 7, which is why having 8 sensors is really nice. But then again, if we look at my Corvette over here, the one that I'm flying right now, the Raider class Corvette, it only has 6 sensors. However, that is relatively irrelevant at the moment because we have near full sensor scans. This guy is a level, he has 8 sensors. He's going to that corner. I think we're gonna beat him probably to that location, but he might get us full sensors on the HEP before we get that other satellite deployed. Now you can see from all these satellite wrecks here that these things are not hard to kill, right? You basically one-shot it with anything with a laser. If you go look at the CSAT the CSAT T24, it's got a whole 25 HP. If you have 1, maybe 2 lasers, because you still got to hit them, and they are kind of small. They have 0 maneuverability, but they're 10 meters, so you can still miss. But if you hit this thing twice, basically it blows up. And if you have 12 fighters in your squadron, or you have something like this ship that I'm in right now, which has 3 concussion missiles, I think. They recently did some changes. 6 concussion missiles, sorry. I was thinking of the other thing. This guy has 2 concussion missiles. It has 6 concussion missiles, which each fire 3 times. Always doing for 40 damage before armor. That's before armor calculations. One of these concussion missile hits KillSat. Also, it's got quad lasers, which they only hit for 10, but it fires 12 times, and there's 2 of them. So that means it's got 24 hits, 24 potential hits, and it only needs 3 hits to take them out. So between all these concussion missiles and all those quad lasers, plus the lasers and proton torpedoes, this isn't Star Trek. A single proton torpedo hit is going to kill one, but they're less likely to hit because they have low tracking. And a heavy laser hit takes 2 hits to kill them. With 2 bombers in my squadron, that is 2 heavy lasers, that's 4 heavy lasers, each firing 3 times, so that's 12 heavy laser hits, as well as another 8, I think. I'm getting tired doing all this math. Photon torpedo shots. There's nearly 50 chances to kill that satellite. So it's pretty much a guaranteed shot to one-shot the satellite if it's by itself without any escorts. And generally they are, because things that are escorting satellites are usually just going to die. So you need to be able to afford to throw those resources away. And right now, I just can't. So we're willing to sacrifice the satellites in exchange for not losing other stuff and keeping our vision on the system. Alright, so I want more coffee. And then we're going to switch to games. I'm not sure which game. I'm torn. You know what? We're going to go with Schedule 1 still. I want to do some more Schedule 1 because I just got to a point where I finally have a full setup. You know, I don't need to do anything anymore. They're doing it themselves. And it's just a matter of this point of it would help if I can spell schedule. I always spell it wrong. I know how to spell it. My fingers don't know how to spell it apparently. I need to get a clothing upgrade. I got the tier tattoo, which I think is perfect. I just got one day so far where I finally have a whole squad set up, so I don't need to do anything. But I spent most of that day just watching them, and I didn't bring them supplies. So my goal for today... Oh, I like how it shows your net worth. Is that... I'm assuming that's your net worth, because I don't remember seeing that big stack of cash before. So the plan right now is to... I just saw the kick chat thing. That's hilarious. The plan right now... I wonder if the restream chat is bugged or if it just counted that as a bot and didn't show it. Or I missed it while I was talking. I need to figure out how I got that old restream back. I guess we just use this, but I can't change the thing. Is there a way to... Whatever. Alright, the big thing is I want to actually get it functional today. I need to start supplying them with the resources they need to make stuff. And also I need to cut down on the seeds and stuff I'm buying, because we only have one setup right now, and that's a problem because they're mixing a bunch of different types of weed together and a bunch of different supplies, so it's coming out and it's jamming up the system because it'll get like partially done and then it's like, oh wait, nope, it's a problem now. So we're gonna eventually, I don't know how many people I can fit in this place. There's definitely more room for more beds, but I don't know if it will let me hire more people. If it lets me hire more people, then we will set up another... Oh wait, I don't need to necessarily. If I can get a second mixing station, I might be able to split it to generate two different types of weed. But for now, we're just going to focus on making one type of weed to streamline our production and hopefully not cause the snags we ran into in the last stream. But give me a second to go make coffee, and I'll probably give the cat a treat. Normally I don't give him random treats, but he's kind of annoyed at me right now. And he missed his treat when I was eating. I generally give him treats when I make myself food, but he was outside when I was making dinner, so we'll give him a treat. I've said that like 7 times. He knows that word, so he definitely expects it now. I'm gonna make myself a treat, and I'm gonna get him one, and I'll be right back, and we're gonna sell drugs. Let's go, John. Coming? We're just gonna sit there looking at your ball. back. Let me do a new scan of the system. Make sure no enemies popped up. We now have full sensors, because I think both ships moved, but I think the Kandosi class Dreadnought is the one providing sensors at the corner. Yep, we're good to go. No enemy or even neutral ships on sensors. All friendlies. Let's go ahead and I'm going to check the intel channels real quick before I get into... Yeah, I don't see any new updates in the intel channels, so we're good to go. Alright, start the game. Let's see. Oh, holy shit, dude! I like 10x'd my net worth in like one day. When I started, I had like 4K last time. I think it was 4.4K. Now we're at 39K. I actually like 10x'd my... No wonder I didn't notice the stack of cash before. If you die in single player, you'll go back to your last save. If you die in multiplayer, you'll pay an expensive visit to the medical clinic. Okay. I haven't died yet. I've been arrested twice. I went so long without getting arrested, and then I just got too... what's the word? I got too bold with the machete. And since then, I've been arrested twice because of my bold machetiness. Oh, that's right. This is entirely reset. I think both of these buildings are entirely reset. I'm gonna need to come up with a way to use these two buildings efficiently. So the problem with this is that you can't get a second worker in here. If you could get a second worker in this one, then it wouldn't be that bad. But I don't know what to do with just one worker, because you can't even get a cleaner, which means that I need to be the cleaner. Otherwise it just becomes a mess. Yes, that was totally necessary. $3, perfect. I needed those $3. I'm gonna get myself a cheeseburger. Alright, let's go ahead and sleep. We need to remember we've got to blast some ass in the morning with a miracle. It's actually not in the morning, it's in the early evening. But that's fine. Alright. I think I've already talked to both of my drug dealers, but I can confirm because one's right here. Yeah, alright, we've collected from the drug dealers. They should both be full of weed because we gave them lots of stuff. Nothing today? I mean, I guess that it's not counting because we just logged in. We definitely sold a bunch of stuff today. But it's probably just counting today as like the 30 seconds we've been playing. Oh shit! That's right, dude, I can get a gun now. Damn it, I should have went to get the gun. Oh well. We can't get a gun now because it's in the middle of the day. But, let's see. Am I still selling? Yes, okay, I'm still selling Miracle Ass Blaster, I hope. Let me, actually turn that off for a second. Because I don't know how much ass blasting I can do today. We have some of the new stuff. But it's in jars. Oh, and you know what I should have done? I should have bought supplies for these guys. Because they're all out here doing nothing. Shit, I'm just wasting massive amounts of time. Well, at least you're doing something. You're the only one that's getting a raise. You feel that? Alright, so what are we trying to do? We'll do green. We'll do miracle beans. Miracle beans are what we're doing for the ass blaster. I don't know what the other strains give us with miracle beans, but that's fine. Mega beans, sorry. We'll do 80. And then just getting the beans on here means that people will start doing what they're supposed to do. And then the other thing I need to do is buy seeds. But I guess we just buy only green crack for now. Maybe I swap these to 2 smalls. Maybe I actually do start downgrading to 2 smalls. Okay, what do we have here? We've got Super Diamond, Miracle Ass Blaster. Okay. Ooh, we have a lot of Wedding Smegma. So maybe we sell Wedding Smegma today. Products. I don't think it's one of our good ones. This is what I was talking about. Like, we have too many things and they were just mixing stuff randomly. So we need to find the Wedding Smegma and list that for sale. And we can find the Hairy Smegma. Wow, it's going to be the last one we check. It's not going to be the last one we check because those are the original ones. But there's the Wedding Smegma. Alright. So we're listing Wedding Smegma for sale. We also are selling Miracle Ass Blaster. Do I have any individuals? I'm ready. Okay. We have a 2. We can do the 3. Okay. So we'll do this 3. And then the 4 is going to get a jar. Alright. So we've got some messages. Wedding Smegma, I'll pay $220 for 3. I don't know, is that fair? Yeah, okay. That's a little low, but Wedding Smegma is a lot cheaper than the stuff we normally have, but we've got to sell it off, you know? To be fair, I don't even care about upping the prices, really. For the Wedding Smegma, we're just trying to sell it to clear out our stock. Alright. So what else do we need to do today? Oh, we need to order seeds. Messages. Albert. Need to order a dead drop. I have no... So we're doing green crack. Just a full order of crack. You've received 34 in cash. How much do I still owe you? 366. We don't exactly have that yet, but we might be able to get it from Meg if she's made some sales. Meg, are you back here yet? No, you're out dealing. Alright, so let's see what else we do in the meantime. We need a car now, but we can't afford a car yet. More Wedding Smegma? Deal. I hope I have enough for all these. They want a lot of Wedding Smegma. Worst case scenario, I give them something better and hope they don't mind. Because I've got extra jars of stuff. Are you my employee? No, I don't think so. So I'm like, you should be working right now, bro. You just look like my employee. You're a chemist somewhere else. Alright, what do we do in the meantime? I don't really know right now. We don't have the cash to do other things. I guess we buy more beans. Let's buy... Oh, that dude just disappeared. Let's buy another stack of beans. Oh, we can get horse semen now? We'll buy 4 horse semen as well. Inventory won't fit everything. Okay, so we get 60 beans. We've got more orders. We'll look at those once we deliver the beans. We're gonna hold on to the horse semen ourselves and do some experimentation with the horse semen. Put the... There's gotta be a place to put horse semen that someone's not pulling from it. We don't really have that spot right now. Let's just do... Oh, we arrived at our destination. Give me a sec. I don't know if we can do all these. So 5, 10, 13, 16, we have 19, so we can do 1, 3. Deal. Let's turn this off. We're out of it. Messages. Hopefully these aren't people that we need to like us. We're just gonna message them back and say we can't do it tonight because we're out. And hopefully they don't get too mad. Hopefully they get less mad if we message them instead of leaving them hanging. Alright. We don't have a delivery yet. That's not what I meant to do. Is one of these pink cookies Miracle Ass Blaster? Let's move the Miracle Ass Blaster over here. Okay, cool. So then we're going to put the horse cum over there. And we've got some deliveries to do now. Don't worry, Helen. Or Michelle. I think you're the planter. Okay. Oh, that's real close. We're about to have some work for you. I hope you're ready. Whoever the planter is. Don't mind me. I'm not running around with pockets full of drugs or anything. Alright. Cool. Oh, we need more fertilizer probably. We'll get 1 thing of soil and 2 things of fertilizer for her. We got that. Deliveries. So 20, 10, the bungalow, place order. Alright. Cool. We just laundered some cash. Unfortunately, we no longer have enough to whatchamacallit, buy a car, but that's fine. So we're looking for the Miracle Ass Blaster sales. Okay, the Crimson Canary over there. Where's the other Miracle Ass Blaster? Okay, it's over on the wharf. So let's go get the wharf first. I don't see... Is the delivery here yet? Nope. I don't know how long it takes the delivery to show up. But we're gonna do what we can. So we've got a Miracle Ass Blaster cell to do here. I'm gonna blast some ass over by the wharf. This is such a great place to smoke. Which one are you? You are the 3. Okay, so you get this. And this. Boom. Okay. So then we also need to do some ass blasting over this way. It's literally the farthest one, but just up this road. I definitely just want a car at this point. It's not technically curfew yet. They're walking around with lights out, but I'm not worried. I think it's this one directly ahead. Oh, no. Yeah, it is this one. Alright. Now it's curfew. Well, and it will be in a moment. What's up, Philip? I should wait till curfew goes. Give me a sec, Philip. I'm trying to min-max by waiting to sell to you until curfew hits. He's too stoned to care. He forgets that I'm the one selling him the weed anyways. There we go. He's like, oh wait, it's you. You're my drug dealer. You're welcome, Philip. Curfew bonus, generosity bonus. He barely gets any appreciation for that. Alright, I think for now I chill in the casino. Oh wait, no, I need to go back. I wanted to chill in the casino so I could safely do the Star Wars stuff without running into any cops. Speaking of cops. Oh, there's the truck. Dan's Hardware. Thank you, Dan. Alright. Let's go drop these things off over here. Make sure you got enough of all that to do your work. Are you not? Wait. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, they should all have fertilizer. Do you only do that at a certain point, I guess? Alright. in 1 hour, we gotta start delivering. Oops. Let's just chill in here for a minute away from those cops. You're not this place is so crazy, you're not even allowed to just step out onto your front yard. Cops are gonna be like, what are you doing on your front yard after curfew? Alright. Let's deploy this last satellite. Might as well drag it over to show y'all how that's done. We go to our cargo, go look at our ships, we go unload the satellite. Now this part is not necessary, but for my own purposes, we are going to look at the satellite, make sure we click it, and then we're gonna pick southeast, so I know the location of this satellite. That way, if anyone destroys it, I know approximately where they are and what area of the system I'm blind at. So we're gonna go, we're just gonna do a whole system scan, not a targeted scan of a single location. Let's go ahead and remove the wrecks and the cargo containers. All we see are our satellites, the zoo station, and our friend in the Candosi. So let's go enter orbit of the planet. Now, if you look here, you can see red areas. These red areas are gravity wells. That is a space in which I cannot enter hyperspace. So while stuck in a gravity well, you are absolutely potentially in danger. Stop! He's attacking my mouse. Crazy cat. Alright. So let's go. We've got some deliveries to make now. All the wedding smegma. I think we have exactly enough for all the deliveries we set up tonight. And this is the closest one right here. It's underneath us. What's up, Meg? 3 wedding smegma. Let's go. We're not gonna make a lot of cash today because since we didn't have everything properly set up, our guys were making kind of inefficient mixes. Tomorrow, we start reeling in the cash though. Go get this guy over here. What's up, Greg? How about 5 wedding smegma? The problem with doing our own personal deals is jars versus baggies. Which is why... Oh, I should have done... I can deal through the fence. That's great. Alright. Where's... I don't... Is this? I'm too far down. I was like, I know I'm close to my laundromat. We're going to launder some cash here. Let's not do that outside. Okay, so it's right around the corner from us. We can go this way. Can we pull this off? Ooh, sometimes it's hard to go that way. We took the risky path. Risk it for the biscuit. Alright. So our deals are done for the night. So the next thing we're gonna do, we're going to talk to our dealers. We're gonna get their cash. We're going to check their supplies. He is looking solid there. He has no problem with supply. Let's go talk to Meg. Molly, not Meg. Meg is one of our customers, one of our frequent flyers. It's honestly so refreshing not have to deal with Jesse anymore. I hate to say it, but after she stabbed me, I don't feel bad about stabbing her back. And she hasn't bothered us since then, so I am assuming that means once you're stabbed, you're gone for good if you're a customer. So it's unfortunate we have one less customer, but if I had to choose one customer to be one less on, it would absolutely be Jessie. She's a pain in the ass, and that's what she gets for stabbing my freaking face. I was just trying to give her weed, and she was like, oh, by the way, I'm going to stab you. I was like, what? No, why? So we're going to get a gun, because we forgot to do that last night. In case someone tries to stab us again. I'm looking for some weaponry, boss. Give me that ranged weapon. The revolver. Hell yeah. Deal. Alright, I need some ammunition for it though. I'm looking for some weaponry. Ammo. Revolver ammo. Deal. Can I stack revolver ammo? Let's see. I cannot. So we can only carry... We probably only want to carry one and one backup. But like any self-respecting drug dealer is going to say... wait, how do I actually aim? Like, aiming doesn't aim down sights. I have no kind of actual aim. Like, any self-respecting gunman is gonna say, never trust a gun you haven't test-fired yourself. Damn. I like how shooting the gun didn't even do anything. Okay. It's not that hard to use, actually. Can I go in here while I'm wanted? Yeah. Alright. So the unfortunate side effect of this is we can carry less now. The beneficial side effect of it is we can cap people at range. We have a message. Still currently waiting on payment. Okay. Yeah, dude, I got you. Let me just wait till I'm not being hunted by cops no more. Alright. So, we have confirmed the revolver works, but aiming is kind of jank. There you go, dude. I hope you're happy. You know what we should do, actually? Let's get another green crack, so we don't need to worry about that again. Be ready about 5 hours. Debt is 366 again. So I'll send another 400. Alright, fully paid off immediately. Alright, so What else do we need to do tonight? We need to launder some more cash. So it's actually convenient that I killed those cops because they were kind of in the way. Oh, we have a potential customer under Randy Caulfield. Are we going that direction? Kind of. He's a new potential customer. So let's go get something to sell him. We need to buy a lot of stuff tomorrow, but really I'm trying to save up for the van, which once we finish laundering our cash, we should be able to do. Alright, do I have anything that's just, yeah. Give him a super diamond, or we can take an ass blaster too, and he'll hopefully like one or the other. Miracle ass blaster, that's what you should be making, right? Oh no. Oh no, you made Harry Smegma and not Miracle ass blaster. That's causing a problem. Oh, and we're out of... I see. So the problem is we're out of baggies here, too. That's fine. Okay. So, the baggies are going to be better anyways for this until we get 2 stations. Maybe that's what we do tomorrow. Get 2 different mixing stations, and we'll set up a different bud chain. Oh, I can probably do that tonight, actually. Before we do all of this. So first things first, let's handle this guy. We need to find him. And we're actually not going to necessarily launder all of this yet. Because the first thing we want to do is make sure that we can buy the new mixing station, and unfortunately we can't get shells right now. What's up, Randy? Can I interest you in a free sample? He's got no favorite effects. He's got moderate standards. Either one has an 85% chance, so we're gonna do the super diamond because we're selling ass blaster personally. Nice. Glad to hear you like it, Randy. Alright. Don't mind the gun. It just comes with the territory. So, let's see. Now, we go and talk to these guys. I wonder what that guy thought when the moment he sold me the gun, he just hears a bunch of gunfire outside. Alright, so I'm going to need a mixing. What's a drying rack? Oh, that's new. Okay. We'll get one of those. Get a mixing station. An upgraded model. Do we get an upgraded mixing station? We can get an upgraded mixing station. We don't need to get rid of the old mixing station either. That way we have the 2 mixing stations we want. What's an air pot? Fancy hand-woven fabric pot that keeps roots ventilated, boosts plant growth speed by 15%, but also increases moisture drain. I mean, I don't know if I'm too worried about the moisture drain because we have someone watering the plants. It's her job to focus on the plants. I feel like it's not going to be an issue. So the growth speed is probably what we want. The biggest issue right now is our lack of ability to sell quick enough, which is partially my fault because I'm only selling 1 type and we were generating like 4 types. But once we unlock the extra drug dealer, we'll give him the extra stuff we have. Let's go ahead and upgrade these to 8 pots. We have just enough for that. We're definitely not going to be able to buy the car, but it's worth trying. I'm not sure if we're going to need more drying racks, but we'll start with just 1. That might complicate the automated process, but we'll see what happens. I want to definitely got to see what's up with it, to say the least. Why do we have a text message? Hey, that dropped. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Perfect. We have just enough space for it. Where is the canal? It's over that way. I like how that's like kind of the only place where the cops actually always chill that I'm aware of. There are police cars that drive around and chill in certain places. The only place I can think of that I actually see cops all the time is right there. Of course, we can knock on the door to the police station we just ran by and get police from there. But let's not right now. Alright. So we've got the new seeds, but I actually don't want to deposit these yet because we're gonna upgrade the plants, but we've got a bunch of other stuff to do back here. So number 1 thing we got to do tomorrow is make sure to sell our machete so that we're not constantly out of space. I don't think we'll have enough for the car tomorrow, unfortunately, because we're trying to go straight to the van. So we'll just buy more beans. We could, you know what? We can do it tonight just by forcing some sales of extra stuff. So let's go. Okay, cool. We do have 1 of each. I think. We have green crack, sour diesel, granddaddy perp. We're short of OG. Is there a random OG sitting somewhere? I don't know. Okay, well first, let's put this guy back. Super diamond. What? Isn't that the same stuff? Oh no, it's Ass Blaster. Okay. So I think we need an OG. We need an OG seed. Maybe I think I know what I do is for... Alright, first of all, let's... I've got so many little things to do. My brain is fried on what order to do them. We are going to put this over here. Pink cookies, dream shart, ice cream cock. Are any of these here? No. That's all Ass Blaster, Super Diamond. That's fine. We'll just move a jar over here for now. Put that there. By putting the seeds there, we're ensuring that she doesn't accidentally pull the seeds. We'll have her plant and harvest these, and then once they're all done, we'll change all the pots at the same time. 'Cause I don't know if there's a seed in there that just hasn't been dealt with yet, so we're just being safe. In the meantime, I don't want to put those there because he's going to pull those and put them in the mixing station. What is the drying rack? We'll put the drying rack... right here. Put it by the window so that the neighbors can see it. I'm kidding. Well, it's still kind of by the window, but at least it's sort of out of the way there. Use drying rack. Insert bud leaf into the input and press dry. Will these guys use drying racks automatically? Let's see. I think you're... yeah. Then you're not the one. You might use the drying rack. I think the... chemist is not going to use the drying rack. No. But you could use the drying rack. So the question then becomes, can you put... probably not packaged stuff. But I bet we can put this there. How long does it take? 11 hours. I don't know. Okay. So here's what I think we do. We actually probably move this. I'm gonna plan to set up a testing facility in the other one. Like our original place, maybe. And we'll need a separate mixing station and packaging station over there. But then whenever I get like new additives or I want to try a new mix, we just do that there. And we'll have the drying rack over there, and I'll use that to make super high quality bud for getting new people hooked. Alright. Mixing station is making what? Hairy smegma. And hairy smegma is not something we really want to be selling, but it is what it is. Let me get one of each of these before they use all of them. So I can... oh, yeah. We only need one. So I can test them. I don't know where to put them, though. I guess we can put them over here. We're running out of space. I need more shelves. I should have bought a bunch of shelves today. It's so frustrating. Oh, you know what? We can actually just... that way, they're out of the way for now. Alright. So the mixing station, I kind of want to replace that. These things we were going to put over here. I should probably just go to my drug dealers and give them stacks of the jars or whatever they have. That will help us on space a lot. Pick cookies. Dream Short. Miracle Ass Blaster. And that one. Ice Cream Cock. I don't know if they're really going to have Super Diamond. That's something that kind of ended up getting mixed accidentally when we started automating stuff and we had a mixture of things and they were just mixing whatever. Alright. So you got Wedding Ass. You still have Wedding Ass. We haven't made that in forever. You got Dream Shark. Perfect. I'm going to give you half of them. What? Oh, this is higher quality Dream Shark. This is all high quality stuff and you just have mid quality stuff. Damn. And you haven't sold out of anything yet. Okay, so we'll take the low quality pink cookies. We can't because we don't have any space. Can I just throw my... Is there like a... I can't throw my machete away. Just leave the machete here for now. We'll take the low quality pink cookies. At least the individual baggies of it. Give you the high quality stuff. While we're here... Hey Kathy, want some pick cookies? 101%? Cool. Can I get you 73%? We'll just go with that. Alright. Then let's go talk to our dude. See what we can give him. And then we'll just start selling these jars, because I think we're going to have extra jars. So you've got a lot of Aspen Death. And then everything else is... Well, it's not low quality, but it's medium quality. So let's just give you the ice cream cock. Alright, now let's see what we can sell to everyone. Hey Peter, how about Aspen Death? You want one of these too? No? Okay. Just take all the Aspen Death. And we got this one. Hey Beth. You want an Ass Blaster? Cool. This was Jesse's place? Hey Jesse, you're still alive! So I guess you don't kill people. Last time we tried to give her a jar, she tried to kill us. So let's be careful with this. Okay, I guess she learned her lesson. She didn't stab us that time, she just said that's shit. If she tried to stab us this time, she'd get shot. So maybe she knows. Peggy. Hey Peggy. Oh, already recently offered? She didn't want it? Okay. Peggy, can you go away? Cool. Hey Kim. Do you want a jar of Dream Shark? Sweet. Okay. Let's see. Let's talk to our landlord lady. No thanks? Cool. No one answered. I don't know all the doors that will answer at night. They're definitely partying in there. I guess they're just partying too hardy to care about the fact that I'm trying to sell them weed. I'm pretty sure none of these will answer because they're just like industrial areas. Oh, look at that. There's Geraldine. Guess he lives in this weird corner. Geraldine Wood, he's kind of a freak. Little creepy dude. We'll just go with the 100% sale. What about this? I'm assuming Dan probably lives here. Yeah. He's not gonna buy anything. He just says hi. Like, why are you knocking on my door in the middle of the night, weirdo? We've already, like, killed most of the cops, so we can probably run around pretty safely with our flashlight on. What's up, Greg? I like your tattoo. Got the same one, bro. My friend Brad Crosby? Oh, sick! Dude, I didn't even know that you were Brad's friend. Yeah, let me go get a bunch of jars for Brad. We'll give him this and all the random other stuff we have. This is perfect. This is exactly what we needed. Now we got that third dealer. We're really going to be raking in the cash. And we have just enough cash to get the van in the morning. So I think we get the van instead of the other stuff. We can deal with another day of inefficiency if it means having our own van. Oh, we don't need to even worry about that because we're getting all this extra cash from offloading our extra jars. So this is perfect. He can carry 5 jars worth of things. So for now, we're just going to set the mixing station down and we'll move that later. Let's get 5 different stacks. There's Ass Blaster. There's Super Diamond. Are there more jars? No, we sold the other jars, really, it looks like. That's fine. They didn't drag down for some reason? Okay. There we go. So, we're going to save the Ass Blaster and do things of Super Diamond. Alright. Nice. We're well on our way to getting this sorted. Now let's talk to Brad. Brad is over there. And then tomorrow we get our van and we can actually drive around instead of sprinting everywhere. It's probably going to be a lot easier to not get caught because I don't know if they actually search the van or if they just search us. Plus, if they start shooting at us, hopefully the van... I want to drive the van past them in the middle of the night and see what they do about it. We've talked to Brad so many times. I'm so glad to finally be able to hire him. Whatever he needs, we can probably afford it. $2 grand. Perfect. I have exactly that amount. Take all these. Alright. So, I think at this point, we basically call it a night. Go get ourselves a van. Oh no, I wanted to see if I can set up the mixing stations better. And we need baggies. Baggies are cheap though. I mean, we need jars too, but I don't want to get too many stacks of stuff yet, because then I'm gonna have trouble moving things around. So I left 2 spaces. Alright, so first things first, let's take the jars out of this one. Oh, this is the advanced mixer. Never mind. We need to take... Let's put the... Well, yeah. Let's get those back in there. Baggies there. Jars here. Baggies there. So what we actually need is another packaging station too. We can worry about that in a sec. Take the smegma. Now we need to come up with a plan. So... I think we just actually only sell green crack still, or our advanced crack. So I'm not worried about buying extra things or setting that up, and then we can set these up that they'll both just do the thing. Let's get this out of there for now. We can put the extra jars over there. We'll set up mixing station Mark II here. Alright, so the mixer is faster now. Kind of interested to see it work. Nice. Alright. So yeah, do we just go only back to baggies? I think we do. And then we just get rid of the jars for now. I'll take the mixing station back to my place and set that up over there. Harry Smegma needs packaged. We're gonna package that in jars. And we'll just give that to someone. I think we just arrived at our location. No, we didn't. Let's see what's going on then. We have... a notification, but I didn't see what it was. It popped up pretty quickly. I'm gonna scan the system real quick, make sure no enemies or neutrals are on sensors. Nothing at this point in time. Only our friendly dreadnought and us. Okay. So let's get that out of there. Then we got the jars out of there. Put those back. And then we have 3 buds here? No, we have 4 buds here. That's unfortunate. I guess we can put the jars back here for now. And hopefully those don't cause a problem. Okay, yeah, we have everything on there. Alright. Okay, so we got these golden quality buds. It's heavenly. So we'll do a miracle ass blaster, package that. We'll just leave that here for now. We'll bring it with the regular stuff when we get the chance. Alright. Then we're moving the rest of this stuff back to the other place. I think I might set up the sweatshop as our meth house. Because if anything's going to cover the scent of meth, it's the Chinese food. No, it's just, I think that's the only one that really works reasonably with only one worker. Put our drying rack. Put our mixer over here. You know what? Maybe we put the drying rack next to the mixer. Oops. Does it fit? Yeah, okay. So I do need storage over here. We need lots of shelves. I should just buy a bunch of shelves and then store the extra shelves on shelves until I need them, since that's like the one thing we can't get in the middle of the night. Can I store these here? No. But what I can do is, and what I should have done is brought the horse come with me. Hey Donna. You want some hairy smegma? That's what I would say too if someone asked me if I wanted hairy smegma. Ooh, no. I don't think this person responds at nighttime. Yeah, only in daytime. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Anna. Okay, we can't sell to you, Anna. No, not you. We're trying to knock on the door again. What about Kevin? Hey, Kevin. Sweet. Kevin, do you want my hairy smegma? Alright. Glad you're enjoying my smegma. We need to order an OG Kush. We need just one. We had enough cash in there already to pay for it. Alright, so after Kevin, we've got Chloe. Or Jeff, because we did Anna too. Oh, Jeff, you look like you love hairy smegma. Okay, he's good. Never mind. Chloe, what about you? Chloe, are you down for some hairy smegma? Awesome. Chloe wants the hairy smegma. We have our drop completed. Behind the laundromat, not in the laundromat. Alright. So, also what I need to do is make a small grow setup here for when I do my testing. Can we fit 4 plants here? Oh, but that's the thing. We need the auto. Maybe we do the testing over here actually then. Alright, we have arrived at our location. We're gonna do some things in a moment. Let's get this. Oh, there's still a shelf over here. I forgot about that. And we have the setup here still. We can sell all those too, in addition to... Okay, okay. A plan is developing. So, first things first. Let's set up a drying rack. Set up the mixing rack. We're gonna do some things. We only need 4 of these, but that's fine. We're gonna take the beans over there, because we need the beans over there. So we can leave that here. Anything else I can leave here? We can leave that here. And can I put this back in the output? Can I put it in the input again? No. It would have been fun to try that. Alright. Oh, before we do anything else, while we're in the safety of the sweat house, let's scan the system real quick to see if there are any hostiles or neutrals. We've got none of either. So we're going to plan to start descending. And the descent has begun. So it takes an hour to descend to the surface of the planet. So we are good for another hour. Alright. Yeah, so let me get back to this. Now, the plan here, we are just short of being able to drop both of these things here. We want to keep that here. We're going to need it to clean up, so that's fine. Getting the van tomorrow will be so nice. So nice. Then we'll waste so much less time just running back and forth like this. Okay. So now while we're here, we don't need these bags here, but we'll wait to deal with that in a sec. Oh, this is what we came for, the horse semen. We're gonna drop the beans. Anything else I want to bring over with me? We'll sell most of the air pots, but some of the air pots are, sell most of the old pots, but we'll keep 4. So we can actually start this setup now if we harvest early, which we can do because we've got the trimmers here. I think I can pool those, and if I waste one plant, big deal, to be honest. I'm not too worried about wasting one plant. Or 2 plants. If we're gonna be doing full upgrades. We can't. Okay, that's fine. We'll upgrade everything but those 2. And then we'll have to upgrade them later. We've intentionally... I just need to... They're on here. We've intentionally set it so that the seeds are not in the place where she'll pull them. Which means once those 2 grow... she'll stop planting and just harvest those, and then we can plant them afterwards. So moisture preserving pot is what we want for our solo builds. Put these guys back here because we need them here. We don't need the trimmers with us anymore, but we should leave a stack here. We do want this, and we probably want this out of there. And we don't really need the extra trash grabber here. But I don't have space for it right now anyways. Well, I guess we can take the trash grabber now. Alright. Like, I'm not worried about the trash. The guy's gonna wake up in the morning and clean it. So, let's see. We do need the machete. We'll come back for the machete, but I guess this is where the van would be nice. I've only mentioned that like 5 times. But But we get that tomorrow. First thing tomorrow, we buy the van, then we buy as many shelves as we can. Alright. We gotta set these ones up differently. Because it's got the watering things we need to put. Alright, so those are our testing plants. And then we'll build everything else once we get the chance. Right now, we put the horse cum and mix it with green crack. Alright. We're gonna need a garbage can over here, but that's fine. Water. Oh shit, it needs to be over one more. We might not be able to put both here. No, we can't. So let's move you over. And we'll put the garbage can right there. I guess we put the other plant thing right here. Alright. So we got... Put those back. Grab the purple. Put the purple. We got Harry Express market value. Oh wait, we're short one. Market value of 61. I don't know what to do with all of our stuff. I really wish... Okay, you know what? This is what we do. Alright. Can I pick that up? Alright. What is this? We already got the drop. So now we've got extra spots. So the biodick. I like it because it's horse cum. So this is biodick. Alright. Now let's do sour diesel and see what sour diesel and horse cum do. That color is disturbing. Alright. $58, that's not great. Girl Scout Bud, Granddaddy Diamond, Death Urkel, LA Diamond, Girl Scout Diamond, Sweet Fruit. Sure. And then Granddaddy Perp and Horse Scum. Long-faced, Thick Diamond, Pink Bud, Fat McLovin, Big Bud, Dark Fruit. It's not dark. Fat Cheese. I don't like the fat one. Fruity Balls, Sexy Gruel. I don't even know what that is. Sexy Queef, Purple Express, but it's not purple anymore. Afghan Durkle, Hairy Bud, Island Crack, Sexy Mint, California Urkel, Nightmare Diamond, Strawberry Diesel, Sweet Rhino, Strawberry Cake, Nightmare Splooge. There we go. This has got horse cum in it. It's still not better than our best one, which I think was like 67, right? Products. Miracle Ass Blaster, yeah, 67. Alright. So we can clean up our horse scum. We've got a bunch of random bud now. But we still need to test the OG with the horse scum. See what that's worth. But we gotta wait for that to grow. It's so frustrating that I can't buy a shelf at that other place. So, packaging. Good morning, Rose. How are you doing? Good to see you. How's life? Hopefully things are still going well. Alright, let's go and see if we can sell these random drugs to someone. We've already sold to the people here tonight, but it was like hours ago, so maybe they'll buy more. Cool. Do you want some Nightmare Splooge? 101% chance of success. Do you want some Biodick to go with your Nightmare Splooge? Oh, you do. What about Sweet Fruit? Okay, yeah. She'll take all of those. Cool. That gives us some inventory space. Can I... Oh, we can just do this. Get $9. Alright. So... the next thing we need to do is... we gotta set those up. We'll take this with us because we're gonna sell that. I think this is pretty good except for the fact that it's not properly set up yet. Oh, we want... I guess 4 of these. Wait, did I not? I didn't drag it into a separate section. And then... okay, no, we're gonna leave some random stuff here because we need space to grab the things we need. From the warehouse. Life will be good till 10 a.m. Why? What happens at 10 a.m.? I'm curious. I don't think there's anything we actually need from the store. I mean, like, we could use some more supplies and baggies and maybe some jars too, but I'm not worried about that yet. Right now, first we gotta do this. We got to go to this guy, buy a setup of things. I need 4 suspension racks. I don't know why I'm actually setting this all up, to be honest. All I need to do is build 1 more cush. So maybe we just get 1 suspension rack. Or no, we don't even do that. Well, I guess we can't get the regular thing tonight. I think Horsecombe was the last unlockable, at least at the gas station. It was the last unlockable thing we could see. Hey, cat. What's up, Charlie? You're on my headphones. Get off my headphones. Thank you, kitty. No, I'm joking, but I start my job at 10. Fair enough. Is it your first day? Or have you already had a first day so far? Hey, cat. Rose is saying hi. Say hi, Charlie. He doesn't talk on command. I can get him to talk sometimes when I say certain words, but I don't want him to think I'm gonna give him those words. It's like the FOOD word. If I ever ask if he wants FOOD, he's always gonna meow yes at me, right? You always want that, huh? Doesn't matter if I just gave it to you. Yeah, first day. I'm hoping it goes well. I'm really looking forward to it for you. You gotta stop by and let me know how your first day went, Rose. Kitty cat. Right? We wanna know how Rose's first day went. Alright. So, we've got to... I just realized that it would be like a waste of investment to do this all just for one plant. So... we're going to... well, yeah, we will do one setup, because it's not worth getting the tent. The tent is almost as much... it's like $100 for the tent, and when you add... okay, but the light is expensive. Shit. Yeah, so I think we just wait until... the morning. We get a $100 grow tent. And then the rest of this stuff we're gonna sell. We need one... I don't think we put anything in here yet, right? No, we got everything out of here except the bed. We need one... whatchamacallit. One each of... well, actually, we don't need the soil mixer, just the audio, just the water thing. So, let's pack all these up. We're gonna leave that one, because that's where we'll put the tent. But the rest of these we can pack up. We can... can we store 2 of these on top of each other? No, okay. That was hopeful thinking. Store those. I don't really need 2 of these. So as far as things that we're selling tomorrow, we just need 1 of these. Selling this. Selling this. We're gonna keep that and that there. We'll bring the soil back to the main place. So we're selling all that. We'll get the other thing we're selling. We're done here. Well, we're done until we build 1 OG Kush to mix with our horse cum. I'll message you on Discord when I get off at 6 p.m. Cool. Yeah, there's a good chance I'll be mostly asleep. Like, I might have woken up by then, but I'll still be half awake. But I'll message you back once I actually wake up, you know? Kitty cat. What's in your back? We got an old demon there, huh? You can feel it. You can't let those demons get inside of you, kitty. It's a whole big stress ball. I don't want to work on that too much or he's going to dig his claws into my knee. Or he'll get up and run away. Can I turn that on? No. But I bet you I can fill up a plant water with it if I had one. Anyways, let's put these back. We don't need these anymore. Let's see. Anything else I do need to do? Oh, we want to get the machete. We don't need the machete anymore. So we got something better. We'll worry about the rest of that stuff later. So the big things we got to do is, did we have space to leave the seed there? I think, let me double check, make sure this is everything I need to do here. Yeah, we want those seeds. We need these air pots because we're gonna mix those old, so rotate those old pots in. We don't need the jars here. We're gonna sell the jars because we're just going straight to baggies now, I think. It's like a weird evolution where we started with baggies, upgraded to jars, and now we're going back to straight baggies. Yeah, that's good for now. So we'll leave the seed over at the main place. Charlie. You want attention, huh, kitty? You always want attention. We didn't play today, which is an unfortunate downside of the busy day I had, but we'll play tomorrow. I promise, kitty. Alright, so we just need that one for building the one plant. We have the one water thing up already. We don't need an auto soil because we're just gonna put the soil in manually. We leave that there, leave that there. We're gonna need a garbage can here, but that's fine. This is just gonna be a temporary setup. We might end up selling all this stuff. For now, I think we're good to go for tonight. So what we do is we wake up, sell all this stuff in the morning. Honestly, we can probably just deposit most of this as cash. We'll just do all of it for now. Can always withdraw it later. We haven't deposited any cash this week. We've just been laundering everything. I don't feel like running all the way to the laundromat right now. So we wake up. We sell our stuff at the pawn shop because that's right there. And then we run to the vehicle store, buy ourselves a van, and we figure out where... Oh, actually, first things first, we probably buy the basic grow tent over there. Start growing the OG. And then once we do that, we go run over to the pawn shop, then the truck. Say that's some decent selling right there. We sold a lot of wedding smegma. Hustler 5. I don't know what level I get the 1911 on. Okay, so first things first. Let's go see Dan. I don't think he's gonna care. I love how no one cares if you just run around with a pistol or a machete out the whole time. What's up, Dan? I'd like to purchase this cheap grow tent, please, so I can do some weed testing. I mean, some totally legitimate. I want a trash can too. Oh, we need shelves too. Yeah, let's get. I don't need the medium like ever, but I think the small could be useful. So let's get 4 smalls. Oh, inventory won't fit anything. We just get the grow tent. We'll do that after we do the pawn shop stuff. Once we get the truck, actually, then we can buy anything we want and just shove it in the back of the truck. Alright, so our grow tent. Let's get the soil. Technically, we shouldn't be using 3x soil, but we have lots of supplies of it, so it's not gonna hurt too bad. Alright. So there's the sprinkler. Okay, that's growing. Once the OG's grown, we'll mix it with our horse smegma and see how that tastes. Actually, we're not planning on tasting it. We're just seeing its quality and potency. If it's the new best, if it beats 67 as the base price, then we'll just start selling weed mixed with horse cum to everyone. So we're also going to just do all this. So 1K to 4K. What are you gonna offer me, bro? Oh. You know what? That's a pretty good offer. We'll just take it. He must be really happy with the weed we've been giving him lately. What about these glass jars? 15 to 60? 50? Yeah, bro. Dude is hooking us up. Alright. We are sitting on some cash now. Somehow that got us to exactly 3,500. I love when you just get those random even values. We are on our way in the wrong direction, I think. Yeah, we went into the urban area. I mean the suburban area. We need to go to the truck store, the car store, so we can buy ourselves a van. And then I don't need to, 1, run around as much. 2, I'll just be able to put stuff in my trunk, and that will be so nice. We should probably start laundering cash while we're walking by the laundromat. We can launder 2K and we'll still have 1,500. Alright. I'm excited to buy my first vehicle. We totally skipped the car. I'd like to purchase a vehicle. Give me the Viper. Yes, for 9 grand. Your new ride is waiting outside. Is it? Oh, it's right there. Sweet. Guys, we got a van now. We got a drug van. Alright. So let's open that trunk. Oh my god, I got so much space. Alright. So let's purchase, let's see. Get some of the mega beans. Okay, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 slots. So that means I can get, I don't feel like doing the math. We'll just let it figure out for me. Let's get 50, well, I mean, that's not even, we gotta do groups of 20. 60 and 40. Can we fit that? Yes, we can. What about another? Yep. I think that's it. Okay. That might be exactly. There we go. So let's put these in the van. I think I don't actually have space for all those in the current build, but once we stop by the hardware store, we will. What's that sound? This is the right way, I think? Yeah. Kind of. We go this way. Alright. So we're gonna buy... We'll get 6 of these. And 6 of these for now. And then we'll... Actually, before we go that far, let's see how our OG's doing. We're gonna need the clippers. But that's fine. %. Let's make sure we water it one more time. Once we come back, the clippers will be good to go. What's up, Disco Sleeves? How's it going, bro? Have you played this game yet? I figure you might appreciate it. We sell weed for a living now. I might upgrade to meth soon. I've been avoiding making meth, but I'm at the point now where I might upgrade one of the spots to sell meth specifically. How are you doing, bro? How's life? I will get you a shout out in a minute, but this has like time constraints, you know? Oh shit! I forgot to set up the automation when I deleted the thing. That's fine. Why aren't you doing... Why aren't you growing shit? Oh. You know why? Yeah, about that. They're probably not gonna work if they're not being paid. Okay, we don't have enough to give this guy 2 days salary on us right now, but we'll get that soon. Let's we can actually get some... Where's our dealer over here? Is she home? Nope. She's coming back across the bridge. Oh shit, I forgot to add customers to our other dealer. Hold on. I need your cash, Molly. Let's... Dealers... Benji assigned to Brad. Let's do Eugene, Greg, Jeff, Kevin, Louis, Philip, Randy. We got one more. We'll do Jessie because she stabbed us once. You can deal with Jessie from now on. Alright. So now he should be selling too. What did we need the other cash for? Oh yeah, to pay 2 days wages for this person. And they already took the instant day. Alright. So, cool. Those are growing. Once those are done, we'll replace the pot. Today's kind of a slow day. We need to finish setting some stuff up. We changed this order around a little bit. The problem is you. There's a new mixing station, and you're not aware of it yet. Alright. And you're also going to be a problem. Because you're not doing your job. Wait. Is that last large? Yes, that's alright. This needs a destination to here. Alright. Cool. Now everyone's working again. Oh, these don't have... Well, we'll set the other ones up when once we set that up. Alright. So, beans. We have extra beans to drop off. We have extra ones of these to drop off. We have extra shelves now. So let's actually upgrade this to a single 4 shelf. But we're gonna use this as a temporary shelf to store the random shit on. Alright. It's the 2 shells we don't really need right now. Okay, pool. You're... Okay, you don't even have anything to package yet, so I'm not too... Wait. Where is this going? Did I move that shit to the wrong spot? Yes, I did. Okay. Harry Smegma goes packaging. There we go. We will put our Harry Smegma in the packaging station, and then the other guy should come in and do his job. Both of you? Cool. They're both coming to do their job. We're gonna take these off for a sec, which will temporarily mess up his job, but that's fine. Pull that back, get the large racks back, upgrade this to a large rack. And then we'll put all the baggies back here. And then we will fix you from this to the packaging station. Alright. So that seems to be all well and good. That's just sticking there for now. What are you doing? We're gonna put you where you belong. Can we fit another one here? No, that's a 3. We could fit a 3 there. But we don't really use 3s. Alright. I think that's all the shells we actually need here. We can move all this random... Actually, let's just move that over. There's no reason to have it there. And we can put a 2 next to it, and that'll look nice and organized. It's just... We can put like a lamp or something in the corner later. I don't care. Let's get this stuff out of here. Okay, put baggies there. Put... That's just random stuff storage. Take that. These are like the things we want for us, but none of that really matters here, I think. Okay. Cool. They're all doing their jobs. Her job's done. So let's grab this. Grab this. Let's put the new ones here. Put that. And then this is the part where we need to do some more setup with her. Because we just upgraded all her pots. Where are you? Alright. So, pot. 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 Okay, and then we need to edit the pots themselves. Manage pot. Additive. Fertilizer. Destination. Here. Additive fertilizer destination. Get out of my way. Here. Additive fertilizer destination. Here. By setting up 2 different destination ones, we make sure that, like, if she has a massive harvest at once, she doesn't overwhelm the mixers unless I run out of stuff to give them to mix. Hopefully. Alright. Additive 1. Destination to this one. Additive 1. Destination. This one. 2 more to go. Additive 1. Destination. This one. And additive 1. Destination. This one. And then the final touch is to save the game accidentally and move the seeds from here over to her supplies, and she'll start planting the seeds. Now, let's see, what else do I need to do? Police curfew, that's fine. I don't think I can sell stuff at the pawn shop anymore. Hey buddy, don't mind me. I'm just parked here literally all day. No biggie. I like that you're patient enough to wait there. Literally all day. Okay. So bags. We didn't sell any bud today. Looks like we've got lots of hairy smegma. So we'll see if anyone wants to buy hairy smegma before we call it a night. I don't know why we didn't drag that properly. We dragged it to the wrong spot. Like a pail. Makes sense. It's hairy smegma. Okay, I'm having trouble finding it. There's wedding smegma. Oh, hairy smegma is one of the new ones, right? I guess not. Thought it was super new. There it is. We'll sell hairy smegma for 60. Why not? See if anyone wants to buy it before it gets super late. We need the trash bag. Dude, how do I honk? Get out of my way, asshole! I'm stuck on him. I can't even go forward now. So the cars aren't janky in this game at all, apparently. Can I go forward now? Okay. There we go. So definitely better to just turn around. There we go. Headlights. Alright. So let's go run up here. We're gonna drop. Can I fit a 4 slot there? I think I can. Yeah, you can fit a 4 slot. Just throw random stuff on there for now. We're gonna sell those. Keep these in case I need those somewhere else. I always run out of shelves, so we're not selling the shelves this time. Because the shelves are like the one thing you can't get in the middle of the night. Oh shit, I don't have the trimmers. I didn't bring the trimmers with me. Not dealing with the truck going all the way back. Actually, I think the truck's still faster. Alright. Forgot the trimmers. Generally don't need trimmers anymore, so the only reason we even need them in this one spot is because we're testing how OG works with horse cum. Do I have like a flat tire, or is that just doing that? Oh no, I guess it's the exhaust pipe right there. I see. I was like, why is there like a stream of something coming out of my truck? Alright. So we're only mixing one. Put it in that way. Alright. We might as well dry the rest of it. So we get high quality. Sweet balls! Tokyo smegma. I kinda like that because it's horse cum and OG, but I feel like we can get a better one for it. We should have gone with Harry McLovin, but whatever. OG balls. There we go. This is OG balls. Okay. Doesn't look like anyone wants to buy our, yeah, we'll just let that keep drying for now. Get this guy. Pick this shit up. Okay, so we keeping all that. We're gonna sell all this. Because I don't think we need that anymore. And this we're probably going to upgrade to something else entirely soon. I think we try making meth here. And see if just one person making meth is fine here. I haven't been in Oblivion in 76. Oh, you're playing the Oblivion remaster? Nice, bro. I never fully played that game. So I have a friend that had it on his computer. And we used to play a lot of Oblivion. Can I go up the stairs? No. But we didn't actually play much Oblivion. We mostly made weird looking characters in that game. I saw the beginning where you kill rats like 50 times. But yeah. Why did I go there? I guess I was thinking about going to the pawn shop, but we can't do that yet. It's the middle of the night. Okay, you know what we can do while we're here though? We can talk to our dealer. I did watch one of that same friend play regular. Oh shit! What was that for? He just didn't want to give me my cash? He's out dealing. Sure he is. Did anyone see what actually happened there? Is there a reason why he didn't want to pay me? What did he say, man? He just started stabbing me. Good thing I got good reaction times. I wasn't even paying attention to what happened, dude. He was just... My own dealer was stabbing me. Fortunately, they don't die. I found that out from one of the buyers. one of the buyers just like woke up and she walked up to me, was like Jones and hard. See, meth bad. This isn't even meth, bro. This is just weed. This is the first dealer I ever had. And he just started fucking stabbing me. I guess he decided he wanted to keep the money for himself. Now I need to get more ammo. Because I have a little bit. I'm getting pretty good with the shots. It's like, it's kind of like, Tarkov, where you don't get to aim. Like, even when you aim, you just hold it up and you like kind of zoom in a little bit. You need to center a screen that shit. Maybe I should just put a piece of tape on my screen like some of the Tarkov cheaters do. I need some ammo, buddy. Revolver ammo. Okay, I gotta get Enforcer 1. Deal. Give me that. Alright. Oops! Forgot that's water there. Oh boy. I don't want to fight the cops right now. I just bought ammo. We're just gonna run. I hate that they stand out there. Normally when I'm doing a bunch of things in a single day... Did I run the wrong way? I ran the wrong way. Now I gotta go super far to get back to my van. That's fine. We'll talk to the other drug dealer while we're over here. Are they still chasing me? I don't want to get seen. We can go in the house and not get seen. Alright, so she's doing her job. Good. You have all the stuff you need. Looks like she just ran out of time. You got the stuff you need. Cool. I just made some changes here, so I'm not 100% sure the whole setup's working, but it appears to be. Just looks like they ran out of time because of the day. Let's make sure everyone's prepaid. So we'll give you 1, 2. Shit, we'll just give you 1,000. Now we'll do 600. So that's 3 more days for you. Do 300. 3 more days for you. We'll do... We said 600, yeah, because 3 more days. And we'll do... what? 9? Alright. So everyone's well paid. Or paid well in advance. Oh, I know why I want to do this now. Sure. We'll do his job once. Just because... I need to package this random stuff. I don't have space for it. But we have plenty of shelves over here. Okay, I want to drop these here anyways. This goes back here. The rest of that stuff I need to keep with me because I'm going to sell it to the pawn shop in the morning, but that's fine. We can just stick it there. We can stick you there. Packaging, pull you out, do one of these guys, drop that. Okay. Alright, so then we'll pull that guy back. We'll leave the ass blaster here. We'll smoke the heavenly ourselves. Let's get our own ass blasted to the maximum level. What's the one thing? Oh yeah, products. We can turn ass blaster back on. I'm not even going to turn the smegma back on because no point to it. We'll just give it to one of our dealers to sell now that we have 3 dealers. I think the other guy has extra stuff. Okay, let's get lifted real quick. I forget. Does Ass Blaster anti-grav? Let's see. No, what does Ass Blaster do? I don't know, because we don't have any with us. Oh, it gives us Cyclops. Ice Blaster gives us Cyclops and Foggy. Alright. What's up, Molly? Okay, cool. You didn't try to shoot me. I need to trade some items. You still have plenty of stuff. So you're good with that. We'll talk to the new guy. Hopefully he doesn't try to shoot us too. New guy is all the way over there. My van is that way. I think. Does it tell me where my van is? No, I lost my van when the cops started shooting at me. Maybe I do just take him out. Like, it's only $10 for another 6. Where the hell is my van? Oh, it's over there, I think. We parked it down there. That's fine. Alright. Woo! That was the closest I've come to dying. To be fair. When he went down from the first shot, I thought he was dead. And then he got back up and started shooting me. I was like, wait, what? I was like, I'm pretty sure it takes 2 shots to kill him, but I was like, it is after 6. Oh, but I can't go in while I'm wanted, probably. That makes sense. They don't want me running in here while I'm in the middle of a firefight with the cops. Come on, bro. They're dead. They don't know to look for me over here. Let me in. Alright. I just need some ammo, bro. Deal. Alright. So let's go. While we're here, we're pretty close to our laundromat. We can launder some money here. Now that the cops aren't bothering us, it's nice and easy to run around past them. I've kept forgetting I had all these shelves here in the laundromat that I could have just come to get when I ran out of shelves at other times. I made those shelves there on purpose, so I had like infinite storage, but it's alright. Alright, what is... Oh, Harry Smegma. Yeah, let's... Okay, Brad is here. It's way quicker to just talk to him here than going to get the van first. We'll get the van later. Alright, Brad. Give me my cash. Cool. Oh! I see what happened. So we just don't talk to them with the gun out. Dude, chill. I didn't mean to do it. So the gun just automatically does the thing sometimes. I need to trade some items. Take this. And take that. Sell these for me. So we need to be careful not to talk to our dealers with the gun out. Otherwise, things go south quickly. Okay, but it seems like everything else is good. We can probably just deposit for now. I don't think I need cash for anything else tonight. Yeah, use ATM. We're nowhere near our weekly deposit limit. Probably would be smarter to let me alt tab over, do my Star Wars Combine things real quick. Well, this is interesting. I didn't even think of that. We can do this some other time. But, let me descend. Alright, so another hour. Alright, and then the big thing we gotta do is go back here. We're gonna buy some beans and packages. Let me just optimize this a little bit. Throw all that stuff up there. Do we just keep our ammo? Maybe we keep a spare ammo in the truck. So we'll buy one more ammo to keep a spare ammo in the truck. What I really want is an even number. Okay, so we need... How many? We'll buy... 1, 2... I don't think... So we're shorter on baggies than we are on beans, I think. So we'll get 4 orders of beans, which would be 120, right? No. 80. Dude, my brain is fried. And then this is 60. Alright. Cool. I don't know how much space I have left. So I feel like this is enough to get us through the day. And if not, then something is definitely wrong. Then those things we sell. I shouldn't have put all this stuff back in yet because we're gonna need to drag it again. I don't think I really need to carry that much extra ammo. Like, usually it's only the 2 cops, at least so far. We've never encountered more than 2 cops at once. So as long as I have 1 reload, we're good. Okay, perfect. Look at that. The perfect amount of bean space. Not that we don't have extra space. We have plenty of extra storage space here. Alright. So I think we're all good for tomorrow. We have loads of Miracle Ass Blaster, and we're at the point where we're mostly just doing that now. Why is this one full? Is this one not getting loaded correctly? That might be a part of the problem. Jason. Let's see. Maybe I have the same storage rack going twice to the mixing station, and that's what the problem is. So let's fix those. So the rack to the packaging station is going fine. Since this one is full, we'll go with that one first. And then this one to there, and this guy to there. All right. Hopefully that should be everything we really need. We can maybe do overflow too. Let's change this from that to this. And then your fourth one, since you can do 4 actions and we don't, 5 actions. Your fifth one, we'll do this. That gives us extra space. And it still ends up with this being where all our new product ends up, so we can just come here and pick it up. We should keep... But that way also, if we get so much that it gets ahead of me, then we just have overflow backing up here. Yeah, oh shit. We need extra soil. We're good on fertilizer. I guess she barely uses the fertilizer, or maybe she's efficient with it. Let's go get a stack of soil. Is this the way to the warehouse? I guess we're about to find out. No, we should have just went straight, because now we're gonna have to turn right anyways. That's fine. It's weird learning the place differently, because I used to just run everywhere. Now we drive the truck. Oh shit, I can just pull the truck inside? Bro, that's so nice. Alright. I just need like 10 of these, to be honest. I don't want to get too many. Insufficient cash. Shit. That's fine. There's an ATM right here. Withdraw 500 plus 100. I don't think I need anything else here, right? Not yet. We're gonna do chemistry and lab oven soon, but we need a little more cash before we do that. Can I just back out? Cool. Like, I don't know. Let's see. That was an annoying angle to back out from. Can I just... I'm guessing if the door goes up that way, there's a nice ramp here too. Oh yeah. Bro, this one's way easier. It's kind of hard to stop, but doesn't matter because we don't take damage. Okay, backing up is kind of a pain in the ass here too, especially if we lose our momentum. But it's way easier to back out onto the street and go back the way we need to go. So we just got to remember to come all the way down next time. I wish the camera would turn a little bit faster. And I also wish that fucking tree wasn't there. Hopefully I can't kill my people by running them over. I didn't even need the truck, really. I mean, I guess the truck was faster. So, she's got enough of that. That's long-lasting soil too, so I'm not too worried about it. Plenty of seeds for now. We can get another seed order. Why not? It's not going to come until tomorrow, probably, but that's fine. Let's just order an in-person. We need to meet up. Alright, I'll be next to the mayor's house for the next 6 hours. Okay. I guess I probably got to get cash for this. I don't know how much I want, so we'll just get $1,000. I don't know where the mayor's house is. Over there. Good thing I have the van. That's all the way on the other side of town. We'll definitely see an ATM on the way over there. There's one. So we'll just get $1,000 of green crack. However much that ends up being. Oh, do you need something? Follow me. I need to grab it first. I don't know if she'll follow me if I'm in the van, and I don't want to risk running her over. I gotta remember to get that ammo out of the back of my van. Alright. I should start just carrying a stack with me, unless I need to not. Alright, come here. Hey, Meg. How many do you want? 100. 100. 79. Okay, we'll do 2 of them then. Alright, let's go meet our man at the mayor's house. I like that we don't have to deal with Jesse anymore, because we pawned her off on one of our drug dealers. So the mayor's house all the way at the end of this street, if I remember correctly. Basically. I think there's a driveway up here, probably. Oh, we went past it. Or this is the driveway. Oh, this is the thing that I was like, hey, this looks like a drug lord's place. It's the mayor's house. That makes sense. The biggest drug town in the world, and it's the mayor's house. It looks like a drug lord's place. Oh, no, it's not. The mayor's house is smaller than this. I kind of want to take that car, but I can't. Alright. Dude, the camera is weird sometimes. Oh, I can move it. Look at that. That makes it so much easier. Is there like a driveway to get to the mayor's house? This is the driveway to the mayor's house now. No, there is a street that takes me back here. Whatever. We took the shortcut. Are you like in the mayor's house? No, you're behind the mayor's house. I think. Or maybe you are in the mayor's house. What a weird place to meet, dude.
Huh.
Never mind. Talk to Albert. Yes. I want green crack. So I don't feel like doing the math. We're just gonna hit 20 and see what that gets me. 800. Okay. So another Perfect. Inventory won't fit everything. Okay, that's fine. The pallets are fine. We've got a van. Dude, knowing that I can move the camera, such a huge boon. Alright. So, let's drop these guys off there. These guys for now. But we'll grab that so we have that to sell it in the morning. Alright. I think I can fit the rest. Oh, it's just one more. Never mind. I was making way more space than I needed to. Alright. So, grab that. Grab those things that we're selling in the morning. And we're good to go. So then we just drive back to... Drive back to our bungalow. Ow, my shoulder is messed up. And drop these seeds off. The turning on this sucks. Really sucks. Alright. I wonder if the other cars handle better. Dude, it turns so wide. Alright, let's go. We got all the seeds. We just need to drop one thing and we'll be able to carry all of them. Alright. So, add the seeds. Oh, that's perfect. There's a 5 stack, which means now we can just boom, we're done. Alright. This is pretty much as stocked up as it can be. Max mega beans. We got near max packages. Alright. Oh, my shoulder. Holy shit. Yeah, so I think tomorrow's the first day that I think we're gonna run with absolutely no problems. Just go back to our motel, catch some Z's. For some reason there's dead cops in the parking lot. Wonder what happened here. I have no clue. Not the most convenient place to park, but I'd rather park there than doing the whole loop-de-loop. You know, that's kind of a frustrating thing. You better wake up and just sell me drugs tomorrow, man. Alright. We'll talk to Benji first thing in the morning, get our cash back from him. Make sure the gun is not out this time. Hey, Benji. Oh, we can't collect the earnings because we shot him. I guess that kind of makes sense. That covers his medical bills, you know? It's his workers' comp. What happened to my van? Dude, a fucking truck spawned inside my van. Okay. So don't parking spots. Good to know. Well, I'm glad that kind of happened because I forgot I needed to sell this anyways. I would have went in there later and been like, oh shit. Alright, Mick. How's it going, buddy? I'd like to sell some things to you. We're looking at a range of 1 to 400. What are you gonna offer me? Oh, you're trying to play with me today, huh? Give me 320. Okay, how about 220? I'm being serious, bro. Maybe if I sell you some bud, you'll change your mind. This is the good stuff too. Alright. We'll see if he's more interested in selling once we... Alright. Damn it, dude! I was too aggressive. Is there another pawn shop? I don't know what else to do while I'm waiting for him to do that. Don't look at me. We do have selling on, right? Products. Yeah, the Miracle Ass Blaster. We are selling indeed. Alright. I guess we can do... No, we can't. Because they're not open till 6 p.m. But we can look and see what we need to do to set this place up. Alright. Sure thing. Alright. So let's get this. Oh, I can't pick that up. Is there any stuff think we need to sell here? No, we want to keep those things for now. All that. Okay. What was that text? Let's see. Miracle Ass Blaster. Yes, sirree. You want... Wait. How many? 4 for 385. Nah. We'll do 410. Alright. So, just gonna leave this here for now. I'm gonna rip some classic Kush while we're waiting. Let's see if he'll sell to me again yet while we're here. Hey Mick. You don't want to do business? Fair enough. Alright, there's Jessie on her weird shit. Let's just drop this off and have them process it. Okay, it's best not to use the handbrake. Even though handbrakes normally help you go around corners, not in this they don't. Why does this stuff never get picked up? Is it just not accessible? Is that the problem? Or is it just lower on priority? I don't know. It is missing one. We'll see what happens. Okay. What was the main thing I wanted to do? Oh, I was dropping off that bud to be processed. The main thing I want to do, back into that light pole, is sell stuff at the pawn shop, and then after that, once the sun goes down, I want to... what? Really? Can you let me through? You'll let them through, but not me? What dicks? Do you see that? Dude, okay. That whips around like crazy when you go backwards. I did not expect to whip all the way around. I did a full 180. So I guess we gotta run through there if we want to go back to the pawn shop, which is frustrating. I guess at night or early in the morning they don't close that off, but during the day they do, which is bullshit. There's nothing in the back, right? Okay. I wonder what happens if I take them out. If I take them out, do the barriers close? Time to find out. Damn it! You can't run fast backwards, I guess. That takes so long to reload. Well, they didn't take the gun though. That's not the wisest move by them. At least they were smart enough to be like, hey, he's pointing a gun at me. But, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure one of them's down for good. You down? Okay. So it doesn't look like the barriers go away. That's unfortunate. Sounds like cops coming. Hide around the corner. Make sure they don't see us. Put the gun away. I know no idea what you're talking about, officer. I didn't see anything. Alright. I was inside the pawn shop. I heard the shots, but I don't know what happened. Damn it, Mick! I don't even have weed to sell you anymore because the cops took it. It's not 6 yet, is it? No, we can't do anything yet. We only have 2 bullets left, so we gotta be careful not to get in trouble. Can we? I don't think we can melee with the gun. Wonder what happens if we shoot a rando? Does that get us cop trouble as well? I'm gonna say no. Hey! What's wrong with you? You should be running away! You should have known better. Alright, can we go in yet? Yes, now we can. Get that ammo. I mean, I guess I needed to fire the second shot anyways, so I could get it nice and even. That's the main reason I was doing it. I need ammo, the revolver, deal. I wish I could buy more than one at once. What? No, dude. I wasn't doing that. I'm not trying to fight you, dude. I was just buying ammo and I happened to have the gun out. Is he still chasing me? No, okay, he went back. Alright, let's buy one more ammo. This time, let's make sure the gun's not out. Well, I have messages. I didn't see that first one. I wasn't checking to make sure it was a good deal. You might have gotten a good deal that was screwing me, but that's fine. Alright. Give me the ammo. Yeah, I'm looking for some ammo, buddy. Okay. At least the ammo doesn't act as a threat. I like how the dot goes away when you have the gun. I kind of have mixed feelings about the dot going away when you have the gun, but... Alright, so... I need to purchase a chemistry set. And a lab oven. Acid and phosphorus. We need 2080. We'll probably just take out... Oh, yeah. Withdraw. Can I just type? I can't. Inventory won't fit everything. Some items will be placed on the pallets. Cool. Where are the pallets? Right there. This is all messed up. Because 1, I couldn't drive my truck. 2, I couldn't sell my shit to the pawn shop. Still can't sell my shit to the pawn shop. But now I can get my truck at least. But it doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter because it's going to save me time having to run all the way back this way. No, not worth it. It feels weird just having the... Oopsies. Alright. I don't even need most of this stuff here. I don't think I need any of this stuff here. Just leaving those in the truck for now. This is the stuff I actually need. Didn't even see those, they like blended in. Alright. How much we got? Oh, dude. Okay. You know what I should do is get the ass blaster. grab 2 stacks. When we have a hairy smegma, I'll just sell the hairy smegma to someone random or give it to one of my dealers. We'll keep the hairy smegma on us. Alright. This way I can start selling as soon as it's time. Okay. So they do care about me driving. Oh shit, I'm wanted? How do you cuff me in my van, bro? Damn it! Where did you come from? How did you cuff me so fast? I need that 1911. 41! She pulled him out of my truck? I thought my truck would be safe. That's why I put them in there. What the shit? Okay, well, I'm not doing that again. We're just taking one this time. Where the fuck's my van? It's parked over there. Is that another cop? They just despawned. They're gonna respawn on me probably. Is there still a cop in that car? No. Okay. It's just a random car there. Alright. Where did they confiscate my van? Bro, did they confiscate my van? There's no way they confiscated my van. There was so much shit in there. I came back for this. I gotta find my van. I need more ammo. I need cash. They took all my cash. Oh wait, I've got more ammo than I realized. That's fine. We're going to war for our van. Where the fuck is my van? Damn it. Is it just gone? With everything in it? I was hoping it would be like near one of my houses. It wasn't at my loading dock. I gotta start just selling weed. Oh, it's there? Nope, that's not my van, that's a truck. Shit. Dude, I think they took my van with all the things I just bought in it, too. Why is this just out here? Don't make a mess. Get in here and clean up the mess. Why'd you leave that out front? Gonna leave this here for now. Oh, we don't need it here. We actually need it at the other place. Okay. Can't believe they took my van. So I gotta buy a new van now. Maybe the van isn't even worth it, and I just get the cheap car. If they can just steal the van. Yeah, I know, I'm making my deliveries. I had a setback, unfortunately. Come on, Peggy. Chloe. Got one over here. Hey, Miss Ming. Well, we're just short of everything we need for these guys. Should have done the math. We need 2 more. That one got kind of... Whoop. Damn it. Alright. Run! Why do I run so slow? Okay. That's for my van. All right. Yeah, I got the stuff. Take it and get out of here. Gonna launder this cash immediately so they don't steal it off me. Alright. I need more other stuff. I should be able to take the police car since they took my van. We need that pistol upgrade. We're going to war. Now I gotta run everywhere again. This is bullshit. I need 2 more. That's Big Urkel. I need Miracle Ass Blaster. Okay, what do you got for me, Molly? We might be able to get... We can definitely get a beater car tomorrow, I think. I'm pretty sure we aren't near the max deposit, so we should be fine in that regard. I think we just do the beater car from now on. Well, what am I doing? I meant to do this. Alright. We'll worry about getting these guys topped up later, because I got cleaned out when they took my van. Alright. Well, you need... Speaking of that, we need more ammo. Get another 6 stack. Nope. We need ammo. I can probably... Let's do this again. Add to cart. Add to cart. Then we needed the acid. Alright. We're gonna set this stuff up anyways. Let's set it up before we do anything else this time. We still gotta talk to our other dealer. And hopefully we still have enough for a car after this, but even if we don't, we're starting to set up the meth lab. We don't need the mixing station here anymore. We can probably sell that. The lab oven. Maybe we just move that over one and see if there's anything we need 2 for. No, that's... We're trying to keep this as compact as possible. The guy has long arms. He might not be able to interact with it if it's there. So... we go like this. Alright. Although he might not be able to act with the storage, but this is our personal storage, so he doesn't really, we aren't gonna really have him use that one here. Alright. Then cook liquid meth at the chemistry station. I forgot that you can tilt using A and D. There. Lower boiling flask. Pour mixture into boiling flask. Raise flask above burner. Start burner. Okay, so then we just wait. Oh, my neck is killing me. Oof. Ow. Like it actually hurts. Okay. Alright. So we still need to, ass blast Elizabeth in the alleyway. And then she'll be kind of close. To our other laundering spot. Well, she's kind of close to the laundromat, but... there you go. Miracle Ass Blaster. What? Shit, I only did one! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I grabbed it using the wrong one. I tried to sell her 1 instead of the 4. I'm so dumb. Whatever. I'm hopeful that the van respawned over here. It did not. I didn't realize I came this far fighting the cops. I guess I did. Dude, there's just dead cops everywhere. There's my van. Give me my van. Except it's not mine. It's the van for sale. Okay. So I messed that up. Let's see. I'm just gonna sell these 4 anyways. Get my 4K. Maybe I'll sell... Wait, I'm going the wrong direction. That's fine. We'll sell the 4 we have. Knocking at random places over here. I don't think anyone will answer this. Oh, maybe I was wrong. Lisa. Okay. What about your brother? Billy. Okay. I know this guy over here is good. I don't know if these doors are knockable, but the guy at the end here, he's already buying from us. So, what's up, Randy? You want all these? No? How about 2 of them? Yeah, we can do 2 of them. That water? Yeah. Alright. We gotta walk all over town now because someone stole our damn van. There is someone in this building, I think. Nope, not that building. It's one of these buildings next to this. Not that building, that's the police station. This building. There's a lot of people here. Hey, Anna. Nope, not Anna. Hey, Kevin. Excuse me, Anna. I don't need you anymore. Kevin, you always buy from me. You're gonna take this, right? Sweet. Oh, I only did 1. Let me, who else is there? Louis! Trying to... Okay. Fair enough. What about Jeff? No, we'll go Chloe. Chloe... I think Chloe's the one that we tried to sell to... No, it's not Chloe. It was someone else we tried to sell to earlier. Okay. So let's sell off this extra stuff we have. It's not even what I want to sell. Get that up to 4K. Launder at the other thing. Check on the meth. We got the big Urkel. Let's see how much big Urkel we can sell. You took all the stuff I was trying to sell at the pawn shop too? Kathy. What happened to Keith? Keith used to live there. I guess he decided he doesn't want to live there anymore. 72. 74. Let's get it over 80. There's Keith. He's upstairs. Morning. That's all he says. He just doesn't want to talk to me. He's like, nope, I'm not buying from you anymore. Fair enough, Keith. Maybe he's off of it, but I'm pretty sure that that funky color is from one of the funky weeds we were selling. So... who's here? Nobody. Anybody home? Hello, Trent. You want 5 of these? 77. We'll go up to 80%. Take 2. I mean 3. Whatever that was. Doris and Mick. Hey Doris, how you doing? You want 20 of these? Ooh, you want, I mean not 20. I'd love to give you 20, but we'll give you 3. Mick here now too. What's up, Mick? I know you're mad at me for trying to get a deal with you, but oh, dude is after some bud for sure. He's immune to Cyclops with his sunglasses. He's hacking. Alright, so let's go to the other side of suburbia. We sold through like half of that stuff. We have the 4K we needed. But, let's clear out the rest of this random stuff that we had that we're not trying to make. So, dude is trying to get wrecked. 7. Nice, Dean. Hope you have a nice night. What about you, George? Oh, you're already flying pretty high, huh? But he's trying to go higher. He's gonna match his record. Dude would go even more than 7, but we don't have 7 to give you. Fair enough. Alright. Let's go launder that cash. And then in the morning, we get a beater car. Okay. It's right there, I think? No. Did I run past it? No, I just didn't go to quite the right spot. It's on the other side of this gas station. I think that's it. Yep, there's the post office. Alright. Launder the cash. Alright. So we've got the max laundering we can do right now. We've got our meth. Wait! Oh, bro, here it's at the police station. They just impounded it. Did they take anything out of the back? No, they didn't. So now we've got all this extra stuff to sell. We don't need 2 chemistry and 2 lab ovens. That's fine. We can sell all this in the morning. But I'm actually so happy. I don't care that I bought an extra lab oven. We'll keep that. But then we can sell all this in the morning to the... I'm glad I know where to get my vehicle now once they steal it. I kept expecting to go around a corner and just see the cops there and have it all start over again. Alright. So we gotta finish cooking meth. Actually, we gotta put something in here for a minute. The output is liquid meth. Use a drying oven to bake into a solid form. We get some ingredient. Begin baking. Open oven door. Close oven door. Start oven. Okay, so 5 hours. So I feel like we just set this up and hire a chemist in here. And then we can, this will only do meth. And the scent of the Chinese restaurant downstairs will cover the meth making process. Not actually, but that's our headcanon. I don't think they're gonna smell it regardless. I'm pretty sure they don't bust. Whatchamacallit. Alright. Now, do I have more racks here? I think I do. Yeah. So, let's set up one here. One here. One here. Alright. That should be enough for everything I'm gonna need here. Okay, we have arrived at our location, apparently. Give me a sec. I keep forgetting I got the alt tab out. I can't just mouse over like I used to be able to. Oh my. Dude, there's so much stuff here. Oh, that's right. Can I? Not really. What's that? All right. I only have one ion cannon. Oh wait, no, I have 3. Who is Croto Rask with? Oh! He's a pirate. Easy. I have 5 ion cannons. Alright, let's see what happens. Okay. Well, that was easy. Day 21 asking for Schedule 1 Steam friend code. I don't have any to give away. Good luck, dude. If honestly, in like 21 days, you could have like worked quite a lot of shifts and just bought it. So maybe that would be a better choice. Why don't you just like work a shift at Walmart or something and buy yourself day Schedule 1 if you're that desperate for it. Put the fries in the bag, dude. Alright. Let's go. We were building a meth station. Oh, we just finished cooking meth. Let's take it out of the oven. Collect. Alright. So what do I do now? Oh, I crack it with the hammer. Alright, we got 10 meth now. And then we gotta bag it, right? Okay. So we can set 2 bagging things is what we do instead of the 2 exports. Alright. So how much a chemist costs? Like a lot to hire. I think like 3K. Let's just double check. We don't need to buy a truck anymore because we still have our truck. It just got impounded. But we do need to wait for our cash to finish washing itself, laundering, before we can spend it now. Because we thought we were going to need to buy a truck. I want to hire an employee. Chemist. Oh, look at that. The sweatshop. 2,000. Okay. We can do that easily. Except for we went too far. I think. Let's just actually withdraw 2,000, which is ironically the amount we just rinsed or laundered. Then that leaves us 1,000 to buy additional meth supplies. Plus the daily fee. I forgot about that. We need another bed. And then we'll package at the other place. Because we already have a packaging station set up over there. We can just ship it over to the other place. We said we need a bed. Then let's get 20 of each of these. Okay, let's pull out some more cash. I think that's all we need for now. And then we can talk to messages. Where's our... Surely. I need to order a dead drop. Give me... Okay, we can only order 500 max. So let's just start with the low quality meth. How many of those can we get? We can get 8. Kitty. Okay. We have just enough money left to pay for the guy's 1-day wages. You know what? We should just give him 2 days so we don't forget. Because we're going to, now that we have the van back, we're going to just pawn all that stuff in the morning. We gotta make sure. Oh, but we can go down this way. That's right. Even when it does the thing. All right, put that bed. Guess we'll put the stuff here. Kind of want to move this down a little bit just so he doesn't get stuck. Put that all there. Okay. And the chemist should be able to do all this. He just doesn't clean up after himself. We'll need a garbage can and stuff. Okay. Manage chemist. Bed. Oh no, he's not gonna do it by himself, is he? Damn it. He's gonna need a packager to move stuff, I think. Sign stations. But I might be able to set the stations actually. Recipe, liquid meth, destination, that. Okay. Lab oven, destination, that. But then the problem is actually supplying it. I mean, I guess we can just stock up and supply it ourselves for now. Especially since we got to do the other stuff. Kitty cat. Since we gotta come in and clean. But we still need a garbage basket. What's up, Seppies? How's it going? We're making meth now. I'm just trying to figure out the process. We can sell that with everything else. I'm just running around with meth in the moonlight. I'm gonna write the song called Meth in the Moonlight. I'm gonna dedicate it to you, Seppies. How's it going, bro? How's life treating you guys? Give my good friend Seppies a follow when you get the chance. It's the middle of the night, so I can effectively tab out without wasting time. Let's go. Seppies. You know who else we didn't do is Snow Ninja. We gotta get Disco Sleaze. The sleaziest disco streamer on Twitch. Guys, please follow all these people. They're my excellent, wonderful, talented friends, each wonderful streamers in their own right. 100% check each one of them out. Steffi's does mostly Eve, but some variety, I think. Disco Sleaze does those night chill streams where we get lifted and inspired by the music. Then we've got Snow Ninja, does a lot of variety, also been streaming Schedule 1 a little bit, I think, lately. Most recently seen playing Fortnite, and spends a lot of time particularly playing the Death Note game. Alright. What am I doing? I'm just driving around in circles. Oh, that's right. I wanted a garbage can. There's no reason I needed to drive this all the way over here for a garbage can. Actually, this is like the last spot where I want it, because then I'm not going to be able to move it in the morning. Oh, we forgot to pay the guy. That's fine. Can I not get a garbage can here? I guess it's the gas station that I get a garbage can at. That's fine, because I don't want to spend the cash on this anyways. So we're going to move this van so it's not on the wrong side of the barrier, because we killed like 5, 6 cops or something like that today because they stole our van. And they confiscated all the weed in it. I didn't know they could do that, but we found out the hard way. Okay, now it's going to be on the right side of the barrier. There's 2 of the dead cops. Oh, no, that wasn't even a cop. That was a random bystander. That he tried punching me. There's 2 of the dead cops, and it didn't end very well for him. All right. Oh shit. He's not a random bystander. He's the gas station cashier. Well, that's unfortunate. There's another gas station now. The other gas station's on the other side of town. Give me a second. Now I kind of should have taken the truck, but it's alright. You know what? While we're here, I want to give something to Jessie. I'm sure she wants this more than anyone. Hey, Jessie. You're just gonna say hello? Fine. What about you? Beth? Share some of this with Jessie. Oh, it's gotta be packaged. Never mind. Alright. Gas station over this way. Damn it. Come on. I'm not that fat. I'm actually kind of fat. I made my dude kind of fat on purpose. I do way too much running to be this fat. It's all these gas station donuts. I can't help myself. Alright, so we needed a garbage can. There's no garbage can. You can buy trash bags, but no garbage can. Fair enough. We ran all the way over here for nothing. Good to know. So... I don't think we collected from our dealers tonight yet. So... we're almost near Mr. Tent Dweller. Hey, Brad. Cool. How are you looking as far as... okay, you're kind of good with all that stuff. But... you're a little low. You'll do fine. If you run out, you'll be the first to get meth. Alright. Benji, we already did collect from you. You got a lot of dream shards. You'll be fine for a while. We haven't made dream shard in forever. That stuff must not sell very good if he still has some. Then we need to talk to Meg. I'm pretty sure we already talked to Molly. Pretty sure we already talked to Molly. But worth checking. Yeah, I'll already talk to Molly. Think we'll take her pink cookies. We'll give, you know what? We'll package the meth and we'll give each of them some meth and see how it sells. Oh shit, we need to buy the packages. That's what we really need to buy. But alright. We also should probably... Okay, it does look like they're pulling off this shelf because it used to have purple on it, and it doesn't have purple on it anymore. So, I guess we put meth here. Unless... No, we just skipped this section. We skipped this section. So let's pull all this. Put this here. This here. Then we have all our Miracle Ass Blaster. Then we're trying to reorganize you. So you're going to take this large storage rack and also take that to packaging. And that's where we'll put meth. Actually, it doesn't matter. We can switch these and it's still going to do the same thing because they're both going to the same spot. And then won't have to walk quite as far to drop off the meth in the future. But we'll package this first group ourselves. Alright. And we got one extra if we're going to split it equally between 3 dealers, so why not? Let's see what it does. Apparently, we don't have a pipe. We just rock it in a cigarette. Oh man. Okay, that's pretty intense. Yeah, we're not doing this again. Yeah, let's chill out. Okay, that's much better. So then we gotta hook up our guys. We're gonna leave this here so that it's on this side. Benji, I need to trade some items with you. Oh, you have whole jars of things. You still have strawberry cum and wedding ass? Alright, we'll take the wedding ass. Give you 3 of these. Do you want wedding ass? Hey Peter, I've got wedding ass for you on the cheap. You gotta buy a jar though. Cool. And then we got... Brad over here, but while we're doing that, we can launder more cash. I'm not, okay, but I don't want to launder all of it yet. Brad is this way, I think. Yeah. He's exactly this way. Alright. I need you to take my meth. I guess we just take the Miracle Ass Blaster, give you the meth. There we go. Alright. We'll, sell some discount Ass Blaster to Donna. Alright. Then we'll give some cash to our meth man. We'll give him 3 days worth. Actually, we can just give him 4 days worth. We got exactly that much on us. That way we don't forget. We can only do 1K at a time. Alright. We need to do the pickup. Where's the pickup? They only have a few pills. So, when we... it's over here by Brad, of course. When we wake up, the first thing we do is... what was I gonna say? Actually, where is her drop-off? Oh, it's all the way over there. We'll do that in the morning. First thing we do is sell at the pawn shop. Then we will pay her off. The meth should take a while to cook, I think. So after we pay off the pawn shop, we go drive back to the bungalow and see how things are going over there. Alright. Well, let's call it a night. That was a busy day. Can you steal the cop's car? No, I wish. It's unfortunate. They can steal my car, though. They caught me with weed and they took like 40 baggies. We're a bag man now. I don't know if we unlock anything special for being a bag man. Doesn't look like it. Alright. We need to be a hustler. Then we get a better gun. Alright. So, let's go... We're not going to push the deal too hard this time, because he just wouldn't buy from us, and then we got stuck with all this bullshit we're trying to get rid of. We got extra things here that we don't need anymore. We might need them later, but for now... We don't need the pot or the basic grow tent anymore, or the auto waterer. The other things we might need, but I just want the cash. $700 to $2,800. 18. Alright. And that's the last thing, just the tent. I didn't see what it was. We'll just accept the 65. We got a good deal on the first one. Alright. So, we need baggies. I wonder what time they shut that down. We'll just move that later. I'd like to purchase something. Give me 60 beans. 60 baggies. Follow me, I need to grab it first. I was starting to carry some in the truck, but then we got busted and lost everything in the truck. That's why there was so much in the truck. I was like, oh, well, I can just carry some in the truck and then I don't need to worry anymore. But nope. Alright. So, baggies. Beans. Get some of this for what's her face? I think Meg. Hey Meg. Make an offer. I can drag from the vehicle to sell? That's pretty nice. So I can put it in the vehicle. I just need to not get busted while I have it in the vehicle. Fair enough. Alright. 80%. Let's go. Alright. So. Alright. Wait. Why is the ass blaster over here? Oh shit, because it's still exporting from here. I need to fix this. Alright. That's done. Alright. We'll just keep the 14. Well, screw it. We'll keep a full stack in the van. We just need to be careful not to get busted with the van again. Alright. So. Now. We gotta check the meth house, I think. These guys are all good. I mean, you could probably use more seeds. Oh no, you're good on seeds. You're good on all that. Oh, you could use more fertilizer, I guess. So we'll get fertilizer. Everything else looks good over here. They probably need cash. Let's give them each 2 days' wages. Oh wait, we gave that guy a lot of wages. Whatever. Yeah, at least as long as they got 2, we're good. So, and then you get... I wish my hand weren't in the way. Whatever, that's fine. Take 1,000. I don't care. As long as they're all paid up. Alright. We should answer those text messages. We do text and drive here. But only in video games. 2 miracle ass blasters. Yes. 2 miracle ass blasters. Yep. I think that was the cooldown. Give me a sec, guys. Alright. Why does the van drift forward? Whatever. Okay, that's gonna take a little longer than I'd hoped. Alright. So, what am I doing now? We gotta check on the meth. And pay our meth lady. We can't go that way. It's kind of frustrating that they close that side. Sorry, Frank. You stabbed me once. I don't feel bad about it. Okay, so she's just chilling. Oh, it's about time. But let's give you a little bit of extra cash. Oh, we gave you a K to start with? That's fine. That is fine. Alright. So, yep. Yep. Okay, I think we're at this point we're kind of just cruising, you know? Alright. Let's pay off our meth lady. How much do we owe her? Messages. 473, we got that on us. Considering, nah, we can drive there faster, I think, even if we go around. Because we gotta go up this way. No, it's on the other side. Let's not get too close to the cops or they'll steal my weed from my car. Where is it? What? Oh, I ran past it. It's right here. There it is. Alright. Gonna drop 500 in there. Glad you appreciate that, Shirley. By the way. Well, the meth seems to last for a while, at least at the rate we're doing it right now. So I think the next thing we do is buy another business or place. Can I sneak through there? Damn it. I was really hoping I wouldn't have to go all the way around. I'm not a crazy driver, you're a crazy driver. Alright. So yeah, I guess we just... We're gonna run out of space for buds. We probably chill on the seeds for a bit. Oh, we forgot the fertilizer. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna park this. Right here. Deliveries. Give me 20 fertilizer. And 10 soil. Alright. And then while that's working, I guess we get ready to start selling Ass Blaster. Are there any... I don't know what else we do at this point besides wait for the next upgrade. And keep blasting asses all night long. We don't really have an abundance of meth yet. I guess we could see if there's meth that needs delivered for packaging while we wait. We still got 3 hours. Where does she put it when it's done? Does this have an output plot? Oh yeah, it does. It's just that slow, huh? Fair enough. Should I buy more meth? How much have you used? Have you only done 1 batch so far? You've done 2 batches. And we have... Yeah, we can buy more meth. Contacts. Messages. Shirley. Oh, we can't get a whole 10? That's fine. I don't want to get 9. That's an odd number. I mean, I guess why not? Alright. Okay, so... Fucking cops. What are you doing there? How am I supposed to sell weed if you're just creeping on me like that? I can't even get to my truck that's got my weed in it. Alright, you know what? That's right, here I am. Come get me. All right. Time to get to work. Wait. 33 meters this way? Wow. Dude, just watch that go down. Don't worry, Beth. We're all good. That's right, we can just leave it in the truck and sell from the truck if the truck's close enough. It's gotta be within 20 meters, I think it said. Let's see. We're like right at the edge of 20 meters. Lowy. Look at that. That makes it easy. Yeah. I feel like there's a smaller, more compact car is better for this. So maybe we get multiple vehicles now. I don't think we can go this way yet though, because the cops will see us and I don't want them to get the van. And I'm guessing if it's probably the 20 meters they get the van. So no! Dude, I don't know how that missed. Oh, they got the... I thought they were too far away to get the drugs, but whatever. I guess not. Fine. We need to... There's some done meth here anyways. We probably shouldn't do this with the meth on us, but we're not going to do this with the meth on us. Okay, we can't put the meth in here. I guess we're doing this with the meth on us. Let's oh, now we use a pipe. Last time we tried to do it, we used a cigarette. We're tweaking, bro. I'm tweaking, bro. Are you like down this time, or are you gonna get back up? Okay, because last time I shot you in the ass, you got back up. Give me my damn truck back. This is difficult to drive like this. Ow. Just disappears. I was wondering if it would drive away. Last time I didn't pay attention to that. I probably should have gotten more fertilizer, but that's fine. Oh god, those plants are so bright! Yo, I need to chill. Okay, that's better. Alright. Oh, wait. We were going to drop this off. Meth packaging. Oh, we're out of packaging entirely? Shit, I need to buy packaging materials. Those are close enough we can just run, I think. Dude, what? Why is everything so damn dark? Is that something to do with me, or was it to do with, like, the meth after effects? I don't even know. Alright, just get... How many can we fit? 20, 40, 60, 80, 120, 140, 160. Won't fit everything? Did I count wrong? I also need more ammo. Pretty low on ammo. Dude, it's insanely dark tonight. Alright. Baggies. Alright. So. Yeah, we are definitely not selling fast enough. Maybe I could just sell more too. So let's... I'm out of seeds basically. Let's do this first. Gonna one. Okay. What's up? I should set... Oh, you haven't sold any of that yet. I guess people aren't into that. That's fine. Products. 70. We'll sell it for 85, I guess, because what, we're selling our weed for 85, right? Yeah. And that's almost 70. Damn it, I can't do this tonight. I gotta do it tomorrow night. I hate it when I miss one and I gotta do it the next day. Your drop is ready? Okay, yeah, I'm selling stuff first, so. Anybody want some of this crazy amount of stuff I got here? You want this whole thing? No, I figured not. It's only over $1,000 in weed, dude. Wait. You gonna talk to me tonight, Keith, or you gonna be a dick again? Okay, cool. No one else here. I don't think so. Normally, that's it, yeah. Double checking. Alright. So, let's go. Let's finish the rounds in these houses first. Actually, let's go to our other dealers first. Make sure they're all hooked up. And then we'll sell extra to whoever we happen to come across. Just woke up. Welcome back, Snow Ninja. I'm cooking meth now. I have someone cooking meth in the sweat lab, and we're still growing weed in the bungalow. I don't know if anyone's sold meth yet. We're actually about to find out. We're gonna come over here. And so no one sold meth from Molly, but Benji, how about you? Did you sell any meth, dude? Oh, he sold it all. He sold all the meth. So I guess, I wonder who bought it, Jesse. I'm sure it was Jesse. You're pretty full of other stuff though, so we'll let you just chill with that until I have more meth for you. So let's go check Brad. I kind of just want to leave the van here, I think, because Brad's under this random car garage. I can't jump over that. What's up, Brad? What about you? What'd you sell? Oh, he sold the meth too. Nice. Oh, you got... Oh, no, never mind. He still got the meth. We gave him each 3. So we'll give you a stack of this. And then I'm just gonna knock on doors and see if I can sell the rest of what I have with me, because we're kind of running out of space for drugs. Okay, he's not interested. Are you interested? You don't have the unlock yet, and whoever you are, you're not there yet. Cool. This isn't really the greatest area for selling because it's mostly businesses, so I don't think anyone's over here. Oh, the mayor. Can we sell to the mayor yet? I don't think we can. Mr. Mayor. Nope. Alright. Let's go back to other areas where we can sell. We still have deals to do as well. So let's finish those deals. One's right here. Two miracle. Done. We'll pay her off while we're here. Sticking a grand in here. Oh, and next time we buy, she's good. We also got to pick up the drop. Is this it? Yep. Alright. So then we got over here. While we're down this way, I should have brought the van, but whatever. Start laundering that. I think the next thing we do is either buy the next business or buy a bigger drug manufacturing place. You need 4 of these guys? I shouldn't have given you 4 for 320. I wasn't paying attention. Whatever, you get a deal. Moving on up, you know it. The mayor probably likes Coke, I'm sure. Good old Chris Christie. Alright. Tobias Christie, it's his brother. So, let's see. There's one in the parking lot, that's easy. And then one under the bridge, and those are the last 2. No, there's one more, but that's tomorrow. Brown apartment building. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So we parked by the motel anyway, so that works out. And we gotta go drop off the pseudo here. I found don't leave that there overnight, because when it respawns, a truck will land inside of it and fling it across the road. So let's drop the pseudo off before I forget. Okay, it looks like, yeah, just get that 10 stack. Let's move this stuff over here while we have the chance, actually. Restock her. Alright, go that, okay. And no new meth. It's actually done, but she hasn't broken it up yet. That's fine. She'll do that in the morning. Assuming she's still got cash, but she should still have cash. It's only been 2 days since we hired her, I think. Oh yeah, she's still popping. So then we already did both laundering things. We can sit on the 760. I need to buy ammo anyways, because I got into a gunfight with the police. Do 2 for you. Where's the other one? Underneath? Cool. 2 for you. And then we're trying to sell off the rest of what we have because we were kind of full. What's up, Cranky Frank? Okay, unlocked. Jerry, you want to buy 3 of these? Oh, you want to buy more than 3? Let's see how many you want. 83. Let's go. No, he didn't buy 83. He bought 5. I just said that 83% was the amount. I generally go until it's like 80% and then I sell. What was the other thing I said we needed to do before? Oh, we need to buy ammo before we call it a night. And then we'll run around selling to random people. I don't need to go in the back door because the cops are dead, but we're going in the back door anyways. I'm looking for some weaponry, ammo, revolver ammo. Deal. Alright. Generally like that over there. Put that there. Not that it matters because we're not going to get searched. They're just going to arrest us at this point. LOL gunfight? Dude, I love the gunfights. I can't wait till I get the 1911. Awesome stream. Enjoy. Oh, appreciate you, dude. You can... Those posts are so common on Kick, it's insane. Let's see. This isn't the biggest gunfight I had. There was one day there were like 6 dead cops. Because there was a police car that saw the fight happen. So we just kept fighting, and then I ran into another group of cops. That was the day they confiscated my van for the first time, and I was really mad. I had like 41 packaged weed in it. Yeah, we're selling the rest of what we got. Hey, Jesse. Okay, she's like, if you ain't got more of that meth, I ain't about it. How many do you want? Close enough to 80. Peter, how many you want? Nice. Benji, we already hooked you up. You got plenty for tomorrow. Donna, how many you want? Okay, I need to check some things in. Not what I like. Fair enough. Maybe Donna was the one that got all the meth. Let's go inside where it's safe. I don't know if, I don't think they're roaming cops, but you never know. Maybe things change. Alt tab. I think we do this. Maybe it destroys it, but maybe it doesn't. Perfect. Alright. Back to this. Why do I have messages? Oh. We're paid off. So, we still need to sell 11 weeds. You alright there, Louis? Oh! I guess he doesn't want it. Well, he might. He'll probably come back out later. Oh, we can't sell it to Anna yet. I always forget that we can't sell it to Anna yet. About Kevin. Can you, oh, we can talk to Kevin. There we go. Kevin always buys. No! What, Kevin? He must be on a tea break. Because dude is always slamming it back. Jeff. What about you, Jeff? Ooh, 93 already? Oh, but, okay. There we go. You're not interested, Jeff? What the hell? No one's buying tonight. What about Chloe? Chloe's always cool. Chloe doesn't even want... Wow. Alright. Louis. What's up, buddy? Come back out. No! Dude, no one wants it tonight. Alright. I'm trying to think one of the... Are there other places over here that people will exit? I don't think so. No, this is the area where like no one sells. We need to go back to the area with all the houses. I think there's one over here somewhere. 'Cause I was like, oh, this doesn't look like a place, but it was a place. Oh, I think I know the spot. That one all the way at the end. I don't think there's anyone that answers this, but someone answers this. Geraldine, what's up, dude? You want some of this? Okay. Sweet. We got our sale. Alright. Then we got... I don't think anyone's here. No, but we got our sweatshop owner. No, okay. Then we got two ladies over here. Kim. Kim's not interested. What about... Who's inside of Kim? Peggy. Peggy's potentially interested. Okay, Peggy's a nope. So, I guess we go across the river real quick. Cell over there. Is that an active cop? Okay, cool. He's sleeping. Didn't see me running by. Someone live here? I don't think so. The chef is always picky, but he loves Coke. Nice. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I could look at their preferences, but right now I'm just trying to sell what I got, you know? Oh, this guy. There we go. What about Austin? Oh, man! Austin, what you been on? Okay. There we go. Let me make sure that we're all good on supplies since we're half the way here anyways. I think we needed a little bit more fertilizer, but we're good. We got 2 stacks. We can get fertilizer in the morning. I don't need to emergency order it. And we need beans. We need beans pretty badly. So let's get the beans, and then when we wake up in the morning, we'll get fertilizer and drive that over. I'd like to purchase something. Do 120. And then how many baggies can I get? 40? No, I can get 20. I can't get 20. We'll get 100 baggies. Alright. Should have brought the van with me, but whatever. Then I could have gotten all the baggies. I think we're pretty good on baggies. You got the town all hooked. You know it. Literally everyone I can. Alright. We got the beans. Baggies. Good. Oh, we only needed 1 thing of baggies anyways. Alright, we're good to go. Well, we could have gotten 2 things of baggies, I guess. These guys are ready to go. We do need more seeds, probably. So let's go and... We don't need more meth. We got plenty of meth. We'll just get the dead drop. Because we're kind of ahead on the seeds. We'll get that in the morning. Or we'll see how long it takes us to run over there. We should just deposit the cash while we got it. I think we're currently... Will it tell me if I'm... It doesn't look like it will tell me if I'm currently... whatchamacallit. Oh, I remember this cop. Yeah, this cop tried to interrupt us while we were selling drugs in the basketball court. What was I doing? Oh yeah, cash for this guy. Give him 500, I think. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, 400? That's even easier. Get rid of the notification. I hate notifications. You're paid off? Yeah, they're both paid off. Cool. Alright. And then, yeah, let's just throw it in the ATM for now. We haven't gone anywhere near our daily limit. And I think we got stuff washing. Laundering. So we haven't gotten our drop yet. We don't really need it super bad. She's still got seeds left, so we can just call it a night and we'll get the drop in the morning. Where's the van? I don't want to leave it over there for 2 reasons. 1, it's going to get stuck by the police. 2, something's gonna spawn in there and then it's gonna fly across the road again. I'll put it over here. Oh, that's the wrong road. Put it over here so we can get it off the road so people aren't running through it. I mean, I don't like that spot. Gotta be a better parking spot. Maybe we park it over here on this side. Is your cop? Yeah. So sometimes when you kill them while they're aggroed on you, you get that, it gets stuck like that. I have that happen at least once a day usually. That's a dead cop. So where'd she go? You're back here. Oh, that's a he? I can't tell. It has a beard. Okay. I didn't realize I was at the water already. I thought that was the ramp, but that's what I was intending to do. Alright. Now I can't find my way out. Let's go to sleep. Oh, you've never killed one yet? I kill like 3 a day. They just get in my way. I'm like, you know what? This would be so easier if you didn't exist anymore. Bagman 2. I heard it helps to kill them all every day. Yeah, there's 2 primarily that I kill. So, the ones that stand by the taco place, I almost always end up killing those 2. Okay, so collect the dead drop behind the grocery store. How far away is that? There's not, I was gonna say, it's gotta be pretty close. There's not much over in this direction. Cool. So we got that. What else do I need to do today? Oh, I wanted to buy fertilizer. Hey, Jesse. I know you're waiting. I just wanted to say hi. Remember me? You tried to stab me once and it didn't go very well for you. Alright, nothing new here, just out of curiosity. So, fertilizer. Let's get 20 of those. Oh. Yeah, Brad! I gave Jesse off to Brad, because he was the first, like, after I had the stabbing experience with her, I was like, you know what, Brad, you can take care of Jesse from now on. Cranky guy stabbed me once. Yeah, I hit him with the van. He stabbed me once too when I was just randomly talking to him. He was the first guy that tried to stab me. He was like walking across the bridge, I think. And I was like, oh look, it's the pothead cranky guy, like literal pothead. He wears a pot on his head. So I was like, vroom vroom, bitch, you know? Alright. That's all loaded up. Are you packaging the meth yet? No. I think part of the problem is he's just so fast at processing that the meth doesn't get packaged. Be faster, bro. Why are you so slow? I'm faster than that. I'm the worst boss ever. I just stand here shouting at people to move faster. Alright. The drop is ready. We already did that. 2 miracle? Sure. 2 miracle? Sure. Alright. I think everyone's all hooked up. Can I get another packager here? I wonder. I can afford to hire one. Oh, but it's not open yet. And there's cops there. Screw the cops. Do I still have weed in the back of my truck? No, we're good. You need 4? We're doing... Elizabeth is never happy. She's always at exactly middle happiness. She's just one of those permanently meh people. Alright. Why is that one locked? How do I... Oh, because he was already putting stuff there. That makes sense. Maybe... Can I reorganize your order so I can make you prioritize moving meth to the packaging station? I think I'd have to delete everything. Maybe I'll just package the meth myself. Because I'm starting to get bored of things. Of not doing things. So we need to check on the meth anyway. So let's go grab the meth. We will buy a packaging station. Let me out. They've got a pretty solid system there. Alright. Oh, I need to buy the packaging station. We can do that here, right? I don't know if I can buy a level 2 packaging station here, though. Which is really what I want. I want to purchase something. I can. Alright. Buy that. And... we need baggies, right? I guess I need a trash can up here, too. I mean, I don't really need a trash can. I can just use the trash grabber. But it's better to use the trash can. And I think I have a bunch of bags here. So, we'll do 40 just to get us started. Okay, I could have gotten one more, but that's fine. Alright, trash can, oh wait, why is it? Okay, that works. Packaging table. We can put the other stuff over there. Alright. Yeah, one sec. Let me finish packaging the meth. Alright. Let me get you. You got 4 for 400, sure thing. Normally we do 410, but since you're just offering for 400 straight up, you can get it. Alright. What's up, dude? There's fucking bullets on the ground. Where's my thing? Probably need this too. Wow, I overshot that like crazy. Alright. That's not what we're trying to drop off. That's what we're trying to drop off. Alright. I guess we got more of this already. I need more baggies already. It's fine. Since we just package this all personally, it doesn't really matter. We're always gonna be eternally one off because we smoked that one meth. Alright. Yes, you can. I think tomorrow we buy something. Wait, that was how much? 2? Yeah, 2's fine. 3, yep. Alright. Hey, there's Benji. We need to... We'll wait till it's time. You know what? While this is still open, assuming it's still open, we can buy 4. So that's 80. Cool. And then we don't need to worry about running out of baggies. And yeah, I'm pretty sure tomorrow, once we launder our cash, we just buy the next thing. Was this where I was putting my baggies? I think so. Let's make sure she's loaded up. Alright. Is it nighttime yet? I don't think it starts till 6. Oh, my neck is killing me. You should say for taco ticklers, you can launder 8,000 there. I mean, that's a lot. I'd rather just scale up slowly because I keep buying new stuff. The taco ticker's like 40, 50,000, right? We're just gonna get the next one on the scale. Plus, I don't even really use this. I still can do 5,000 about. I don't end up even using that. Alright, are you here, Benji? Okay, yeah, you are. I need to collect your earnings. I need to give you... Okay, so we'll just give each of them 10, basically. Except Brad will get 9 because he sold the least meth so far. You still got plenty of Dream Shard. He got a lot of Dream Shard, and then it's been taking him forever to sell through it. I guess it's not very popular, but that's fine. Well, you're not out? Where are you? Oh, you're coming back. Cool. What's up, Brad? How's Jesse treating you? Wait. I got some meth for you. He's got 15 jars of Miracle Alabaster. A Miracle Ass Blaster. He'll be good. Alright. And then... Oh, we got a deal for Kim. We need to get the stuff for her anyways, so let's get in the truck. Head back. Yep, we can do you. 2, sounds good. Get you in a few hours. First I got things to do. I thought I would whip around outside of the bridge, but I cut a little too early. These vehicles handle weird. There we go, I stopped it perfectly that time. Alright. So, we need some... Let's just grab this now, because we're about to start doing those. Do I need 2? I might need 2. Let's get 2 just to be safe. Okay. While we're here... Hello, Keith. Talk with Molly. Pick up our cash. Need to trade some items. Oh, we should just give you more ass blaster too. Just take both of those. Take 1 for ourselves. We're actually selling a fair bit of ass blaster, so maybe I shouldn't keep selling off the extras. Alright. Oh shit. Oh, that's right. This one's right here. This is the easy one. Cool, I got you, Kim. I wasn't late. I didn't forget about you. Alright. It was actually perfect timing right after curfew. So... Well, let's grab a second bag just to ensure I don't run out. Take the 19. Get out of my way. Okay, we can start. I was gonna say we can start laundering cash, but it's... Okay, this is what we do. I'm not sure how far away you need to be to not get your truck. Okay, they saw the truck, so it doesn't matter. Sorry, dude. Can I hide the stuff in the truck? Alright. Now, where are you? That's not you. Perfect, I can use that other truck for cover. Oh, they didn't chase me all the way down here? Good. So I'm hoping if I'm far enough... Oh! Get off me! Bro! How did that miss? Twice! Okay. So, he didn't see the truck. That's fine. The fine was insane. But, are you still out there, man? You're just camping outside. Go back this way. Where is he? Where's my truck? Did they still confiscate it? Are you kidding me? It didn't say they confiscated the weed, though. Did they just leave the weed in the back? I love how everyone else is just walking around and doesn't get bothered, but I can't walk around. Who's calling police? Dude, what? Why can't I hit all of a sudden? I was like destroying them earlier and now I miss every shot. What is going on? I've got to get all my cash off me. This is not going well. First, let's buy some bullets, because I got 2 bullets left. Well, we can just deposit 4K, and we'll be fine. Normally, I have absolutely no problem deleting them. I want that other gun. I can't aim all of a sudden, and I don't know why. Come on, buddy. I also wish you could buy more than one ammo at once, because you got to go through the whole thing to buy. Ah, shit! And sometimes that happens. You gotta go through the whole thing to buy ammo again. Is he still chasing me? Okay. Alright. Let's go kill this guy, get my truck. Hopefully my weed's still in there, because it didn't say they confiscated it. That was a shot. No, I'm stuck on the bench! Okay. Down! Alright, time for your partner. What the fuck?! What the fuck?! I missed 3 times in a row! He was only 1 shot! 0 fine paid. It's almost like I planned it that way, just in case. Dude, I don't know how I missed so bad. I was deleting... I nailed that first shot. And then the second shot was pretty good too. And then after that, just get wrecked. What are you doing back there? Alright. Okay, cops are dealt with. I have exactly 6 bullets left. Time to go get my my van and hope my weed's still in it. It didn't say that they didn't charge me with crimes when they confiscated my van, so hopefully they didn't notice the weed. Oh, it's still in there. Perfect. So you just gotta make sure you're far enough away from the van when they confiscate it, and they won't take your stuff. Oh, we got one that's behind us. Let's just do that person first. I don't feel like turning the whole truck around. Let's not have the gun out when we go. We'll accidentally point it to them and they'll stab us. 4. There you go. Thank you, Lucy. Alright, now where'd I leave my truck? There it is. We should be able to get close enough to the other ones that we don't need to get out of the truck. What's up, Elizabeth? You need 4? I gotcha. Right, then we go to this one. Why not? Right, facing this way. Where are you? What's up, Mrs. Ming? You like the smell of meth cooking upstairs? What messages do I still have? Oh, dude, it's always someone that calls after, like, whatever. Or you can get it tomorrow. And then I'm gonna forget that I have one that's not at 4 a.m., but whatever. Oh my god. I wish you could knock the fire hydrants off. What's up, Meg? 2, I gotcha. We got right here Joyce, 2 for you. And then we got 2 more sales and we are good to go. Can I get close enough? Oh, it's 21? Whatever. Well, this one, we can definitely. 5 meters? Oh, is this not yet? This is for tomorrow? That's fine. We'll just take out... we need 2 and 3 more. So I'm glad we bought the 2 stacks. Alright. You're still running? I ain't gonna hurt you. You ain't no cop trying to bust me. What? Okay. I don't know where the people I'm supposed to give these to are. Are you at least where you're supposed to be? Cool. Hey, Peggy. You need 3? There we go. Alright, now where's this? Oh, you're right there. Let's go, Chloe. Been waiting for you to show up. Alright. So. Yeah, we can launder another 2K. That's really all we need to launder. We can probably faster just to run to the laundromat than use the truck. Oh, well, we need to launder a little more. We didn't do the drug dealers yet, I don't think. Or did we? There's one way to find out. Hey, Benji. Looks like we did partially. Or he just had a shit day of sales? He's not selling the meth. I mean, he sold a little bit. Alright. Let's check Brad. We should probably load them up again. I guess they seem to sell more when I had more variations of stuff, but it's harder with the automated production. Where is Brad out selling still? What are you doing over there? Maybe he's getting a little something something from Jesse. I don't know what he's doing. Brad's just being Brad. Jesse is... What the shit? She's teleporting? Jesse is on crack. I want to know what she's smoking, because I guarantee you she did not get that from me. Alright, Jesse. If any... Well, you do you, you know? I need to buy more ammo. We can probably just deposit the 800 here. We aren't anywhere near our cap. That's not the ammo guy. That's the ammo guy. Oh, I wanted to see if we can get a second packager, but nah, it's not worth it. Oh, I do want to check our meth lady, how she's doing. Alright. Move that down there. Since we're going to be taking the truck with us, go this way. How are things over here? Got some meth for me, nice. Got some more ready and waiting for tomorrow. What I like to see. Package this up real quick, take it with me. Alright. Alright. Be a lot cooler if you did. Yeah, but they don't take the stuff when you hop off the van. Sometimes they do. The first 2 times I got busted with the van, they did. I lost like 41 baggies of weed the first time. I was annoyed as hell. Alright. So we came here really just to get this. Or save some of that for tomorrow. I guess we'll do that, and that'll be for tomorrow. They need more beans. I can get 7 stacks of beans. I can get 6 stacks of baggies. Just do this while we're here. What's up, Molly? How are you doing? You got some meth still? We'll give you a little bit more. Give you a top off on the ass blaster. Alright. So we said 7 stacks of baggies, 8 stacks of, no, 6 stacks of baggies, 7 stacks of beans. We can probably, yeah. Alright. Put the meth in there too. So 6, 120, 8, well 7, 140. That's perfectly fine. I don't think I need anything else while I'm here. Look at all those beans. Okay. Alright. So let's top up our other dealers. Whoop, we went the wrong way. Fine. We got there eventually. We just went the roundabout way. Alright, Benji, let's see. Oh, you got plenty of meth already. We'll just give you 2. Get you an even 10. Then give you 2 stacks of this. Alright. Went the wrong way again. I like parked in the perfectly wrong spot where it's easier to go either way. And then we go back to Brad. Ass blaster. Oh, Brad, are you still over there? Damn it, Brad. Why are you just chilling over here? Yeah. Him and Jesse are doing some weird shit. They're like tripping on shrooms or something. I'm not paying you to trip on shrooms, bro. I'm paying you to sell weed. Okay. Ass blaster. Perfect. We got them all loaded up. Dude. Fucking Jesse. Like, holy shit. Alright. So we're going to take this stuff back here, then drive our van back, call it a night. Well, let's make sure everyone's paid too. Beans. We forgot to bring the beans inside. I gotta do a second run anyway, so it doesn't matter. Drop the gun and ammo. I gotta do 2 runs either way. Alright, we are not gonna run out of beans anytime soon. Not gonna run out of baggies anytime soon either. We should keep 1 stack with us for the other place. So Oh, I should have bought one more, but that's fine. I don't feel like going back to the gas station. We'll be fine. One baggie short, one stack short. They're not gonna run out. Alright, let's go. How much do we got for tomorrow? We got 20. That's definitely enough to just sell. Everything looking good over here. We could use a few more seeds. We'll get that order in. Messages. Albert Hoover. Need to order dead drop. Max crack. Received $4 in cash. You know it, buddy. Can I get in my vehicle? There we go. I think that's mostly off the road. It's not as much as I wanted it to be, but it's close enough. Don't forget the baggies. Okay. Guess we'll just chuck them. Well, that's not where they... Oh, we got plenty of baggies. Never mind. I didn't even need them here. That's fine. Let's make sure her meth is all topped up. We could probably use more precursors tomorrow. Oh no, we're really good. Maybe we order meth too. Yay, she'll let us order a full 10 now. Alright. Yeah, you've received most of that cash. So let's go pay these guys off real quick. Oh, that's right, we forgot to check our... That's... well, I think we like paid everyone a whole bunch. I don't want to drive the van back. But I don't like the way it's parked. Okay, so we will check here. Pay her off. Drive... That was just Jesse again, I'm sure. Drive the van there and back. And if there's a drop by the time we're done, we'll pick up the drop. If not, we'll go to sleep. 200 for now. Awesome. Alright. We're probably gonna upgrade to better pseudo after this one. I love how, because there's no like consequences for impact, I just treat it like it's bumper cars. How do you stop? Easy. Alright. Whoa, oh, money. 200, that's 3 days. That's 5 days. That's 3 days. You're one short, two short of 3 days. Okay, they all got 3 days. Damn it, the hydrant's in the way. Perfect. totally out of the way so it's not going to block traffic. And, oh, I'm running around with the meth stuff still. Oops. Go ahead and deposit that cash. I'm sure we still have some cash left this week. Ah, shit. Oh, it's the pawn shop though? That's easy. Oh yeah, we haven't even hit halfway of our deposit limit. Awesome. Okay. Down here at the pawn shop. We'll just throw that in our truck, so we'll take it down once we go back in the morning. Jesse's still freaking out. She must be on some good stuff. Alright. Yeah, and I think that's it. I don't know what noises she's making, but Brad's all about it, that's for sure. Alright. So yeah. I forgot to do something. Come on. There it goes. That's not what I want. Oh, the drop's ready. Okay. You know what? Let's just do it. Where's the drop? Someone's shooting. This one is really convenient because it's right next door to where we need it. 10 pseudo. Boom. Oh, it can only go in stacks of 10, fair enough. Alright, we do need more of the other stuff, but I think actually we just get that now because it's about the same, right? Yeah, so we need 9 acid and 10 phosphorus, and then it'll be exactly matched up. So let's do that before I forget. 9 acid, 10 phosphorus, and we're good to go. Alrighty. 9 acid. 10 phosphorus. I need 760. I'd like to purchase something. Thank you. Alright, so let's turn this. Jesse's still going. Jesus. Hopefully she resets in the morning. And Brad too. If Brad doesn't reset in the morning, I'm gonna be kind of pissed because he's supposed to be working for me, not working whatever he's doing to Jesse over there. That's right, we can't stack those. But we can stack that, and then we'll drop that. Let's do... Boom. Swap those. Alright. Looking good. How's all this? That's maxed out. That's ready to go. That's ready to go. You're paid, right? Oh yeah. You're paid for another 3 days. Another 2 days. Bad math brain. Getting a little tired. That's fine. We got one more day in us at least. I want to make sure this unbugs. And I want to see what we can buy with the cash we have. I think we'll have 15k. I don't know what, if anything, we can get, but at least I want to see what the next goals are. Alright. So all that stuff should just mostly be running on its own now. Brad's finally heading back home. Must have spent the night in Jesse's place. I don't really need to know what they did. As long as he gets back to work, I don't care. So we're gonna drop off the seeds. Pretty sure she's still got plenty of soil and other things. Looks like it. Combine those so they fit. I think she probably... Can we switch them? No, that's fine. Oh wait, I think we weren't switching them. We were modifying the stack. There we go. Alright. Looks like they all have plenty of resources. I know they're getting paid. What was the other thing? Oh yeah, we were gonna go over here and look at other purchases. Let's actually bring a stack of 2 ass blaster with us, so we can do this. Alright. We got a little bit of driving to do. It just occurred to me we actually can't go this way. Not that we can't go that way, but we can't go up that way to the right. We were going to go to the right, but they blockade that during the day, so we got to go the back way. Uh-oh, look out. I managed to dodge you, but I hit the pole and nothing happened. 205, sure thing. Hey Benji, what are you doing there? I'm not texting and driving. You're texting and driving. Alright. Go for our little shopping spree. Oops. No, don't look at me. Okay. I knew those were cops. That's why I floored it. Oh shit. Dude, how? I'm in my truck. Where's my gun? That both of them? And I got both of them. Okay. Jeez. Well, my shooting was better that time. I'm not bleeding, you're bleeding. I'd like to purchase a property. We need 25k for that. Or for a business, we need 20k. Fair enough. We're almost to the business. Maybe get that in another 2 days. I wonder what's up this direction. Has this area even been unlocked, really? No, not really. Kind of. But we can't, like, we can go here. But the map's not fully open to us yet, it looks like. We haven't really, there's nothing we can do here yet. We can't get people. We can explore, but we can't sell anyone anything. This is suburbia. I had to see what the cops are protecting. Of course it was the rich people. I really wish I could repair this. How do I get up there? Alright, let's go run this way. Where is... Oh, that's one thing I wanted to do, actually. Yeah. Where's my car? I think this is the right way. Oh, is that more cops? They don't care anymore though. They don't know I killed their brothers. They don't use their they don't ever use their radios apparently. Ooh. What's up, Marco? My vehicle is stuck. No, it's not, but I'd like to repaint it. Let's see. Ooh. Let's go. The purple van. Awesome. Totally worth it. We have a yeah, no. Oh, that's how we get up there. We can't drive up there. We can't walk up there either. Never mind. It's not how we get up there. Just an illusion. 2 Miracle Ass Blaster. Let's see. Yep. Normal to hit the... oh, I'll have to read that in a sec. Let's see. Can we go that way? No. We gotta go this way. Are we even really doing anything right now? No, we're just driving around waiting for things to happen at this point. Let's check, see if there's meth we can package and take with us. Oh, there's a fair bit of meth. 20 to be exact. Damn it. Come on. Alright. That's all packaged up. You're still cooking. Good job. Ooh, hey there. Yep. Then we got... Where is that barbershop one? Okay. Yeah, by the time we drive over there... That was kind of smooth. You here early? Let's give her meth instead. Alright. So we deliver our meth. We check up on the status of our supplies for our weed mixers. Then we supply our dealers, I guess. Well, actually, we'll probably start selling ourselves soon, right? 5 hours, yeah. I guess we just leave this in the van for now. No reason to carry it around with us. Oh, we need ammo. We can get that soon. That's right, we got into that. Normally we don't get into firefights during the day, but those two cops were crossing the street and I just couldn't resist. The beans are good. Oh, we have quite a bit. Everything is looking solid. We're a little low on baggies. Maybe we get baggies. We get 4 things of baggies and 2 things of beans. It's so close that it's probably not even worth using the thing, especially because we can fit them all. 4 things of baggies and 2 things of beans. Yes. 40. 80. Alright. We got a message. 2 for 205. Deal. Hey, don't close the door on my face. Alright. Curfew starting soon. That means we get to start selling soon. So we should probably, load up with a little bit of this stuff. And then we'll sell. Check out with our dealers as well. Leave 1 for tomorrow. Oh. Hey buddy, I kinda can't have you there. Still got some bullets left. Alright. One down. I only got 3 bullets left. I'll have to deal with that. Gotta make sure I go in the back door to the warehouse so they don't see me going in the front, because that's how you get into a gunfight. Alright. Molly's out dealing. Okay. You pay 3? Yeah. Alright. Where is Molly? There she is. Hey Molly. So, hand me that. And let's trade. Oh, I can't use the truck to trade with the dealers? That's kind of lame. Alright. So, sold all the meth. You seem to sell the meth pretty quickly. Someone buys a lot off you, so we'll go 10. And we'll split 5 between the other 2 and see what happens there. There's more ass blaster. Is that another cop? Oh yeah. Are they getting more aggressive? That's double cops. Shit. I don't really have the ammo to deal with that. Let's go get this sale while it's over here. Thank you. Normally I don't like going down this way because it's harder to back out, but apparently also harder to turn in. But with the cops out there and only 3 bullets, it's the way. I'm looking for some weaponry. I need ammo. Revolver ammo. Deal. Can I get 2 of them? No, I gotta ask again. Fair enough. Ammo. Revolver ammo. Deal. Alright. This spot's so weird. Oh, you're a deal. Look at that. Yeah, I got the stuff. What do you need? 2. Thank you. We kind of gave her a little bit of love tap with the van. Damn it, I thought I was gonna make it. Yeah, we don't want to lose that stuff. So... Oh, not that way. Go this way. Alright. Think that's both of them, unless that's his first time being shot. Alright. Dealt with. Need more ammo again, but that's all good. Now, the rest of these deals should go smoothly. I can drive my van past, no problem. Make sure not to run in with the gun. We've done that accidentally. Pointed at the dude. The guy who sells the weapons isn't too fond when you point a weapon at him. Alright. Hey, you probably can't guess this from based on the noises that we're going outside, but I need more ammo, dude. Oh, thank you. Much appreciated. I'm glad that pointing the ammo at him doesn't get counted as a threat in his head. Alright, where's my van? It's down here. So we're gonna stop here for Benji. Give me that cash, Benji. Yeah, I know. I was fighting cops. Alright, okay. So, he's still got some shart. Dude, he's got a lot of dream shart. It just doesn't sell very well, I guess. Okay. He didn't sell all the meth. Give him 5. Give him that. Alright, let's sell this stuff to someone. Hey, Peter. I've got a deal for you. Okay. What about you, Beth? Alright. And then let's go get the van. Go talk to our buddy Brad. Oh, we didn't get the weed for him. Alright. He's home. So you have fun with Jesse last night, Brad? I noticed you never came home. Alright. So he's got all the meth still. He's just not selling it at all. Maybe we give the rest of it to Benji. Seems to do a pretty good job selling the weed, he just doesn't sell meth. Whatever, we'll give it to him, and if he gets a full stack of 20, then we'll stop giving him some. We're about to upgrade to better meth anyways. Alright. So, we got 20 meters this way. Oh, 40 meters this way, actually. Let's do this one. It's 20 meters exactly. There we go, it's 19. As long as it's close enough that it will trigger the van. Complete deal. 2. Done. Okay. So there's one back there and one back there, actually. So we kind of messed up. That's fine. Wait, why does it... Do I have 2 Vapors now? Because I bought a colored one? Okay, I think this is easier just to get out. Who's there? That is 3 Miracle Ass Blasters. Are you Peggy? Yeah. 3. Do I have enough? Oh, yeah. Yeah, let's go this way. Like right here. Alright, 4. No, not 11. 4. Alright. So I think that's all the ones in this corner. Yeah, so we got 2 more corners. Got something else to do in the meantime. Alright, give me 1 second, chat. Alright. That is working. Did I? I didn't mean to. Alright. There we go. Now it's working. Alright. So I still got to deliver 1 this way. Nope. Got to go the other way. Gotta deliver 1 this way. Go up here, all the way to the end of the dock. Alright. What's up, Chloe? You need 2. Perfect. Got those for you. That's the wrong way. Let's stop here, check on our meth lady. Is it even a woman? Patricia, yep. Meth Patricia. Get some baggies. Get some meth. And start the process. Alright. That's more meth. Let's get that loaded back up. Wait, what? Okay, there it goes. Alright. Go this way. We are done with that. One more delivery. There you are, Kim. All right. All dunsies. So now we want to launder money real quick. Let's go do that. Alright. There goes one. Okay. Let's go and hit up the other one. Also, I want to see, do we have 2 cars now? No, it just says we do. Unless the map has since updated. Alright, launder. Let's go. That is the maximum laundry. Is there an ATM nearby? No, we'll stop on the way back. I thought I was gonna make that. It was so close. Alright. Oops. Alright, that looks good. Let's go check the status of our regular star. Solid, solid. Also solid. Okay, that's all looking good too. So go ahead and press that. Alright. Owners Maximus. Oh, the meth. We do new deliveries. I think we did already. Guess she sold something else since the first stuff. Yeah, we did new deliveries. We sold her, we gave her a whole 10 stack of meth. So let's give her the full 20 stack, and then Brad has 15, and what's his face has like 10, maybe not quite 10, but close. We might start selling a little bit of meth ourselves at some point. Alright. I love the night. It's my favorite time. Let me check something real quick. Oof. Alright. So I am kind of insanely exhausted. I've been up for a while. I would appreciate it if you guys would hang out just one moment for the raid. I'm going to be live again tomorrow, as always. I think we might take a little break and go back to WoW for a little bit. Or we could potentially group up with some people, do some Schedule 1. Either way, I'm thinking of doing some group gaming. We've got the system pretty set up. Now it's just the grind at this point, you know? And I don't know. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Either way, fucking ad breaks at the end of my stream when I'm trying to say goodbye to people. What the hell? I promise I'm not squeezing you for every penny. I don't know if it's gonna raid automatically before I finish talking. Of course, the damn thing is there, and I just want to talk to my stream. It's gonna raid automatically soon, but we got 8 seconds left and like maybe 15 seconds on the stream. I want to say goodbye to people before the raid happens. So can we just wait? All right, it's back. Bye. I think it's gonna raid now. I'm sorry if you got stuck behind the about to go out. We got 10 seconds. Follow on the socials if you do get the chance. I've been uploading to the YouTube. I'll see you tomorrow for WoW or maybe Schedule 1. Peace.
Yeah, something just doesn't feel right with these.